Hello everyone, welcome to the Mysterious Stories channel, where you'll discover the most mysterious, scary, and fascinating stories. Make sure to turn up the volume and get ready for a spine-chilling experience you won't forget.
After the Fall. Chapter 1, Leaving Home. A soft breeze brushed against his face, the August sun still warm on his cheeks. Colin laid amongst the brush of what had once been a cornfield, the world around him quiet and peaceful. His mother called his name from the back porch, stirring him from his daydream. He stood up and looked across the field to see her waving for him to come back. His feet had to make large strides to avoid the brush, and oftentimes he would stumble. His mother's calls became more urgent, and the tone in her voice caused him to look up again. He witnessed several bright streaks of light burn through the clouds above him. Colin jolted from his dream, his breathing erratic at first, but calmed quickly. It was the same dream, every night. It was a relic of the life he once had. He would think back to his family and his tiny little single-wide trailer plopped in an old cornfield in that tiny little town in Alabama. Even the name of the place was a ghost to him now. All that remained was ash, and names meant little. His hands wiped at the dust on his pale face and slowly rose from his makeshift bed. He knew he was somewhere between Georgia and North Carolina, but that was as close of a guess as he could make. The world had become so much different after the fall. He gathered his things in the olive drab satchel he had found among the debris of his father's things. There was little to save, but he managed to salvage some clothing and canned goods. It had taken him a long time to leave town, but when he realized help was not coming for the only survivor of his home, he knew he had to look for help. He had learned it a lot in the few months he had been alone, being cautious being the most important. Colin stepped out of the gaping hole within the half-broken grocery store he had taken shelter in just as the sun attempted to light the sky. The color was distorted to crimson through the haze that remained in the air, but he knew it was dawn. Colin removed his father's survival guide from the pack before tossing it on his back. He had read it multiple times, along with the Bible his grandmother had given him. It was the only two books he had been able to save from his home. For that he had been lucky. One kept him sane, and the other kept him alive. He tried to remember the things his father had taught him and wished he had paid more attention. His feet shuffled through the debris of another tiny town that no longer had a name. It had been weeks since he had seen another person, which had frightened him at first, but now it was a relief. When Colin was young, he had always thought that most people were good. He had the naive notion that if he truly needed help, he could find it within walking distance. His neighbors had always seemed like nice people. His dream was shattered after the event. It was shocking to learn what lengths people would go to in order to survive. He had witnessed his old bus driver put a bullet in a woman's head for a can of SpaghettiOs. There was no going back after that. He could not even remember the last time he had spoken. He only let his father's 9mm Beretta do the talking. By the time the sun had rested directly above him, he came upon a large sign that read, "Welcome to South Carolina." Colin stood stoic, the words almost alien to him. He had never been this far from home. He had tried to find his aunt in Georgia, but the landmarks had been so distorted from the damage he could not discern his true location. Everything was burnt and broken, even him. He brushed away tears from his eyes as he continued forward into the blank canvas before him and wondered if anything would be created here ever again. Cars lined both lanes of the highway he traversed. Bodies lay frozen in time within each seat. The television broadcast had told large cities to evacuate, and they all tried. What the report did not inform them of was the fact that there was nowhere to run to. Colin stopped to examine each vehicle, looking for anything of use. His eyes rested on a small car seat in the back of an SUV, the skeletal remains of a child still secured tightly inside. His fingers brushed across his face, feeling the scars from his own burns and thinking of his younger brother. He had to shake off his despair. He could not break down in the open. It was not safe. Nowhere was. Colin passed through what was probably once a bustling main street. Crumpled buildings greet him at every step. The sun was falling, and he knew he would need shelter. The night had brought its own pitfalls. The more troublesome members of society had taken over the dark. Most of them had learned that people moved at night to avoid detection and had started hunting in the twilight hours. He made sure to not be their prey, finding shelter in an abandoned gas station. He had always hated the dark, but this was something different. Now that the moon no longer guided the night, it was like being plunged into oblivion. His body curled up behind a crumpled countertop, resting his head upon his satchel. Clouds rolled in the distance, tinted purple by the ash of the sky. He could smell the tainted moisture that filtered the air. There was a storm on the horizon, which meant there would be less movement in the night. The raging of Mother Nature used to frighten him as a child, but it was a shield in times like these. Colin knew he would be able to sleep soundly for the first time in over 2 weeks, and his lips curled slightly into a smile as lightning split the sky. His eyes fluttered in the darkness, and he was lulled to sleep by the rhythm of thunder. His younger brother Danny pounced on him, reminding him that Saturday morning cartoons were on. Colin rubbed the sleep from his eyes and made his way to the living room. With a click of the remote, he appeased his brother and yawned as he walked to the kitchen. He would make them both a bowl of Lucky Charms and sit quietly until his parents woke up. They sat and giggled with each other at the antics on screen until their fun was disrupted by an emergency broadcast. Tornado sirens wailed in the distance, but Colin saw no clouds out the window across from them. The sound had startled his mother, and soon both of his parents stood beside them, eyes fixed on the screen. It had been their first warning of what was to come. Colin was startled by the sound of rustling within the gas station. He pulled the pistol from his coat and eased around the counter. The sun had not come up yet, and he could barely see. His pale blue eyes were even worse for seeing in this darkness, but his ears had become sharp. The sound of cans and bottles being rummaged through were like a beacon he honed in on. When he was sure he knew where the intruder was located, he lifted to aim. The sound of the safety releasing caused the figure to pause, dropping their loot. They did not move, and Colin froze as well, not knowing if they had a weapon or not. His body shook as he slowly applied pressure to the trigger. "Please, if you have a gun, don't shoot," the voice of a child called out. "I am just looking for food, not trying to start any trouble." Colin's voice replied, raspy from lack of use. "Anyone with you?" "A no, sir," the child whimpered. "Then take what you need and leave. That's your last warning," he barked. Tiny feet shuffled in the dark, grabbing at things Colin could not see. He followed the sound until it exited the store. He listened intently as the steps drew further away from him, and even after they were gone, he could not go back to sleep. He simply sat gripping his weapon until the daylight allowed him to see. The store was a mess, and the kid must have been knocking things over to try and tell what he was grabbing for. Colin felt guilty for not helping, but he had seen far too many people lured into traps by children. He could not risk it. Once Colin could see his surroundings more clearly, he exited the gas station, a few extra rations in tow. His pistol scanned the area, making sure he was alone. He circled the tiny building and checked nearby cars, but there was no sign of the kid. When he returned to the front of the store, his eyes fell on an old newspaper stand. The stacks of paper still read the headline, "The End." He had seen that page thousands of times and knew the article word for word. He wondered if any other newspapers were still printing after the event. He wanted to read a different story for once. From what Colin understood, the Earth had been pelted with several large asteroids. They had rained down in the atmosphere like buckshot and destroyed several communication satellites on their descent. The smaller objects burned up in their entry, but the larger bodies stayed intact until they collapsed in a burning display of light. A force emitted from each of these that leveled most structures, something they referred to as an asteroid airburst. Apparently, it was not an unknown phenomenon, but that nothing on this scale had ever happened before. The initial damage and lack of proper communication is all it took to send civilization, as they knew it, to a halt and left the world around him a primal version of what it once was. Colin pulled a tattered road atlas from his pack and trailed the road he thought he was on with his finger. He had made a point to avoid large cities due to the level of damage and major highways that seemed to attract the more dangerous members of society. From what he could tell, he was north of Augusta, Georgia, near a small town called Clarksville, South Carolina. His exact location was unclear, but he was sure he was on the right track. He had no other family, at least none he had found, and had decided to go north. He had heard rumors of places untouched in Canada, and that was his only hope. His hand shoved the map back into the bag before he began walking again. The first 100 miles had been far easier, before someone stole his bicycle. He thought about his 10th birthday when his father rolled out that 10-speed with the biggest grin on his face. His family had never been rich, by any means, so a gift like this was a big deal. Colin remembered writing it until late in the night before his mother made him come inside. The growling of his stomach broke him from his daydream, and again he had to brush a salty speck from his cheek before reaching for a bag of beef jerky. A couple bits dropped on his tongue, and he chewed, remembering how teriyaki flavor had always been his dad's favorite. Colin was approaching an intersection, and he would usually take a moment to double-check his location at places like this, but something about this one felt wrong. There were more cars in this particular crossroad than there should be in a rural area like this. His eyes scanned the area as he came to a stop behind a large Ford pickup. Two sets of cars seemed to block the left and right passage, and the directory held an overturned school bus. Someone had created a blockade here, a rather large blockade. He saw no movement ahead, but that meant nothing. Any number of people could be hiding within the abandoned vehicles. He quickly removed his pistol and slowly made his way to the trees to his left. He followed the road from the tree line, watching intently for any sign of life. Colin's steps were deliberate, making sure to step heel to toe in order to create as little noise as possible. He could hear his heartbeat within his ears. It echoed at him as a warning. He knew what he was doing was stupid, but he had to keep going forward and could not risk getting lost. As he approached the far side of the intersection, he heard voices. The sound made him creep even slower and drop down to crouch. There seemed to be a scuffle of some sort just around the end of the bus, but he could not see clearly. Colin crossed behind the van, kneeling down and looking underneath toward the commotion. 3 men stood over a young African-American boy, rummaging through a torn backpack. They seemed to be looking for anything of value, but only found a few cans of beans and child-sized clothing. One of the men kicked the boy, which caused him to cry out in pain. Colin's eyes drove in wide, instantly recognizing the voice from the night before. He had always hated bullies, and his first instinct was to run for the boy, and he almost started sprinting, but one of the men turned to reveal a 20-gauge shotgun within his hands. The more he watched, he realized they all had weapons. Each had a pistol holstered at their hip, and the other two held hunting rifles, complete with scope. This made Colin realize that the only reason he had been able to approach was that they were too preoccupied with the boy. He argued with himself internally on what to do, watching as they spat and kicked the child repeatedly. Then one of them pulled their pistol, aiming it at the back of the boy's head. One of the men yelled, "What are you doing, Earl? He's got nothing we want, Ned, and he's gonna die out here anyway," his friend replied. Colin snapped into motion, his feet moving before his mind even registered the action. Within seconds he had rounded the bus, dropped the safety, and emptied half of a clip into the 3 men. The shock forced the leader of the group to release a shot into the air, but the other dropped before they could fire. The boy lay on the asphalt, covering his ears from the sound and crying. Colin's heart felt like it was about to beat out of his chest before the reality of what he had done came crashing down on him. His hands hung limply by his sides as he fell to his knees. He had never actually had to kill anyone, and it was hard for him to process. He sat, staring down at his hands and feeling like a monster. Soon his face was soaked by his inability to hold back his despair. The boy slowly crawled over to Colin, placing a hand on top of his knee. Colin jumped, not used to being touched, almost falling back. "Thanks, mister," the young man said through sobs as he slowly got to his feet. It took a good 15 minutes for Colin to compose himself and get up from the road. He shuffled around the men as the boy searched each one for anything useful. They all looked like the kind of men that would have been buddies with his father. The idea that the world had become so horrible in just a few months was torture, and he had hoped he would not have had to become one of its monsters. Colin grabbed one of the rifles, an extra pistol, and as much ammo as he could carry. He only took one can of food and a bottle of water. He left the rest for the kid and began walking north again. The boy followed a few feet behind, and Colin simply ignored him for about a mile. They both walked in silence until his new companion decided to speak. He repeated how thankful he was for help and came closer to Colin. When the boy was walking beside him, he noticed a small hand reach over, as if wanting to give him a handshake. "My name's Anthony, but everybody calls me Tony." He tried to smile through a swollen lip. The older of the two stopped and scratched his head for a moment and finally took hold of the kid's hand. He shook it gently, not sure how hurt Tony was. "I'm Colin," he sighed. "So are you gonna just keep following me now?" "No, a matter of fact, I was headed this way anyway," he smirked. "You might say you are following me." Colin shook his head and started walking again. "Whatever you say, kid." They continued this way for the next day, mostly silent until Tony decided to spark up a conversation. It was usually silly things that did not matter anymore, like old television programs or comic books. Colin never said much, but did not completely ignore the boy. The way Tony spoke reminded him of his younger brother, and something about that was comforting. The two finally came upon an old farmhouse tucked back inside the tree line. Colin knew darkness would be upon them soon, so he instructed Tony to follow him to the structure. Colin handed Tony a pistol and made sure he knew how to use it, pointing out the safety switch on the side. He told the boy to wait by a tree nearby until he could search the house. The older of the two disappeared into the dark structure, moving from wall to doorway with his pistol trained on anything within his immediate view. He remembered the basics of breach and clear tactics, not just from his father, but from so many years playing first-person shooter games. He hoped it was enough to keep himself safe. When each room was found empty, he returned to the front door and whistled for Tony to come inside. They made themselves at home within the living room. They were lucky enough to find a small kerosene lamp to fight back the night. Tony attempted to entertain Colin with horrible knock-knock jokes as they passed a can of frankenbeans across the small wooden coffee table. The scene almost felt normal to Colin, and he started to forget what the world had become around him. But with every sound from outside the door, his eyes would jerk toward the window. Each time he would search the surrounding area before coming back inside, and eventually the routine had become exhausting. He just wanted to get some sleep before they had to start walking again in the morning. Enough jokes, let's get some rest, his voice being much harsher than he intended. Tony's head lowered before he slid back to the couch. "Sorry, just used to talking with my brothers before bed." Colin felt like a jackass and shook his head. "No, I'm sorry, kid. I forget I'm not the only person to lose people. I should remember that," he said before taking a seat across from his companion. "And I don't understand why you keep calling me a kid." Tony barked. "You don't look much older than me." Tony was right. Colin was only 16 when the event occurred. He sat quietly for a moment, thinking about this. He had felt so old lately. He did not want to admit he had no real idea what he was doing, but he was afraid to stop. There had to be something better than what he had come to know, and he had to find it. Tony turned and noticed the fear in Colin's eyes, which made him uneasy. The boy spoke to break the tension. "So, how old are you anyway?" "How old are you?" Colin said as he snapped back to reality. "I asked first," Tony said, sticking out his tongue in mockery. "I'm older, so that trumps who asked first," Colin replied in a matter-of-fact tone. "Fine," the boy huffed. "I'm 10. Well, what month is it?" Colin pondered for a moment. "Should be November." "Then I'm 11 this month," Tony beamed. "What day is your birthday?" Colin asked. "The 29th, Tony replied. "Same day as mine." Colin laughed slightly under his breath, which was the first time he had done that since before the fall. They both joked about sharing a birthday party and baking a cake. Of course, Colin knew this was all fantasy and probably would never happen. He knew that either of them could be dead at any moment, but he did not want to crush the boy's dream. "I will be 17 this month," he finally answered the boy's question. Chapter 2. Painful Memories. Colin dreamed of January. His family huddled around the tiny kitchen table as his younger brother sat in front of a large chocolate cake adorned with 12 lit candles. They sang happy birthday, and their mother told Danny to make a wish. The young man's eyes glowed with excitement before taking in a deep breath and extinguishing all of them but one. The remaining candle made Danny frown, but Colin leaned over and put it out with a huff. "I didn't see it still lit." "You got 'em all," he said with a chuckle. He was startled from his dream by the sound of an engine roaring to life. He shot up from the couch to notice Tony was no longer inside. He grabbed his pistol and rushed outside as a rusty old Chevy truck plowed through the field in front of him. Tony sat bouncing in the driver's seat with a grin from ear to ear. Colin bolted from the front steps, bounding across the field. He yelled for the boy to stop, but his calls could not be heard over the truck. He finally came across the path and waved for Tony to stop. Tony's eyes shot open wide as he slammed on the brakes. The truck came to a stop, kicking up dust, just a foot from Colin. He rushed to the driver's side, turned off the engine, and yanked Tony out before screaming, "What in the hell do you think you are doing?" Tony's eyes welled up. "Just wanted to have a little fun. At this rate, I'm never going to get to drive a car, and I don't know why you don't. Would be a lot better than walking everywhere." Colin's voice was still booming. "Listen, I didn't get to practice enough before all this shit happened. Okay. Plus, don't you think all that racket is bound to draw some attention?" His words were stopped in his throat by the sound of another truck. Colin had been right, and someone now knew where they were. He quickly jerked Tony up and began running for the house. Within moments, the door shut behind them, and they tossed their things into their bags. Colin peered out the window to see a huge four-wheel drive stop outside the farmhouse, to men inside and to more standing in the bed of it holding rifles. They all climbed down and began calling for the two to come out. They had already been spotted, and now they were trapped inside. Colin whispered for the boy to follow him upstairs. They crept slowly up the wood planks and made their way to a bedroom that overlooked the men. Then Colin instructed Tony to go to the side window and open it. As the boy did this, Colin brought his rifle up to him. He peered down the scope and dropped the reticle at about neck level of one of the gunmen. Colin told Tony to let off a few rounds as soon as he took his shot. He squeezed the trigger slowly, remembering to exhale as he drew it all the way back. The crack of the rifle caused Tony to jump, his finger jamming down on the trigger of the pistol again and again. The first man fell to the ground, blood spurting from the side of his neck. The other men scattered at the repeated popping of the pistol. They attempted to seek cover behind the truck, while Colin was already trained in on the next one. The bull dropped the next round in place, and he fired, sending a round through the next one's chest. Another round chambered and fired within seconds, shattering the driver's knee as he tried to run. The last had made a dash across the field, but Colin's last round buried deep in the back of his skull before passing through the other side. When he lowered the rifle, Tony was still clicking away at the pistol, having no ammo left in the clip. Colin took the pistol from Tony's hands, shoved it back in the holster he had stolen, and guided the boy down the stairs. They exited the front door to see that the driver was still trying to crawl for his truck. Tony was told to remain on the porch as Colin approached the injured man. He stood over him for a moment as the man rolled over to come face to face with Colin's rifle. A final shot rang out in the open field before the two gathered their belongings and started their trek back to the road in silence. An hour later, Tony attempted to apologize. "I'm sorry." Colin stopped walking, and without even looking back to the boy began yelling, "If you want to survive, you are going to have to listen to what I say and start acting less like a little kid. You keep running around and joking about this situation, you're going to be dead. Danny." Then he started walking again, leaving Tony speechless behind him. Tony kept his distance for the rest of the day. They did not even speak during meals or breaks. It was the longest day either of them could remember, and by the time they came to rest at a deserted diner, they were simply ready to call it a night. Colin closed his eyes, his pistol resting in his lap. Tony sat across from him, staring at the pistol for a few moments. He had never seen anyone act like Colin did, and questions bubbled up inside him. One question in particular, "You called me Danny," he almost whispered. Colin peeked out to the boy. "What? Back on the road today? You called me Danny. Who's Danny?" Tony finally asked. Colin shook his head for a moment. "Don't worry about it." Tony was afraid to push Colin anymore. He knew it would just make things worse. He shuffled against his backpack and tried to get comfortable as the sun disappeared over the horizon. Colin turned away from the boy as he felt the salty tears form at the corner of his eyes. The two of them lay in silence for hours before they could actually fall asleep. When both drifted off to a restless sleep, they dreamed of the same thing, and it wasn't birthday cake or present. Colin simply nudged the boy awake with his boot and tossed him his backpack. He had already been up a couple hours and had stocked up on what few things were still edible from the diner. They began walking again and found themselves passing through a tiny neighborhood. Each house looked similar, yet minor differences drew their attention. They both quietly admired the change of scenery. It had been all trees for quite some time. Colin's eyes trained on the windows most of all, his rifle in hand. Tony had even kept a pistol in his pocket now, knowing danger could be around any corner. They had both become hardened by this world even though neither of them were truly ready for it. Then Colin's eyes came to rest on something laying in the grass. It was shiny and new, even though it was more of a purple than the blue one he had. He slowly picked up the bicycle, pressing on the tires to check for air. They were firm, and he knew they could use it to move a little quicker. He waved Tony over and sat on the seat, then gestured for Tony to hop on the backpacks. The two of them began rolling down the hill, and the breeze on their face reminded them of a better time. Colin wanted to yell out with excitement, but he knew it would be a bad idea. When the hill tapered off, the bike came to a stop at a sign that read, 30 miles to Charlotte. Colin's fun had been dampened at the thought, and he simply pulled out his map. They would need to turn north to avoid the city, and he began plotting a path. Tony slipped off the bike and walked over in front of it, reaching up and pulling the paper down so that Colin could see him. "You feel like talking to me now," the boy said in an almost bashful tone. "Just didn't have anything to say," Colin replied before pulling his map back up. "You could start by telling me who Danny is," Tony quipped. Colin closed the atlas and shoved it back in his satchel with a sigh. He rubbed at his eyes and tried to think of the right words. He tried not to think about his little brother, but Tony was a constant reminder of his mistakes. He wanted to tell Tony the truth and just get it out. It was the first time he even had someone to talk to in months. Colin was simply afraid that Tony might leave and never come back. "He was my little brother, about your age actually." He finally let it slip. "Was." Tony's face wrinkled in confusion for a moment, but soon realized his mistake. "I'm sorry. What happened?" "He died," Colin replied before looking at the ground where his foot kicked at the asphalt. "Before or after?" the boy quickly responded. "After" was all Colin could say. Tony wanted to ask why. He wanted to hug his new friend and tell him it would be okay. Something in him told him that it wasn't the right time, and he knew it was getting late. So, he simply climbed back on the bike and tapped Colin on the shoulder before pointing forward. The bike whipped to the left, putting them on a more northern route. The pedals whirred as they left the tiny neighborhood and their small moment of happiness behind. They disappeared over a hill clouded in the ashy smoke that brought them back to the world they truly lived in. By the end of the following day, they found themselves rolling down Burke Street in Rhodes, South Carolina. The light was fading, and they decided to take refuge in a small Dollar General store. As usual, Colin swept the property before allowing Tony to come inside. The two of them scoured the aisles for any supplies. Most of the good canned food had been taken, but they were able to find a few bags of dry beans. Colin found a first aid kit, and Tony waved a few flashlights that still worked down the aisle to his friend. This meant they did not have to spend another night in the dark, at least until the batteries ran out. They barricaded themselves in the manager's office and gorged themselves on the snack cakes that had not gone stale. It was the closest to a birthday party they were going to get, but it was just as good as long as they were together. When they emerged in the morning, Colin removed his map and showed Tony the route they would have to take. It would put them crossing a bridge, which he hated to do, but it would save them the hours it would take to go around. They mounted their bicycle and quickly descended on the bridge. Their eyes fell on the crumpled remains of the landing and what was once a passage across the lake now lay in the water. The two slowly descended to the docks, looking up and down the shore to look for another bridge. Tony hopped off the bike and ran down the shore a bit, pointing toward what appeared to be a dam in the distance. He waved to Colin, drawing his attention to their salvation. A smile grew on Colin's face. He really did not want to have to go back and around the water. The bike began to roll forward as Tony came running back. The two boys met back at a small building up from the landing and decided to make their way toward the dam. A whistling noise caught Colin's attention, and he stopped the bike just as an arrow struck him in his right shoulder. Tony screamed at the sight and started toward him, but Colin yelled for him to run for cover. Tony dove behind a pile of canoes and Colin began pedaling as fast as he could. His eyes scanned the buildings as he went, and just before he passed beyond a building, another arrow buried into the wall beside him. His body fell from the seat of the bicycle, and he began crawling behind a storage container. The two boys were only 10 feet from each other, but without knowing where the shots came from, it might as well have been miles. Tony cried into his hands, trying to be silent because Colin had already taught him how important that was. Colin looked down at the shiny projectile that jetted from his jacket, the red having quickly dyed the cloth around it. He was in immense pain, but he could not let that stop him now. The two of them were still in a lot of danger. Colin tried to peer over the crate, but the roof over him blocked most of his view. He knew the shot must have come from an elevated position, but he could not see any open windows or rooftops. He pointed to Tony, then to his eyes, then back out toward the building across from them. It took the boy a minute to understand, but then he shuffled to the other side of the canoes. Tony inched over one of them and searched the area. An arrow punctured the hull of a nearby boat, which sent Tony diving for the ground. He tried to whisper something, but Colin could not make it out. Then the boy pointed to his eyes, then across the street, and made an arch from his hands that signaled roof. Colin put up his hand, instructed Tony to stay put, then eased around the opposite side of the building. As he approached the opposite corner, he took a quick peek toward the roof. Standing with the bow drawn was a very thin man wearing a hockey mask covered in what appeared to be dried blood. Colin watched the man for a few moments, seeing that he was still focused on the other side of the building. He moved closer. Coming to a small car, he attempted to aim the rifle, but pain pulsed through him when he lifted it. He hoisted the barrel over the trunk of the car with his left arm and tried to steady it as best as he could. His breathing had become erratic, causing the reticle on the scope to jump violently. Colin tried to calm himself. He knew he would only get one shot. The crosshair swayed from the man's head down to his left arm, which happened to be the one holding the compound bow. His breathing slowed. and when his aim was as steady as he could make it, his finger pulled the trigger. The shot grazed the man's left arm, pieces of his jacket scattering to the wind. He turned and fired an arrow that stuck into the hood of the car in front of Colin. The young man ducked for cover as another arrow was let loose. From the corner of the building, he saw Tony, tears streaming down his face. He had used the shot as a distraction to come help, but Colin was not sure what to do. They both made their way back around the building and moved back further away from their attacker. The building was small and would not hide them for long. The man had them at a disadvantage, and Colin knew this. Plus, he now stood between them and the dam. They would have to eliminate the man, but he was not sure how. As they rounded a side street and attempted to come around to their attacker's left, Colin knelt beside a tree and told Tony to take the rifle. He hesitated, but Colin simply shoved it in the boy's hands. Tony shook his head and tried to hand it back, but Colin resisted. "No, I can't lift it. And if we don't stop this guy, we are dead," he gasped through his pain. "You have to take the shot." "Kid," Tony cried. He had never had to kill anyone and did not want to. Colin could see it in the boy's eyes, and he did not want to have to make this choice. There really was no choice though, and he began to tell him what to do. He pointed at the bolt, drawing it back and placing a new round in the chamber. He dropped the bolt close and told him to bring it up to his shoulder. Colin pushed the stock into Tony's shoulder hard. "You got to have a good grip on this one. It has more kick than the pistol. You're going to want to look through that lens right there, and where the two lines meet is what you are aiming for. You try to calm yourself, line up those crosshairs, then take a deep breath. You pull that trigger as you breathe out, slowly, and you will be fine." The words came rushing back to Colin, just the way they had from his father. Tony crouched and crawled around the tree. He could see the man still searching for them, but only the top half of his body was visible. He rose to his knees, trying to brace himself. Colin stood right behind him, reminding him to try to stay calm. The man turned to look in their direction and came close to that side of the roof. Tony began shaking at his feet, and it traveled through his whole body. Colin rested a hand on his shoulder and promised it would be all right. The crosshairs danced around a bit, and Colin reminded him to shoot for the biggest part of the man's body he could see. When the two lines intersected over the man's stomach, Tony let out a sigh and pulled the trigger. The two found their way to a church nearby, and Tony sat on a pew as Colin dropped his back beside him. He told Tony that he needed him to break the back end of the arrow and pull it out. Tony hesitated, but Colin insisted, handing him a thick towel. He told him to break the end off, remove it, and cover the wound with the towel, stressing the fact that he would need to press hard. Tony was still shaking, but he knew his friend was right. He had seen all this in the movies, but he wasn't sure if he was strong enough. The shaft cracked and broke free, causing Colin to scream out in agony. They both removed the halves of the arrow and covered each side with a towel. "What happened to Danny, Colin?" Tony's voice low, his hope dwindling. "I told you he died," Colin snapped. "But how, Colin? How did he die?" Tony pushed harder for the answer. Colin couldn't take it anymore. He had almost gotten both of them killed, and now he couldn't even lift his rifle. His body jerked from his sobs, unable to hold it back anymore. Tony immediately felt horrible for even asking, but was not sure what to say. He simply kept pressing the towel against Colin's shoulder, which was soaked with blood by now. Colin paused, the words not wanting to come. Icy couldn't protect him. Tony listened as the story was told about two young boys playing in an old cornfield. The land had long been without a harvest, his family no longer sowing the seeds. It had been a dream of his grandfather's, and once he was gone, no one saw the need. His parents placed a little mobile home on the land to keep his grandmother company. She enjoyed having her grandchildren so close. The boys would spend their evenings and weekends playing in the field and down in the trees behind it. That was until the fall. His parents had died trying to protect them. They did not have a shelter, but all huddled in the cinder bathroom of his grandmother's two-story house. The two boys had been placed inside a large cast iron tub and both parents had lain down on top of them. This was the best shield they had as the heavens rained down on them. When the commotion ended, Colin had to force his parents off of himself and his brother. The medicine cabinet had come crashing down with such force it had jabbed into their father's skull and shards of glass protruded from their mother's neck. Danny cried relentlessly as Colin searched for their grandmother. She had lost hope, and they found her body lying outside, still clutching a picture of her late husband. The weeks that followed Colin could not grieve his parents. He had to be strong for his brother. He dragged him along while collecting things they would need to travel. His first plan was to make his way to his other grandparents' house, which was in a town nearby. It would be a long walk, but he had no choice. There was nowhere else to go. He had already tried to neighbors' homes, but they had all attempted to flee. Their cars sat lifeless a few miles down the road. He shielded Danny's eyes as they passed. They came to the yard of their bus driver, who had his shotgun in hand. A young woman clutched a can of soup and begged for help. Colin pulled Danny away as the gun fired, and the woman fell to the ground. That was the last time he approached people. Their father taught them to move at night. That way you were less likely to be seen. That might have worked during combat situations, but this was a different world. It was only a week into the two boys being alone when the bandits found them. A group of middle-aged men and women had been searching for food and weapons. They took Danny first, and Colin drew his father's pistol. It vibrated in his hands. He never had to use it outside target practice, and he was not sure if he could kill someone. He aimed it and ordered them to let Danny go, but they refused. Before he could react, they tossed his screaming little brother in the back seat of a car and sped off. The shots of the pistol pelted the back of the vehicle, but it was no use. Danny was gone. So, you see, Colin looked back to Tony with tears in his eyes. I can protect him. I can't protect you, and I obviously can't save myself. Tony hugged his friend as best as he could without releasing pressure on the towel. It's not your fault, Colin. We're just kids. You did the best you could. Hell, you've saved me twice already. Yeah, but that doesn't bring Danny back, Colin sobbed. Well, you said they took him. How do you know he's dead? Tony questioned. You know firsthand what happens to kids that are of no use in this world, he replied with a cold stare, and Tony knew it was true. They both sat quietly. Colin cried himself to sleep, and Tony sat up watching over him for hours. Over the next month, Colin made it his mission to teach Tony everything he knew. They both read from the survival guide and the Bible at night. They even found a small home library that offered more information on foraging and handcrafted items. Tony even picked out a few books for entertainment value, but Colin was firm on training each day. While Colin healed, Tony became more adept at the world they now lived in, and soon Colin felt safe with him by his side. They could protect one another like brothers should, which always made Colin a little sad. Chapter 3. A Cold Winter. Winter was what they were not prepared for. Neither of them came from places that received much snow. By late December, the ground had been coated in white, and the two boys found themselves making more frequent stops to rest. Their clothing was not adequate for this type of weather, and Colin constantly cursed himself for not being prepared for this. Tony always tried to be his ray of hope, and assured him they would find better attire before it got too bad. Colin tried his best to believe his friend, but as the weeks passed, that small sliver of hope began to fade. They had been making poor time already, but when they finally reached what should have been the northern portion of Ohio, they knew their map would be almost useless. The rising waters of the Great Lakes had engulfed most of Michigan, turning the state line into beachside coated in snow. They had been moving more west to avoid Columbus and had no choice but to continue in that direction and across Indiana. They had abandoned the bicycle long ago. The snow had risen to height to push through with the tires. Colin stopped at a sign that read, Kishawell Country Cabins, his eyes intent on the words. His will was spent, and so was his body. Tony tapped him on the shoulder and asked what was wrong, but Colin simply stared at the sign. The wind stung his face, and he could no longer feel his toes. They had spent almost 2 months walking through this, and they had only made it to Illinois. Colin knew that if they had to avoid major cities and the rising waters from the lakes, then it would be another few months before they reached Canada. He began to regret coming north. He started wishing he had just stayed home and tried to survive there. "Are you okay, man?" Tony nudged him again. Colin remembered why he kept going. "I'm cold and I'm tired." "No shit. So am I," Tony quipped. "I think we should find one of these cabins, get a fire going, and hunker down. I don't think we can survive out here much longer," Colin replied, barely taking notice of Tony's remark. Tony's eyes lit up at the thought of being warm for a while and took off toward one of the log structures that remained at the camping ground. After a few attempts of finding an unlocked door and failing, Colin simply kicked the door in. They would have to board it shut, but at least they were inside. Tony rushed over to the fireplace, seeing that whoever had stocked the cabin left enough wood to get it going. He began lighting kindling and grabbed for the first log while Colin surveyed the place. They had abandoned their normal caution for warmth, and he needed to make sure they were safe. The tiny cabin had a living room, 2 bedrooms, a small kitchen, and 1 bathroom. Even if the facility was on a well, Colin knew the pipes would have frozen long ago. They would have to melt down snow over the fire to drink and bathe. The fridge was empty, but there were a few canned goods left in the small pantry. It wasn't much, but it was something. Tony yelled for Colin, letting him know the fire was ready, and Colin grabbed a couple blankets from the bedroom before joining his friend. They both stripped off their dripping coats, shoes, and socks, then laid in front of the light as the sun went down. Tony asked what Colin's plan was from here, but he was silent for a moment. "Let's worry about that in the morning," he finally replied before tossing Tony a thick comforter. Colin dreamed of lying in the old cornfield again, but this time Danny was right beside him. He turned, staring into his brother's eyes, and noticed malice within them. Danny asked why he had been forgotten so easily, and Colin tried to explain through tears. He tried to tell him how sorry he was, and that Tony wasn't a replacement, that he could never replace him. The sky above turned dark and cold, the wind picking up rapidly. Colin looked up as snow began to cover his face, and when he looked back, Danny's form was replaced with Tony's. His friend spoke. Wake up, Colin." Tony stood over Colin, shaking him and trying to get him to open his eyes. Colin's eyes remained shut, but mumbled apologies over and over again. Tony felt his forehead. It was extremely warm, and sweat beaded upon it. The young boy could tell his friend was shaking, despite how warm it felt. He knew that Colin must have a fever. The boy dug through their pack for the first aid kit, finding a small packet of ibuprofen before grabbing a bottle of water. He heaved Colin up from behind and pushed the pills between his friend's lips. His hand shook as he tried to pour the water in and get Colin to swallow, begging him to take the medicine. Through his fever-induced haze, Colin choked down the pills. Tony laid him down again and rushed to find a towel. He knew he had to bring down his temperature. For the next few days, Tony medicated his friend, tried to keep him comfortable, and gave as much water as Colin could swallow. They did not have any antibiotics, and Tony could only hope Colin was strong enough to fight off whatever infection afflicted him. The boy was scared, but his friend had prepared him to survive. Tony had learned to shoot, track, hunt, and prepare food, which would come in handy as their stocks were running low. They had not seen many animals, but anything would do. When Colin's fever broke, Tony decided to go out to look for food. They only had a couple of cans of beans left, and he knew that wasn't enough. Colin would need real food once he woke up. Tony had found a winter coat in one of the bedrooms. It was a little big, but it would help keep him warm. He took the pistol, Colin's hunting knife, and the rifle as he set out into the endless mounds of white. The wind was harsh to his cheeks, but he knew he had no choice. Colin awoke 4 hours later, his head pounding, as he scanned the room. A small sliver of paper had the words, "Gone hunting," scribbled upon it. This caused him to rush to his feet, knowing Tony should not be out there alone, but as soon as his feet came to the floor he stumbled in his weakened state. His body crashed into the couch, sending pain throughout him. He screamed in agony, gagging and coughing in an effort to catch his breath. He called out for his friend, but unknown to him Tony was at least a mile away. Tony sat covered in snow near a small bush, his eyes trained on the slight movements of what appeared to be a snow rabbit. He had been waiting for hours, and this was his chance to bring home some meat. His finger pulled the trigger, and the shot rang out just before the animal dropped over lifeless. Tony let out a laugh of joy as he ran for his reward, grabbing hold of it, and his knife. He quickly skinned and cleaned his kill before burying the unused portion. His feet dragged in the snow to cover up any trace of blood or his tracks as he made his way back to the cabin. When the boy stepped into the cabin, Colin almost tackled him in a hug. Colin was sure he had been hurt or taken while out hunting. He squeezed him so tight that it hurt his chest and eventually had to stop and sit back down. A coughing fit erupted from Colin's chest as Tony set down the rabbit. He ran for the first aid kit, looking for something that would help with the cough, but there was nothing. He returned and asked what he could do to help. "You came back. That's enough." Colin attempted to smile. "So you got yourself a rabbit." Tony grinned. "I got us a rabbit." Tony had learned a little about cooking from his mom before the world turned to craft. Not necessarily rabbit, but he figured it could not be much different. He diced the meat and scrounged at the cabinets for any kind of seasoning. There was a bit of salt, pepper, and maybe a sprinkle or two of oregano. It wouldn't be much, but it would add a little flavor to the pot. It boiled over the fire as the Tony detailed his hunting trip. Colin smiled as he listened to every detail. He was glad his friend was safe. They shared the meat and broth, the warmth of it easing Colin's throat. It was the first time they felt full in a couple of months. The two of them had not had meat since before the snows. With their bellies full, they huddled by the fire again. Tony pulled out one of the books he had acquired along the way, Alice in Wonderland, and began reading. Colin would normally tell him to brush up on something useful, but he felt the boy had earned something more upbeat. He lay there against the couch until he fell asleep. Tony shook Colin violently. "Wake up." Colin gradually responded. "What the hell? What's wrong?" "There are wolves outside," the boy yelled. "That's not possible. Wolves don't live around here," Colin responded while trying to go back to sleep. Then he heard a very distinct howl. Colin shot up into the window, Tony following just behind. In the darkness they could make out 3 sets of eyes, pacing just beyond the tree line. The wolves had caught the scent of Tony's kill and followed it back to the cabin. They drew closer, following the smell until one of them was at their door. The other just circled the tiny house, scratching at the wood at random intervals. Colin could only guess that the scarcity of food had drawn them back to a place they rarely visited. Now they knew where to find a meal, and had no intentions of leaving until they had it. Colin quickly called for his rifle, and Tony placed it within his hands. "How many rounds do we have left?" he asked the boy. "About 5, Tony replied while shaking the box. "Shit, we need to save these." "We really didn't need this right now," Colin cursed. Tony apologized, but Colin assured the boy he was not mad at him. He put the rifle down and grabbed for his pistol. He knew they had more rounds available for it, and if he was careful it should do the trick. He handed Tony the other pistol. If they worked together they could split the group up. Tony took the back door while Colin gripped the front knob. The door slowly parted, the pistol steadied for aim. The animal turned in curiosity, was met with a 9mm bullet. It yelped and ran back for the group as Colin stepped out onto the porch. The other two had advanced on the house just as Tony rounded the corner. Colin dropped 3 shots at one, missing the first due to the wolf's speed. The third hit it in the hip, which made it stumble, barely slowed it down. Tony lined up his shot, firing 2 rounds. The first hit the wolf's shoulder, and the other landed between its eyes, putting it down. Colin fired two more shots as the last of the pack continued to advance. It lunged for him as he was firing, causing Colin to miss. He struggled to keep the gnashing teeth at bay and slowly pressed the barrel of the pistol to the thing's ear. With a final pull of the trigger, it fell limp on top of him, and Tony shoved it to the side before lending his hand to his friend. They both cleaned up the bodies and dragged them away. When they returned to the cabin, Tony finally asked the question he had been waiting a week to have answered. He wanted to know what they planned on doing next. They were almost out of food and were no closer to Canada. Colin had almost forgotten that he had promised him a plan before he fell ill. He rubbed at his eyes for a bit, going over what he had originally wanted to do that morning. It did not seem like the best idea now that they had seen what could be waiting in the woods and predators had become more aggressive due to lack of food sources. "You ever had coffee?" Colin finally spoke. "No, but what's that got to do with anything?" Tony responded, his face wrinkled in confusion. "Follow me," Colin said with a smile. He had found a half-empty can of Folgers when they had first arrived, but did not think it important at the time. He grabbed a rag, emptied the grains into it, and tied it closed. He boiled the grains in a pot before filtering it through another rag. It came fairly clean before he placed it into mugs. He sat one at one chair within the kitchen and the other across from him. He pointed to the chair and Tony sat, gripping the warm cup. "Okay, I don't think we should go any further until the snow clears up," he said before taking a sip of the strong brew. "Maybe even wait until spring." Tony attempted a drink, gagging at the taste. "Wow, how do you drink this stuff?" "You get used to it." Colin lied. He had always taken his coffee with a lot of sugar and cream, but that was a luxury they simply didn't have. "So, what do you think?" "Hang out here and wait for warmer weather." "Sounds fine to me, but we're gonna need food?" Tony responded before attempting another drink from his mug. He grimaced again after swallowing hard. "I think I might have an idea about that too." Colin took another drink. "We still have all these cabins around us, and if there is one rabbit, there is bound to be more. We just have to be more careful next time." They both agreed to make the campground home for the winter and set out the next few days searching each cabin, one by one. They managed to stockpile their pantry with plenty of canned beans, fruits, vegetables, and dried goods. Then they took to the woods, looking for meat. It took a few weeks to get a few pounds of decent food. They converted the stand-up shower in the bathroom into a meat locker, insulating the walls and packing the bottom with as much ice as they could find. It wasn't perfect, but with a little salt, their meat would stay fresh between uses. They simply had to keep the ice fresh and keep their stock up every few weeks. The weeks passed, and they feasted on several rabbits, squirrels, and random rodents. It wasn't ideal, but it kept them fed. They became more creative with their recipes to make sure it didn't become redundant. They hunted during the day and set traps for predators. At night they read from a small library of books that they found during their searches of the cabins. Some of their literature was comprised of magazines, but anything new was a blessing. Colin even made sure to set aside time to teach Tony anything he could remember from high school. They had become a family with their own home. "You don't talk much about your family," Colin said one night after dinner. "You never asked," the boy replied in a matter-of-fact tone. "Well, I am now." So Colin quizzed. Tony paused for a moment, his eyes drifting off into a memory of a life he had almost forgotten. When the facts came flooding back, he began telling a story, just like from one of their books. Tony had come from a broken home. He had never met his father, and his three older brothers did most of the providing. Their mother was addicted to heroin, and when he was 9, a social worker arrived to remove him and his brothers from the home. They spent the next couple of years being shuffled among foster homes. That was until the fall, when he had been separated from his siblings and had no real idea where they were. Colin almost cried to find out that Tony had been abandoned the day of the fall. The boy had huddled in their basement alone while the world came crashing down. When he emerged, the home he had been living in the last few weeks had been destroyed. His foster parents never even called to let him know they were not coming back. Colin hugged his new friend, which made Tony cry as well. Colin made him a promise that he would never leave him like that, and Tony promised the same. Chapter 4: The Long Road. When the snow began to melt and winter gave way to spring, Colin was hesitant to leave their new home. It had become a comfort in a world so devoid of such pleasantries. It took Tony reminding him of their destination to bring Colin back from that dream. They both knew they could not survive here forever, especially now that there was no snow or ice to keep their food fresh. It had become more difficult to find wild game as of late as well. They could only assume that their activity there had driven most of the wildlife away. They would have to prepare to leave their home. Their pace had slowed. There was less of an urgency to make good time. They had one another, and for now that was all they needed. It took them far longer to make it to Wisconsin than it should have, but summer was close, and the map showed a nice-sized lake right within their path. Colin wanted to take a break in a town nearby and enjoy the season. It was like having a real family vacation for once. He had never traveled much as a child, and this seemed like the best time of any to have some fun, especially now that Tony was with him. They unloaded their belongings into a large home at the end of what should have been Lewis Street, West Salem, Wisconsin. The backyard had a view spanning across a lake that the map named Ness on it. Colin stood at the edge of the dock as Tony ran to the end of it. There was a small boat still tied to a post, just floating within the water as if it had been forgotten as well. Tony came rushing back with fishing poles in hand. "Look, maybe we can catch some dinner," the boy yelled with excitement. "Maybe," Colin said with a smile. "You know how to fish." "Not really. My brothers took me once, but it was a long time ago." Tony seemed sad at the thought. "But you can show me, right?" Colin nodded and grabbed a pole before following Tony to the dock. They stood at the end casting lines. They tried to bait with the franks out of a can of franken beans, but did not have any luck. The two of them stayed out there for hours chatting about the last few weeks, and where they were headed. When the sun went down, they made their way back to the house, hoping to find better bait tucked away somewhere. "If nothing else, we can dig for worms," Colin said as they stepped in the back door. "Can we go back out tonight?" Tony jumped with enthusiasm. "Let's start early in the morning. I'm pretty hungry, and we could both use a rest," Colin responded. Tony looked disappointed, but he understood and began unpacking some cans to make dinner. Colin started looking over the house, checking for blankets and maybe fresh clothes. As Colin entered the living room, Tony was standing over their bags, holding the Bible Colin's grandmother had given him. Tucked between the pages was a small photograph of a family. Colin dropped the blankets and a couple sets of clothes on the couch before coming over and pointing down at the picture. "That's my dad, Mom," he pointed at the faces on the page, "and me and my brother, Danny." "You guys looked happy," Tony replied. "We were," Colin said, taking the picture into his hands. He stared at the yellowed image. It was from long ago. They all were dressed in their Sunday morning attire. Colin with his button-down shirt and red sweater vest, his younger brother looking almost like a sailor, and his parents holding them close with big smiles playing on their face. Colin remembered the day and how much he didn't want to take the picture, but he would give anything for one more day like that. He brushed a tear from his eye before placing it back between the pages. Tony could tell that something was wrong and handed Colin his bowl of beans. He knew that bringing up the past would ruin the day they had already had. They simply ate their dinner and made themselves comfortable in the living room. Tony dreamed of freshly caught fish, but Colin faded back to that open field and the autumn sun and his mother's voice. He remembered the streaks of light falling from the sky. His vision changed to the moment his parents covered him in the tub and the impact of the falling debris. He witnessed his parents' death all over again before Tony shook him awake. "It's time to catch some fish," Tony screamed with excitement. "Okay, okay, okay," Colin said as he found his way to his shoes. The two of them found their way to the dock, and Tony dug in the mud for some worms. They cast their lines under the dim light of what should be daylight. Colin looked up at the haze that rested in the sky. It wasn't quite the summer he was used to, but it would do. They stood there for hours, Tony keeping the conversation going as always. Soon the boy was silenced by a tug on his line. "I got one," he yelled. ... Colin dropped his pole, stepping over to help his friend. They both tugged on the rod and reeled in the largest space either of them had ever seen. It flopped about on the line as Tony held it up high in celebration. Colin only wished he had a camera to capture the moment. They both laughed at the sight and were glad they would have a decent meal. Colin instructed Tony how to descale a fish and prepare it to be cooked. They were lucky the house they had taken residence in had a fire pit. Their seafood dinner roasted nicely over it as they shared more stories. "I caught my first fish when I was 5, Colin said with a laugh. "I was too afraid to touch it when it flopped onto the bank." "Did you eat it?" Tony asked. "No, my family wasn't big into seafood, but it was more about spending time with my dad," Colin responded. Tony paused for a moment, looking at the fire. "You talk like you and your dad didn't get along too well." Colin turned the fish on the pike they had created to evenly cook the meat. "Well, he was good at teaching me things, but he wasn't so good at showing how he felt. I don't think I ever remember him hugging me or telling me he loved me." "That sucks," Tony replied. "Yeah, I always told myself if I had kids I would always tell them I loved them. I don't think a kid should have to go his whole life not hearing that," Colin said, his eyes still focused on the fire. "Yeah, I know what you mean," Tony said, almost in a sigh. Colin knew the tone in Tony's voice. They had both come from places without love. It constantly amazed him how lucky he was to meet Tony in a world like this. It was easy to forget the smog that filled the air and the ash that occasionally littered the ground. Everything seemed easier with Tony around, and secretly he prayed for God to protect the boy, even though he was not sure there was a God watching over them anymore. The two went to bed, bellies full of their fresh catch and canned vegetables, but Colin sat up thinking of his family while Tony slept. He thought about what Tony had said about Danny possibly being alive. His young friend had been right about so many things and wondered if his little brother might still be out there somewhere. He wondered what he might say to him if he ever saw him again. He found a pen within a desk drawer and began writing in the blank pages at the end of his Bible. When Tony woke up, he watched Colin tuck his Bible back into his pack and asked what he was doing. He brushed it off and acted as if he was checking his supplies. Colin suggested they go down to the water and take a swim, but Tony became hesitant. When Colin noticed how apprehensive his friend became, it caused him to question it. That is when he found out that Tony could not swim. The day was spent tossing the boy into the water and drawing him out until he learned his way in the water. "Thanks for teaching me to swim," Tony gasped as he pulled himself from the lake. "No problem. Sorry it was so rough. It's the only way I ever learned it." Colin laughed slightly. Tony brushed the water from his face. "No, it's fine. Seems to be the only way to learn anything anymore. You get tossed into the deep end, and if you come up, you survive." Colin couldn't respond to that. It was the most honest thing he had ever heard. The whole world was the deep end now, and everyone had been tossed in. The people that were left were the ones who were either strong enough to stay afloat, or just plain lucky. Colin wondered which of the two he was, and looked at Tony, questioning the same thing. "Listen," Colin said, in a somber tone, "if something happens to me, remember everything I have ever taught you and survive. Okay?" Tony's eyes got wide, and he leaned back from his friend. Colin had never spoken to him that way, and it was almost as if an elderly family member was saying their last goodbye. His eyes shifted side to side, not sure what to say when Colin's hands grasped his shoulders. "Promise me," Colin's voice was serious. "I promise," Tony responded. They spent the rest of the summer enjoying the lake. Colin was sure they had plenty of time to make it to Canada before the next winter and wanted to enjoy as much time here at the water as possible. By the time they decided to leave, Tony was an expert fisherman and swimmer. They had even taken the rowboat out a few times to learn the water. It had been an amazing summer, better than any memory Colin could remember from his childhood. He only wished he could have shared it with Danny. Chapter 5: Autumn Leaves. By August they had reached North Dakota, which meant the border was not far away. The open fields that once held wheat went on 4 miles, with the occasional town specked between them. Tony would make games of tag last for hours, the two of them chasing each other across old farmland. Colin almost felt like a kid again, and there was no one to tell them when to stop. They had not seen another soul in months, which meant the world was theirs. When they reached a sign that read, Pembina, Colin pulled out his atlas. His finger trailed the route they were on and showed Tony that they were less than a day away from the border. Tony jumped up and down with excitement before slapping Colin on the shoulder. "Eerie." The boy took off into a field nearby, stalks of old wheat still dancing in the wind. Colin quickly shoved the map back into his pack and took off into the brush. "I'm gonna get you, kid," he yelled, abandoning his normal caution in light of their good news. The two ran through the field, tagging each other back and forth. The tall grass parted at every step. Tony stopped abruptly and crouched, giggling as he watched Colin fly past without seeing him. Colin pushed the stalks away from him, searching all around for his friend. When his hand landed on Tony's shoulder, he gave him a light push and it sent the boy down on his hands and knees. "You're gonna pay for that," Tony yelled. Colin ran full speed away from the tiny spot, rushing to find a place to hide. His body emerged from the field beside a dying tree. He circled it and looked around. There was nothing in the area to give him away, and without the motion of the brush, Tony would have a harder time locating him. Colin simply crouched behind the small tree and waited for his friend to find him. That is until he felt the hard steel of a rifle barrel push into his back. "Stand up," a man's voice said. ... Colin slowly rose from his kneeling position, bringing his hands into the air. "Listen, I don't have much, but you can have it. We are just trying to get to Canada. Doesn't look like you're gonna make it, kid. Hand me the pack." "Do it nice and slow," the voice commanded. Colin did as instructed, letting the strap slide down his arms and drop to the ground behind him. "Now the rifle," the man said, his tone growing more serious. The gun was let down and rested by the bag. The man had seen the pistol and the holster, and Colin was forced to remove it as well. His captor walked around the pack, pushing it to the side with his foot. Soon the man stood in front of Colin and told him to get on his knees and put his hands behind his head. Colin begged to be set free, but the man did not respond. Colin could tell he had been waiting at the border for people like him and began to regret this whole trip again. He felt so stupid for not being more cautious in the field, and the thought reminded him that Tony was still out there somewhere with no knowledge of what waited for him. The man prepared to fire, but just as his finger came to rest on the trigger, Tony burst from the field screaming, "I gotcha!" Within an instant, the man's barrel began to turn toward the younger of the two, and without thinking Colin grabbed for it and screamed, "Nitrogen monoxide." His hands pulled it back, and as the round left the chamber, it buried deep within Colin's chest. Just as quickly, Tony pulled his pistol from his belt and fired a shot into the man's head. Both Colin and their attacker fell to the ground almost simultaneously. Tony shoved his pistol back into his waistband and rushed to his friend. He placed both hands on the wound that blood now gushed from. He tried desperately to stop the pouring liquid, but it was no use. Colin gasped for air as his lungs filled with the same blood. Soon the red sprayed from his lips as he struggled to speak. "No, don't talk. I'm gonna take care of you, like last time. You're gonna be okay," Tony said through the tears that soaked his face. Colin simply shook his head and tried to smile. "It's okay, Tony." "Shut up," Tony cried. He removed his jacket and tried to apply more pressure to Colin's chest, but it was no use. The wound was too severe, and Colin knew this. "Remember, you promised," Colin said weakly through gurgling gasps for air. "No," Tony screamed. "UP promised." Colin struggled again. "I know I promised. I will survive." Tony finally agreed. Colin's vision began to blur, but his mouth opened again. "I love you, Tony." "I love you" to Colin. Tony's tears flowed like a faucet now as he tried to hug his friend one last time. Colin's eyes closed slowly, his mind fading back to a field that used to grow corn. He lay in the sunlight again with his brother Danny beside him. In the distance, he could hear his mother calling them back home. He got up slowly and smiled at her while waving. He took his brother's hand and started back to their little trailer, and when he turned his eyes to the sky he saw the light coming down again. This time, when it came, he left with it and his family. Tony took the time to bury Colin's body next to the tree. With the hunting knife, he carved Colin's name into the bark and the best date he could remember. He wanted to make sure his friend was never forgotten because he knew that he would never forget Colin. He had been not only a brother, but the closest thing he had ever had to a real father figure. Tony gathered their things and started toward the Canadian border. He wasn't sure what he would find there, but he would keep his promise. He would go on, and he would survive, no matter what. Chapter 6: Apex Predators. The heavy steps of combat boots echoed down a long corridor as Tony was escorted by armed guards into a large concrete structure buried in the side of a mountain. His weapons had been confiscated upon his entrance into Canada. Tony had approached the border station, which appeared to be abandoned upon first inspection. He had only made it a few yards within the gate before a dozen rifles were trained on him. The guards had taken all of his possessions and forced him into a jeep. Tony had been blindfolded for what seemed like an hour before they allowed him to see the large entrance of the bunker. Tony could only wonder what their intentions were with him and found himself wishing Colin was still alive to protect him. The procession stopped at a large iron door. One of the men pounded his fist on the entrance, causing it to reverberate against the concrete walls around them. Within seconds a metallic clamor was heard from the other side and the door opened. Another camouflaged man stood on the other side and directed Tony to enter. The boy was pointed to a small chair sat behind a large metal desk. Tony sat, his body almost shaking at the thought of what would come next. The door shut and was latched before the man sat across from Tony and opened a small folder that rested upon the desk. The man's pin clicked and the folder was tossed open to what appeared to be some sort of form. "Name," the man said. Tony jumped slightly, not expecting the voice. T. Tony. "Full name, please," the voice changing to annoyance. "Anthony James Williams," Tony replied. "Age?" he asked. 11, 12 in November, the boy said as he looked around the room. "What is this place?" "Your questions will be answered later, but first we need to get some from you," the man said as he finally looked up to Tony. "So, where are you from?" Tony sighed, and for a moment he was not sure if he should be so honest. Georgia." With every answer the man scribbled on the form, and soon it was filled with most of Tony's personal information. The boy sat nervously tapping his foot on the floor below him, the steady buzz of the fluorescent lights above him the only sound other than the questions. He found himself thinking of Colin again, wondering what his friend would have been doing in this situation. The boy imagined Colin fighting back against the guards at the border and finding a way to take them all down. He had built his recently departed friend into something superhuman, and the thought made him smile. The sound of the folder clapping closed broke him from his daydream. "Okay, that's enough of the boring stuff. It's time to get to the reason you are here," the man said with a smile playing on his lips. "This is Forward, Base Charlie, and I am Bandit." Tony's eyebrows contorted at the name. "Bandit? Yeah, when you start here you get to change your name if you want. Most people have names like that around here. When we get you set up you can choose one too. But I would think long and hard about it because once you pick one, that's your name from here on out. Bandit's pen tapped on the folder as he spoke. So, what is all this? Tony's hands waved around him at the room. Well, when the world went to shit, a lot of people didn't know what to do. Government went out the window, and most of the army regulars weren't sure exactly what to do without the proper guidance. Some of them even lost their shit, Bandit said with a slight laugh in his tone. So ... it kind of left a hole that had to be filled. That's where we came in. And who exactly are you? Tony quizzed. Well, our higher-ups are former military from various places. They came together to try and protect who was left, and have been recruiting every able-bodied person since. That's how I started. I mean, I was a snot-nosed kid from Oregon before I came here. Never used a gun in my life. Bandit laughed. But ... who are you? Tony's voice became annoyed at having to repeat himself. Oh, sorry? Bandit paused. Man, I have a tendency to ramble. I mean, they say I have a big mouth. I guess that's why they have me doing these little interviews for newbies. Tony simply shook his head before Bandit realized he still had not given the boy an answer. Okay, we call ourselves the Apex Predators. That sounds ... really lame. Tony scoffed. Bandit shook his head. Listen, I didn't make up the name. Some old fart did. Something about there are two kinds of people in this world, the predator and the prey. You know, wolf and sheep shit. They wanted to make sure we were the top of the top. You know. Tony's eyes rolled a bit in his head. Most of the guys I have seen so far don't look much older than me. And you're what, 15? The look on Bandit's face showed how insulted he seemed to be. 16 actually. Bandit finally escorted Tony from the tiny room and further down the hallway. They came to a large bay window with a desk just behind it. A young Hispanic girl sat at the desk with aisles of shelving behind her. Bandit passed the folder through a slot to the left of the window, and the girl retrieved it. As she skimmed Tony's form, she exchanged small talk with Bandit. Tony stood quietly, listening to the exchange, and learned that the girl's name was Packrat. It seemed fitting since she seemed to be the guardian of all of the supplies for the base. Tony's eyes scanned the shelves and saw stacks of clothing, food rations, weapons, ammunition, and various personal hygiene items. The girl finally turned her attention to Tony and began asking for his shirt, pants, and shoe sizes. Just as Bandit had taken his notes, so did Packrat. Every answer was scribbled into Tony's file, and once she was done, her little body disappeared among the stacks. When she returned, a pile of clothing was dropped into the slot by the window. Bandit pointed to it, and Tony only assumed he was to gather the things. The boy opened the metal slot and removed 3 tan t-shirt shirts, 3 digital camouflage button-down shirts, and matching pants. Once he closed the slot, Packrat dropped a pair of black combat boots into it and shoved it back through. Bandit opened the door, grabbed the boots, and plopped them on top of Tony's pile. Tony looked down into the boots and noticed they were filled with rolled-up balls that must have been his socks and underwear. Okay, that's all you get for now, Bandit said. That is, until we learn a little more about how capable you are. Tony was then escorted further into the compound, past a large set of double doors that approached across a walk within the hall. They took a left and approached another door. Through a small window at the top of it, Tony could tell that this was some sort of barracks. The other side held lines of bunk beds and young men scattered among them. Some lay on their racks reading, some played cards over their foot lockers, some slept, and some of them were cleaning their rifles. The longer he looked, the more he realized that all of them seemed to be as young as he was. Bandit pulled open the door with one hand and waved Tony in with the other. After you, the boy entered slowly, his stack of clothes almost covering his face. His eyes shifted from the faces before him, the faces that now turned to see him enter. It seemed like everything came to a stop to witness the newcomer, and this made Tony uncomfortable. His feet shuffled under him as Bandit entered just behind. The group sat in silence for a moment before Bandit introduced Tony to them and instructed the room to show the newbie around before turning on his heels and exiting the room. No one moved at first, especially Tony, The world he had come to know recently had taught him to be cautious, and at the moment he felt like he was standing in front of a T-Rex, trying to be as still as possible so that he would not get attacked. Tony wanted to be invisible. He wanted to crawl into a hole away from the constant stare of every boy in the room. That's when a hand clapped down on his shoulder, causing him to jump and turn toward it. A dark-haired Caucasian boy laughed for a moment before removing his hand. Sorry about that. He spoke through a slight laugh. I forgot how jumpy I was when I first got here. Ha ha. Why yeah, Tony faked a laugh. The dark-haired boy shoved an open hand forward. Name's Duke. Hey, Tony reached out and shook the inviting hand. Duke, huh? Duke gave a weak chuckle, rubbing at his close-shaved hair. Yeah, I didn't pick it. Some of the guys did. They said it's 'cause I sound like one of them Duke boys, you know from that old show. Tony shook his head. Never seen it. Aw, guess you won't get the reference then. Anyway, let me show you around, Duke said as he started down the path between rows of beds. As Duke passed by groups of people, he named off people. There was Skinny, who was, of course, a very skinny Middle Eastern boy. Then there was Tags, who was not from Texas, but somehow was roped with the name. He met a hot trick, Flex, Rabbit, Joker, Fox, Bug, Ball, and a Mac, which was short for Mack Truck because of his size. All of these names had corresponding meanings and applied to the personality that held them. Tony began to understand the reason for the name-choosing tradition. They all seemed visibly happy to be someone different from who they had once been. It was like starting over and prying themselves up from whatever hell they had come from. That was when Tony began thinking of what he would want his new name to be. That thought rushed through him as the tour continued, and he missed the next group of names. He did not snap out of it until they approached the bathroom. Now this room has your showers and shitters, Duke said. We have 2 bathroom rules. 1, if it's yellow you let it mellow. If it's brown, flush it down. We have to conserve water. Tony laughed at the thought as Duke continued. 2, we get showers on Monday and Thursday, that's it. Again, to conserve water. I'm used to going without showers, so that's no big deal, Tony replied. Yeah, we all were too when we got here. Duke scratched at his head again as he looked down. So, how long were you out there, anyway? Tony's eyes trailed off, thinking of the last year of his life and Colin. I was alone for the first month or so after the fall, but I had company over the last year, he just didn't make it here. Duke shook his head as he looked up. Sorry. It's okay, we almost made it. Some asshole tried to jack us just outside the border, and my friend stopped him, but got shot in the process. Tony kicked at the concrete as he spoke. Man, that really sucks, Duke replied. But you made it here, and we take care of each other. Tony felt Duke's hand slap him on the back, and something about it made him feel better. He even gave a little laugh at the thought of feeling safe again. He had wondered if he would be after losing Colin, but the people here did not seem too bad. Duke showed him to an empty bed that he could use. Tony placed his clothing in the foot locker at the end of it and unrolled the folded sheets and pillowcase. He prepped his bed just before Bandit returned to the door. He called out to the room. Lights out. We got an early day tomorrow, ladies. And the flickering fluorescent lights above them went dark. The room was woken by a blaring trumpet. A very large man stood at the doorway while a young man blared the instrument. As the horn fell silent, the man instructed them to get on their gear and meet in the training area. Tony rushed to pull on his clothing as some of the other boys disappeared out the doors. He did not want to be left behind because he had no idea where the training area was. While he struggled to tie his boots, Duke stepped over to him and helped him finish. Duke stayed until Tony was finished and told him that he would not let him get lost on his first day. Tony thanked him, and something about the way Duke cared reminded him of Colin, which made him sad. He tried to hide the feeling and forced a smile as they exited the barracks. When they exited a doorway at the rear of the hall, Tony was greeted by a large clearing that was surrounded by a concrete wall on all sides. His eyes scanned the enclosure in the dim daybreak, guessing that the wall had to be at least 20 feet high. The area was as large as a football field and was littered with ropes, ladders, ramps, tires, and metal bars. Tony knew what this was. It was an obstacle course. The boys lined up in rows of 6, and Tony fell in line next to Duke. His new friend pointed to the man that had woken them all up, as if to tell him to pay attention. For those of you who do not already know me, I am Sergeant Buzzkill. The man's voice sounded like thunder. But you will call me sir, understood. The group screamed in unison, yes sir. Tony jumped at the sound. As the sergeant spoke again, I am sorry, I thought I asked you a question. The boys screamed again, and this time Tony joined them. Yes, sir. The sergeant paced back and forth across the front line, but his eyes caught sight of Tony, who stood in the back. The man's broad shoulders pushed past the boys between them and came to stand over Tony. His eyes were intense, the kind of stare that you only develop from combat. He stood silent for a moment, weighing in his thoughts of the new recruit. Tony's mind swam with worrying, unsure of what might happen next. Tony's eyes shifted slightly over to Duke, and at that second the sergeant spoke directly to him. Don't look at him. Look at me. Buzzkill's voice boomed again, and Tony could feel his spit splash his face. Tony stiffened, his eyes wide. Yes, sir. What's your name, kid? The man barked. T.T. Tony stammered. Spit it out, punk. The sergeant yelled. Tony? The boy forced it out. The sergeant huffed, a smile curling on his lips. No, what's your real name, boy? Tony had not decided on a name yet, so he scrambled for an answer. He was quiet for several moments, running through the options he had been contemplating. His eyes shifted slightly, and he noticed the people in front of him were watching intently for his answer. The sergeant seemed to lean in closer, his smile widening at the idea of causing Tony distress. Suddenly the boy did not want to be here. He wanted to be back in the cabin with Colin. He wanted to go back and start over. Fear crept up in him, a fear he thought he had escaped. All of this swarmed his mind as the sergeant waited for an answer. Well, the man bellowed. Tony's mouth opened without thinking. Stone? The sergeant leaned back and let out a hearty laugh. Stone. More like Pebble. All of the boys joined in the laughter, all of them except Duke. They were silenced quickly by a raised hand from the sergeant before he spoke again. Very well, Stone. The sergeant turned on one heel and returned to the front of the group. Tony felt Duke's elbow nudge him, and when he turned toward his friend, there was a grin spread across his face. Tony had chosen a name, which he could not change. From that moment forward, he would be known as Stone by everyone within the base. The day started with calisthenics as a warm-up. Then they hit the course, and though Tony had been worried about the task, he seemed to have no trouble with the challenge. His year with Colin in the emptiness had not only taught him a lot, but it had prepared his body for the future. That thought pushed him harder. Tony wanted to live up to Colin's memory. As Tony crossed the finish line before anyone else, one thing echoed within his mind, and that was his promise to survive. Through his gasps for breath, he was still able to smile, and he imagined Colin smiling back. What are you smiling for, Stone? The sergeant yelled. Tony was broke from his dream again. I am alive, sir. For now, Buzzkill responded, a sense of seriousness in his voice. Tony's smile faded as the rest of the boys joined him at the end of the obstacle course. They all struggled to breathe, some hunched over and holding their knees. They all poured sweat and begged for rest. Tony could only imagine how tired everyone else was, but his muscles burned from the strain. Duke patted him on the back and congratulated him on finishing first. Tony feigned a smile again, unable to shake the sergeant's words. He knew how dangerous the world was, but the illusion of this place had allowed him to forget for a short time. The boy knew he would have to leave these walls eventually, and he was sure that was what his instructor meant. Chapter 7 On the Rise. The young men spent the winter training. Tony finding himself outshining most of his squad mates. While most of them had come from backgrounds with survival knowledge, Tony had lived it during his year with Colin. His sergeant soon requested that Tony become their training squad leader and would be tasked with carrying out their daily routine. When the announcement was made, Tony could feel the daggers dig into him from some of the older boys within the group. He knew his promotion would stir bad feelings, but there was little he could do about it. Tony had made a promise, and he would do whatever it took to survive. After one particularly grueling day of traversing the course through harsh winter conditions, the boys took to their bunks groaning in pain. When Tony's head hit the pillow, his exhaustion brought him to slumber far quicker than it ever had. The grumbles and complaints around him had become common, but it faded as visions of the warm waters of a lake filtered into his mind. He saw Colin standing on a bank as Tony swam, the summer sun warming their bodies. A smile crept across Tony's lips during his sleep until the sun was eclipsed by darkness. He began to gasp, unable to breathe, and slipped under the water. Tony woke to his blanket being forced down on both sides by multiple boys. He quickly struggled to free himself, but their combined strength was too much to protest. Tony screamed into the sock that had been shoved into his mouth, begging for help. Soon a slurry of fists buried into his abdomen. He was struck repeatedly for several minutes within the dark room of their barracks. Each of them had blacked out their faces to avoid identification, but it did not matter. Tony knew who was attacking him and why. The commotion stirred Duke from his bed. He scrambled from his bunk and across another. When he reached the group, his body dove shoulder first into one of the boys holding down Tony. Another released his hold on the blanket to face Duke, slinging a fist in that direction. Duke quickly evaded, grasping hold of the arm as it passed, and tossed the boy to the side. As Duke tried to right himself from the maneuver, another punch landed firm in his jaw, sending him to the floor. This had left one side of Tony's bed partially free, giving the squad leader the ability to free himself with squirms and kicks until his body slid from his bunk. Duke struggled to his feet, the other boys rounding the bed. Tony dropped his heel into one of their knees, which caused it to buckle. Soon Duke and Tony were back to back, surrounded by the remaining boys. They both bore their fists and prepared to fight as the ones on the floor regained their stance. Tony landed a right hook in one of the boys' ribs, while Duke's knee buried in one's gut. Their attack left him open, and they soon felt knuckles bury themselves in their faces. They stumbled, but came to rest against each other's backs for support. The two advanced again, ready to strike, but just before they could land and hit, the fluorescent lights flicked to life above them, and their sergeant's voice echoed through the hall. "What in the hell is going on in here?" Buzzkill's voice boomed. All of the boys stood like statues, Tony and Duke turning to face their instructor. Squad leader stoned, the sergeant's eyes cutting to Tony. The group looked to Tony, his face bruised from the altercation. It was easy to see what had transpired, and all of them knew the consequences of their actions. Several boys shuffled their feet behind Tony, preparing nervously for their punishment. Tony had no reason to defend them, but he also knew that if they were punished for fighting, then so would he and Duke. It only took him a few seconds to make his decision. He stood at attention, steadying himself, and cleared his throat. "Everything is fine, sir. Just a sparring session." Tony lied. "Well, it's over now." "It's lights out. Clean yourself up and get to bed." Buzzkill barked. All of the boys quickly made their way back to their bunks. Tony stood at attention until all of his men were back in bed, staring at the sergeant. Buzzkill gave the boy a slight nod, knowing what he had done for his fellow squad mates, before turning and leaving the room. When the lights went out again, Tony slid back into his bed and pulled his blanket up over his aching body. Every muscle screamed at him in pain, but he would not let it show. There were whispers around the room as he closed his eyes and tried to return to his dream, despite how much he heard. When they were roused by the morning bugle, each boy made their bed, dressed for the day, and stood at attention at the end of their bunk. Tony stood at the end of the aisle, counting them off as each member of his squad took their place. His eyes fell on 6 empty bunks. Tony stared at them, noticing the neatly made bed. His trance was broken by the sound of Sergeant Buzzkill announcing their orders for the day. They would be participating in a live fire exercise, and they were to report to the indoor firing range. Tony turned on his heel and ordered his men to follow him. They marched down the hall, their instructor walking in tandem with Tony. "Permission to speak, sir," Tony requested. "Go ahead, Stone," Buzzkill's voice barely above a whisper. "Where are my men?" the boy questioned. "They are not your men anymore. We don't need soldiers like that here," the man answered. The group entered the indoor range and took a place at each position. Tony knelt and retrieved his issue, the AR-15, readying it for use. Buzzkill stood at the end of the line, hand resting on a lever. When it was pulled, their targets would drop from the ceiling. They were instructed to ready themselves, release the safety, and prepare to fire. Tony took his stance and adjusted his breathing, his finger preparing to reach for the trigger. Buzzkill dropped the level, the opening in the ceiling parting, and 6 large figures hanging from ropes with their heads covered in black bags. Tony's eyes shot open at the sight, his hand loosening its grip on the rifle. None of the boys fired a shot, but stared at the targets in front of them with nooses around their neck. "Fire!" Buzzkill yelled. "Sir?" Tony questioned. "I said fire," he repeated. "No, stand down," Tony replied, looking back to his men. "Excuse me, Stone, what did you just say?" Buzzkill's eyes grew wide, and the veins in his face grew close to bursting. Tony had been used to firing at training dummies and sandbags, but this was wrong. Each boy clicked the safety on their rifle and held it at an angle while coming to attention. Tony did the same, his face showing the seriousness of his choice. The boys hanging from the ceiling were already dead. Tony knew this and saw no sense in defiling their corpses, and these boys did not deserve this. The squad leader stared at the instructor, his eyes curled in anger. "Stone, you do understand that if you or your men don't fire on those targets, then it will be you that pays the price?" The sergeant quizzed. "Yes, sir." Tony's voice echoed through the firing range. "Very well, the rest of you return to your barracks. Stone, you come with me." Buzzkill disarmed the boy as the rest of the squad exited the room, his heavy hand coming to rest on Tony's shoulder. "Follow me, boy." Tony took one last look back as Duke exited, a sense of worrying playing on his friend's face. Tony simply nodded, telling Duke that everything would be all right, even though he did not believe it himself. He simply turned and was escorted out the other exit and down the hallway. They came to a stop at a door with 2 armed guards. Buzzkill handed the AR-15 to one of the men before the other opened the door. Default Tech Tony was guided inside by the rough hand of his instructor. He was placed at a small desk, one like you might see in a classroom. The instructor took a seat across the room in one of many chairs that lined the wall. The door opened again. Several uniformed men entered in a single file. They each took a seat across the room, and as Tony watched, the sergeant rose and held a salute until each one was seated. Their uniforms were more intricate than the one Tony had been given, and each were adorned with a patch that signified they were actual Apex Predator forces. When the sergeant's hand dropped from his greeting, he called for his folder. One of the guards entered holding a file that looked strikingly like the one filled with Tony's information. The folder was then handed to the man at the front of the line, and he flicked it open to begin scanning the contents. "So, this is the one you have been bragging about, Sergeant." The man spoke behind shadows. "Yes, sir. I think he has what it takes," Buzzkill responded. The man passed the folder down as he finished reading. "You think, or you know." "I know, sir." Buzzkill quickly corrected himself. The man stood slowly, approaching the light. When the dim glow illuminated the man's face, Tony could finally place it with the voice. He had a terribly scarred appearance, and one of his eyes seemed glassy and whiter than should be natural. Tony could only assume this man had no vision within that eye. The close-cropped hair and build suggested this person had seen true combat in his life, and Tony could only wonder what they wanted with him. My name is General Foreman. The sound was deep and almost rang in Tony's ears. Who are you, kid? T2. The boy almost slipped. Stone, sir. The group laughed. Stone, you look like a pebble to me. Tony tried to keep from rolling his eyes as the general spoke. So, you want to be a predator, huh? Tony was confused. He had never expressed any interest in combat. I just want to survive, sir. I made a promise to survive. A promise, huh? To who? The general smirked. Tony thought back to Colin. A friend, and I intend on keep it. No matter what. Foreman turned back to the rest of the men, who seemed to be officers as well. They spoke in hushed tones for several minutes, deliberating over some decision that still confused the boy. Each one slowly nodded as if placing their vote, while Tony sat unsure of what he would be asked to do next. His sergeant looked back and nodded as if to assure him that everything was fine, but this man had just asked him to shoot the dead body of a helpless boy. He was not sure if he could trust any of them at this point. Tony tried to think of what Colin would do, but before he could find an answer, the general was standing over him again. Okay, Private Stone, we are going to see if you have what it takes, Foreman smiled. The officers exited the room, just as they had entered, and Tony was left with the sergeant again. The folder was placed on the desk in front of the boy as he was given a detailed description of what would happen next. Tony would be taken, along with any other recruit that had been accepted to the next phase of training. Any of those who did not make the cut would be given other duties to attend to. That was when Tony questioned the sergeant regarding the 6 boys that had been murdered. The sergeant laughed. They aren't dead, kid, just relocated. Those bodies were of enemies. They died in combat. WH what? The boy struggled to understand. It was a test to see if you would shoot or act on your better instincts. Buzzkill smirked, and you passed. Chapter 8. Becoming Stone. Tony almost sighed in relief, completely surprised by this revelation. He was sure he had wandered into a camp full of psychopaths that had murder on their mind. The boy was escorted back to the equipment room, where Packrat was instructed to return all of Tony's personal belongings they had confiscated on his arrival. She returned soon after with the olive green pack that he had taken from Colin. A tear almost formed in the corner of his eye at the sight, but he pushed it back with his hand. He took the bag and was escorted to an area of the compound he had never been to, another barracks full of young men. The young men scanned the room. He only noticed the familiar faces and could only assume the rest had been reassigned. His heart sunk a little when he did not see Duke, but he hoped it was for the best. Tony was not even sure he wanted to be a member of this group, but it did not seem he had much choice. He could only hope he would be safer with soldiers around him. An older boy, who seemed to be at least 17, approached him. The boy had dark scraggly hair that hung about his ears and down to his shoulders. Some of his locks were tied back behind his head, enough to keep it out of his face. His skin was dark and heavily tanned by the sun. The name's Apache. His hand stuck out quickly for a shake. Stone, Tony replied. Welcome to B Company, Stone. Let me show you your bunk, Apache said before guiding Tony to his bed. Get settled. Chow is in 30 minutes, and we have a hike after that. Tony sat on his bed, removing his belongings from the bag and placing them in his footlocker. The trunk already had a week's worth of uniforms and toiletries inside. The clothing was all the right size, and his name, Stone, was labeled on the end of the bed. His place had been reserved within the few minutes it took to arrive. This place was rather efficient, Tony thought, as he squared everything away and closed his locker. The door to the room opened again. Tony did not look up, but noticed that the footlocker across from him read, Duke. Duke and Tony were only a year apart, so that coupled with their previous training in the same group placed them as partners. Each partnership was responsible for each other during training and missions. What missions they would be partaking in Tony was unsure, but he was glad to have Duke watching his back. It was the first time he felt he could truly trust someone since losing Colin. The next year would be spent training much as any other soldier. The only difference was they had to prepare for the world they now lived in and learn how to combat it. Once their superiors were sure they could handle themselves in the field, a training exercise was implemented to test it. The pairs were sent outside the walls with a specific task in mind. Tony and Duke set off in the night, shivering in the cold. They had minimal gear and each carried a rifle. They watched as the other group split off and went different directions. Once the two of them were alone on the snowy path, Duke began to make idle conversation. Tony answered as best as he could, his mind thinking back to the last time he was outside the base. His eyes constantly scanned the area around them. All he could think of was being attacked, his mind returning to the day Colin died. "You okay?" Duke asked ... "Yeah, just not sure if I'm ready for this," Tony replied. "Well, that's what we are out here to find out," Duke said as he nudged his partner. "Maybe, or maybe we are being fed to the wolves," Tony said with a sigh. The pair stopped and knelt down near their destination. They lay unmoving under snow-covered brush, their eyes trained on a large moving truck in the distance. 3 men stood outside an old barn, smoking and chatting with one another. Their mission was to retrieve that truck by any means necessary. Duke tapped Tony on the shoulder, then pointed toward the tree line on the western side. Tony simply nodded as they crept from their hiding place toward the trees. The two boys kept low and moved from tree to tree, their camouflage and the darkness hiding their movements until they were close. They paused at the edge of the trees, watching the men until they returned inside. Duke made a break for the driver's door, and Tony headed for the opposite side. The two eased the doors open and gently pressed them closed. Duke's hands ran across the dash behind the steering wheel, feeling the hard metal of the key still in the ignition. He gave one more look to Tony as if questioning if he was ready. Tony nodded again as the truck roared to life. The truck had only moved a few feet when the barn door opened and the men came running out, firing their rifles at the sides of the truck. The two boys ducked slightly to avoid a ricocheting bullet, and Duke's foot pressed the pedal to the floor. They were out of sight within minutes and laughing to each other of their success. 2 miles down the road, Duke pulled the truck into a small clearing in the woods. They would need to check the contents of the truck before returning home. Tony jumped down from the passenger seat and met his partner at the back door. The metal creaked and moaned as the latch dropped and the door began to open. Duke stumbled back for a moment, bumping into Tony as 4 teenagers stepped from the cargo area aiming their rifles at the two boys. Tony's head turned to the ground in disappointment, and Duke simply shook his head in disbelief. "Looks like you boys failed," Apache said, smiling. "Only because we got bad intel," Tony scoffed. "Yeah, plus the two groups aren't supposed to be working together, just partners," Duke reprimanded. "You think there are rules out there? Weasel not." "I think I know where you got your name from now," Tony popped back. "Watch it, kid," Weasel replied as Tech laughed in the background. Okay, Apache broke up the argument. "Let's get back to the base before it gets too late. Wheeler, get this thing moving." With a quick acknowledgement of his orders, one of the larger boys jumped from the cargo area and climbed into the driver's seat. Duke and Tony approached the truck, but were informed that their punishment for failing the mission was a walk home. Duke glared at Apache, the thought of a 6-mile hike back to base in the snow making him furious. Tony simply tapped him on the shoulder and shook his head, knowing it was useless to argue. The truck sprang to life again, and soon it was so far away they could not even hear it. The two boys began walking, their eyes scanning the trees around them in the darkness. After about an hour of walking, Tony tapped Duke on the shoulder. He had noticed the lights first, but as soon as Duke's eyes fell on them, they both dropped to a crouch and crept to the trees. The moving truck sat unmoving on the side of the road, but the area around it was still lit by the headlights. They sat watching for a few minutes, scanning the area, but saw no movement. If the truck had been overtaken by an opposing force, they would have surely taken it. The scene just did not make sense. Duke raised a finger to his mouth, signaling for Tony to be quiet, then waved for him to follow. The two moved slowly through the trees toward the truck. Tony slid his rifle from his shoulder, his eyes intent on the truck. Duke soon did the same, readying for whatever they may encounter ahead. The cab was empty, and there was no sign of their squad mates nearby. Tony eased his way to the back door, which was still unlatched. One hand pushed the door open, while the other pushed the barrel of the rifle into it. It too was empty, but something inside did catch his eye, a dark brown stain in the middle of the floor. Duke rounded the passenger side of the truck to find Tony staring into the empty truck. It took a second for Duke to look at the spot, but as soon as he did, his hand grasped onto Tony's arm and began pulling him back to the trees for cover. The two sat listening to wind push the canopy about above them. The faint sound of laughter began to filter in among the still of the night, and Duke turned to the direction it appeared to emanate. Instinctively, they began moving toward the sound, purposefully avoiding any twigs or brush that might signal their approach. The crackling of a fire could be heard now, and the voices were more audible. There appeared to be four separate male voices having a conversation. Duke noticed the trees began to bend, which meant they were approaching a clearing. The light from the fire became visible, and the shadows of the men danced through the grass. "I really wish you hadn't killed the long-haired one." One man spoke. "He was pretty. I could have had some fun with him." "We'd still have that little girl if you weren't so rough with her," another replied. "Both of you shut up. You're giving me a headache," a third broke in. "You could be helping me clean this meat so we can eat." Those words caused Tony to step back a moment, but Duke urged him forward. They both needed to see what was ahead, even if they did not want to. When the group ahead came into view, they could see one man poking at the fire with a stick, another rummaging through the packs on the ground, and standing over the shredded body of Apache. Tony covered his mouth as vomit tried to roll up his throat. Duke put his finger to his lips again, begging Tony to be quiet. The other three boys had been bound together and gagged at the edge of the makeshift campsite. They all were beaten and bruised, fear apparent in their eyes. "We've got to do something," Tony whispered. "I know, just give me a minute to think." Duke tried to be quiet as well. "There is too many of them for us to take, so we're going to have to split them up." "Let me go around, get their attention," Tony suggested. "You go get our friends." "No, if they catch you, then I am alone." Duke shook his head as he spoke. "I'm going to try and pull the one by the bag out. Get your knife ready." Duke crept through the trees, Tony following behind. They reached the back of the tree near the pile of bags the man was steadily pulling items out of. Tony pressed his back to it, pulling his combat knife from its sheath. He nodded to Duke just before his friend leaned down and picked up a rock. Duke leaned to the side and whipped the rock at the man, landing it against his leg. The man jumped and looked out into the darkness where the rock had come from. The man pulled a knife of his own and began easing toward the tree. As he rounded it, he saw Duke standing about 10 feet inside the trees and gave a sick smile. As the man stepped past the tree, he began licking at the blade of his knife. He urged Duke to come to him while laughing to himself. Before he noticed the motion, Tony had leapt onto his back, cupping a hand over the man's mouth and slid his blade across his throat. Blood gurgled from the wound, mixing with the man's attempt to scream. The sound was muffled by Tony's hand, but the man began to struggle. Duke approached and restrained their prey and forced him to the ground. They stood over him, keeping his cries quiet until he finally fell still. Tony leaned back against the tree, staring down at the blood on his knife and hands. "Okay, now we just have to split off another one," Duke said as he leaned around the tree. When Tony didn't respond, his friend looked back. "Stone, you with me?" Tony just stared at his hands, causing Duke to grip onto his shoulders. "You gotta stay with me, Stone. I can't take these guys on my own." Duke could tell Tony was afraid. He could feel the boy's body quivering under his hands. "You did what you had to do. They killed Apache, and they are going to kill all of us if you don't help me stop them." Tony snapped back to the reality he was now facing. The seriousness of the situation had become a weight on his shoulders, but he knew Duke was right. just like Colin had always been right. There were some times when you had to kill to stay alive. He started moving before being told to, his body weaving between trees as they circled the camp. He felt like one of the wolves that had attacked his cabin so long ago. They stalked their prey in the dark, working their way closer and closer. He started to understand why they were called apex predators. They hunted the hunters. Where did Yip go? One of the men quizzed. I don't know, Bill. Probably went to take a piss. Another said. Well, he didn't take his gun, so go check on him, Bill ordered. The smallest of the group stepped out into the brush, grumbling about having to chase after Yip and carrying one of the rifles that they had pulled from one of the boys. His feet shuffled through the brush, calling out for his friend and scanning the area. The light from the fire began to dim as he rounded a tree and tripped over something solid. He landed with a thud and his rifle tumbled away from him. He cursed out in pain, having landed on a rock. He slowly rose from the ground, brushing dirt from his pants. What happened? Rick! Bill called from the fire. Nothing, just tripped over a root or something, Rick responded. Well, get Yep and get your ass back here, Bill yelled. Yeah, Rick mumbled as he wiped at his pants again. His hands touched something wet, and when he raised it to his face, he noticed the red tint. His eyes widened as he turned to look at the body of Yep crumpled up by the tree. He turned to scream for help, but just as he did, two shots rang out from the campsite. He quickly picked up his rifle and rushed back to the fire to find both of the remaining men lying in pools of their own blood, bullet holes in their skulls. His eyes searched the trees, but he saw nothing. He turned back toward Jeb's body to see Duke aiming at him. Put the gun down, Duke said. ... Yeah, right. Kid, Rick lifted his gun as well. Do what he says. Tony's voice broke as he pressed the barrel of his AR-15 against the man's head. They disarmed the man and bound him with the same restraints that had held their friends. Duke instructed two of the boys to gather material and make a gurney so they could bring Apache's body back to the base. Tony told Wheeler to head back to the road and make sure the truck was still there. Once they had gathered their things, along with their prisoner, they marched back to the road and loaded Apache into the truck. The group rode in silence, keeping their guns trained on Rick, who sat gagged in the back of the truck. When the group pulled up at the base, they quietly unloaded. Their instructor came to check on the results of the exercise and noticed the ravaged body of one of his trainees. He began to question the group when Tony and Duke exited the truck with their prisoner in tow. They shoved him toward the instructor, indicating his crimes as they passed. They were tired, hurt, and covered in dirt and blood. All they wanted to do was to bury Apache, but their superiors had a different plan. The body was confiscated for evidence, and Rick was placed in a holding cell. Chapter 9: Night Stalkers. The following day, the entire group were called to speak to General Foreman, one at a time. They were questioned about the events of the previous night and told not to repeat them to another soldier. Tony and Duke sat outside the office waiting their turn, unsure of what they would be asked. Duke considered asking Tony if he was going to be all right, but the blank stare that still hung on the boy's face made him second-guess it. Tony sat emotionless while Duke disappeared into the general's office. He sat thinking of the blood in Apache's body. Then he thought about how it felt to kill again. It reminded him of Colin and how small it made him feel. His name being called broke him from his dream as Duke passed by him without looking at him. Speckless Stone, Foreman said as Tony took a seat. I'm sure you know why you are here. Yes, sir, the boy answered, staring at the wall behind the man. What happened? Foreman asked, while scribbling notes and staring at his papers. Tony relayed the story for the general, his eyes not leaving the whitewashed wall, barely even blinking. The words told each step he had made, and what he had witnessed. It played on repeat in his head as he spoke, his body shaking when he began detailing Apache's body. Then when mentioned killing, he would look to his hands. They still felt dirty. In his mind, he could still see the blood staining it. When he was finished, he sat staring at his hands, and the general finished writing to notice. The room was quiet for some time, neither of them sure what to say at first. "WHY," Tony mumbled. "We call them vultures. It's one of the things we are fighting against out there." Foreman sighed. "How did they even know we would be out there?" Tony's eyes became wild and turned directly at the general. Foreman turned in his chair, stood, and walked around the desk. He sat on the edge of it, and for a moment just looked at Tony. He shook his head for a moment, trying to decide what to say. There were a lot of things in this world that had changed, but he was still having trouble understanding it himself. When he was sure of the right words and how to say them, he gave another sigh and slid the folder across the desk. Tony looked down to see images of two men in apex predator uniforms, one of which looked familiar. He looked closer, and his eyes grew wide, remembering the man who was carving into Apache. "We have found that some of those vultures have found their way into our ranks," Foreman said with a frown. "Why, you mean?" Tony shook his head. "No, not in here too." "Not anymore. You took care of that." Foreman rested his hand on the boy's shoulder. Tony pulled away. "How do you know there isn't more?" The general stood and went back to his seat, pulled the folder back to him, and said, "That's why I asked you here, Stone." It took the next year for their small unit to uncover the wolves among them, but with the general's help they did. There have been 6 charged with molestation or rape, and 3 more groups killing their younger counterparts. They only found 1 more instance of cannibalism, but it was enough. With each mission, Tony became harder. He was becoming the wolf that stalked in the night, and his pack grew strong. At the end of that year, each member of their group was promoted to corporal, and the company had been nicknamed the Night Stalkers. Where their individual strength was lacking, they made up for with teamwork. No one dared cross them in packs, and it was not long before they received their first mission outside their usual scouting grounds. They would be sent south, back across the border. Tony would be going back to Pembina, North Dakota for the first time in over 2 years, and he immediately thought of a tiny inscription over a shallow grave. Like usual, the group set out at night. Buskill had been requested to drive them by jeep to the border, where they set out on foot. They moved quietly through the overgrown field, the brush higher than their crouched bodies. The moon overhead guided their movements as they approached a small farmhouse on the outskirts of Pembina. Tony recognized the place. He had passed it not long before being taken by the predators. His eyes scanned the field, especially further south. There stood the decrepit tree, a monument to his past. He tapped Duke on the shoulder and pointed to it, signaling to head that way. The group came to rest under the tree, several of the boys taking an opportunity to check their gear, grab a gulp of water, or check their map. Duke hovered over one of them, staring down at the map and asking questions of the designated target. Tony stood by the tree, running his fingers along Colin's name. It took a few minutes for Duke to notice, but he approached and placed a hand on Tony's shoulder. "You okay?" Duke asked, his brows curving in concern. "Yeah, just saying hello to an old friend." Tony smiled slightly. "What?" The older of the two said, confused. "Remember I told you I had help getting all the way here?" Tony replied, "Well, yeah, that's about all you ever really told me. This is where he died." Tony waved his hands around to the clearing. "So this is where I buried him." "Oh." Duke shuffled his feet and looked down before coming closer, noticing the name in the tree, Colin. "Yeah, he was like a brother to me. I would not have made it here if it were not for him." Tony sighed, a tear forming at the edge of his eye. "Funny," Duke laughed slightly. "Why is that?" Tony turned to look at him. "I had a brother named Colin," Duke said while smiling, his eyes trailing off in a memory ... Tony found himself staring at Duke, shocked by what he had heard. What were the odds? He stared harder, and soon Duke noticed. Duke squinted again, asking if his friend was okay. Tony simply knelt down and removed his pad. A small compartment on the side was open, and Tony revealed a tattered old Bible. Between the pages he found what he was looking for, a yellowed, and worn picture of a family. There was a mother, father, and two very young boys. He tucked the Bible under his arm and stepped to Duke, handing him the picture. Duke's eyes narrowed as he attempted to see the image in the dark, but soon he realized what he was looking at. His thumb trailed over the young image of his mother and the smiling face of his father. He laughed slightly at seeing his chubby cheeks as a tiny boy, and when he saw Colin, the tears began to roll down his cheeks. Tony brushed a tear away as well, saying this, and stepped back to the tree. He knelt there over Colin's grave, holding the Bible and looking at Duke. How? Duke said ... I have no idea. He thought you were dead, Tony said in a quiet tone of remembrance. So, he's buried here? Duke asked. Tony nodded. Right under your feet. He died protecting me, and I couldn't just leave him out here to be picked at by the animals. He wouldn't do that to me. Duke knelt by the makeshift grave, his hand touching the ground. Salty spakes littered the dirt as they both sat quietly. The rest of the group had noticed the exchange but decided to stay out of it. Tony then leaned over, pushing the Bible toward Duke. He told him it had been Colin's, and he knew that his brother would want him to have it. Duke took the Warren book from Tony, his fingers pressing it open and scanning through the pages. The ink was faded, but he could still read some of the scriptures. The front still had his brother's name written in it, and he remembered when his grandmother had gifted them both one. Duke's hands flipped to the back pages, which had been left blank for writing notes. He found a letter addressed to him in his brother's handwriting. Danny, if I don't see you again, and you're reading this, I am sorry I could not protect you better. I spent the last few months so sure you were dead. Then I found Tony. He gave me hope to find you again. He has become like a brother to me. He reminds me so much of you. He could never replace you, but it made it easier out here without you. If you find him with this book, stay close to him. He can't replace me either, but you won't regret meeting him. Take care of each other, survive, and remember, I will always love you. Your big brother, Colin. Duke tucked the Bible in his pack and gave Tony a hug. Their group turned away, and Weasel started asking about the mission to try to change the subject. Tony stepped away, patting Duke on the back. He nodded to him to say it would be all right, and promised they could talk more once the mission was done. Duke agreed, and they stepped back to the group. Weasel had pointed out the path they would take that lead to the farmhouse ahead. It sat just on the edge of the property, and according to their sources, a group of murderous scavengers had taken up residence in it. According to General Foreman, this is where most of the vultures had come from recently. The radio keyed up. A message came through from Overwatch Group requesting position of the Night Stalkers. Tony touched at his ear, before identifying himself and informing them of their position. They were asked for confirmation of ghost status. Tony looked to the group, who nodded in agreement. Tony gave the confirmation as they all readied their weapons. The group moved toward the farmhouse as a larger group waited on the hill behind the house. Overwatch was made up of a more experienced adult group, which had been instructed to observe and assist. This was their first sanctioned mission outside the wall and would determine their future within the apex predators. Tech observed from the back with binoculars, calling out targets appearing through the windows. There had been two armed men standing on the front porch, three inside that appeared to be drinking an unidentified motion within one of the upstairs windows. The group advanced. Duke took Wheeler to flank left, while Tony, Weasel, and Tech moved right. They approached from the tall grass, stopping just at the edge. The two men outside seemed to be having a discussion, which might take some time. They would not be able to enter through the front without being spotted. It's not like it's going to matter anyway, one of the men said. What do you mean? The other replied. You know we're all going to be speaking Spanish soon, the first retorted. Ah, that's just rumor. The Mexicans aren't gonna come all the way up here, his friend said. Either way, I'm gonna have as much fun as I can before then, the first said with a laugh. Tony had no idea what they meant, but he made a note to ask the general when they returned. He looked across the field to Duke, who was signaling for him to take his group around back to find an entrance. Motioned with his hand to confirmation, then pointed to his right. The group followed behind him closely with their weapons at the ready. They moved in a staggered formation, slipping through the brush until they reached the backyard. The grass had not been kept cut, which allowed them to draw closer to the rear entrance. The steps were broken, and the door appeared to be boarded shut. They would not be able to enter without making a lot of noise. Weasel tapped Tony on the shoulder and pointed to two large doors that led downward. They could only assume it led to some sort of cellar, which would be their best bet. Tech fished for his lock-picking set and started work on the fastened chain that held the doors closed. The boys eased the doors open, deafening the creak the old wood would make. They entered one at a time, descending into darkness. Their feet met concrete steps that dropped below floor level toward a dirt floor. Each flashlight attached to their rifles flickered to life, and they took the room in sweeping formation. The interior was only half that of the upper floors, surrounded by a cinder block foundation. Wooden shelves lined the room with glass jars of varying size. Weasel approached, his light refracting through the liquid inside. It revealed a fleshy mass that had once been a human foot floating in some sort of preservative. Weasel's eyes widened once he realized what was in front of him, and when Tony noticed this, he clasped his hand over the boy's mouth. Tony shook his head and raised a finger to his mouth. They could not afford to be heard before they knew what was waiting upstairs. Tony radioed the rest of the group to inform them that his group had made it inside. After receiving confirmation, the group continued to search the room for an entry into the home. Among the jars were various body parts, but what was most disturbing was the intact body of a fetus. Tony stared at this particular specimen for several minutes, unable to understand why anyone would do this. Tech's flashlight waved side to side to draw their attention to a ladder. The rungs ended at a hatch in the ceiling. Tony motioned for his squad mate to go up, then pointed to his eyes to give an order to look around. Tech slid his rifle over his shoulder and started to ascend. Once he reached the hatch, he gave it a slight push. To his surprise, it moved, so he reached into his pocket to reveal a small mirror. The hatch raised slightly, and with the mirror he circled the space. It appeared to exit into a pantry full of more jars, so he finished opening the hatch. Once Tech gave the all-clear, the other to join him in the cramped pantry. Tony took the mirror and slid it under the edge of the pantry door. The other side held a kitchen with the large butcher block table in the center. The wood was still stained from the last use, which caused Tony's dinner to try to exit his throat. He held it back and swallowed, gagging at the taste. He relayed what he saw to prepare his group for what they would see next as he reached for the handle. Tony allowed the door to part just enough to see out and noticed the hallway that led to the living room. The door swung open slowly, Tony's rifle rising as he exited. Weasel followed just behind, scanning the area to the rear of Tony. Tech was last, pushing the door back behind him and crossing the kitchen. Various cutting tools had been scattered across the kitchen counter, and the sink was still specked with blood and viscera. Tech covered his mouth and nose to try to block out the odor, but it was too powerful. The kitchen was tiny, and the back door was all that lay behind them. They had but one direction to go, and that was toward the living room. Each area was dimly lit with candles and oil lanterns, and the light danced along the walls. This only added to the sense of paranoia that grew in the young soldiers. They knew that at any corner they could be met with a fight. Tony held up his hand to signal the group to stop as he approached a doorway to his left. All of them could hear the men in the living room talking now, but they had to check each room as they passed. The leader's rifle made the corner of the door, with Weasel just behind. It had once been a bedroom, but now resembled a torture chamber. The bed had been fitted with chains that currently held the lifeless body of a young woman. Tony checked her pulse to verify what his mind already knew to be true. He pulled the sheet over her cold and naked body. It was the best he could do for her now. They exited back into the hall and switched to the opposite wall in order to approach the next doorway. The passage was shut, So again, Tony used the mirror to judge what may be on the other side. When he stood, he could only look back and shake his head. His hand grasped the knob carefully, turning it as slowly as possible. The light from the hall spilled into a tiny closet where another woman sat bound and gagged within. The woman's eyes grew wide and began shaking at the sight of the boys. Tony could only imagine she thought they were there to hurt her. Tony whispered, "We are not here to hurt you. We're gonna get you out of here. Okay?" The woman nodded as if she understood, tears filling her eyes as Tony helped her to her feet. He ordered Weasel to escort her back to the cellar and away from the house. Weasel took the woman by the hand and headed back to the pantry door. Tony whispered into his radio for assistance. Duke responded, and once he was aware of the situation, he took Weasel's place in the group. They stood silent in the hall. The stairs leading up were to their left, and the doorway to the living room was right ahead. They could not risk alerting the men in the living room, but had no idea what lay in store above them. Tony pointed to the living room and moved forward, then pointed to Duke before gesturing toward his eyes and back up to the stairs. Duke nodded and aimed his rifle to the staircase. He fell to the back of the group to watch their back. Tony's rifle passed into the living room first, with Tech's shoulder at his back. Once he could see the two men within, he noticed they were playing cards at a small folding table and drinking beer. Their angle made it easier for their entry without being noticed at first, but once both of the boys were in the room, it was hard to hide. The men had weapons near them, but Tony and Tech were locked on their position. "Get up slowly. Do not speak," Tony whispered. The two men rose slowly, their hands coming up and over their heads. Tony gestured toward the front door, and the men began moving toward it. Tony tilted his head to key the radio in an attempt to inform Wheeler that two men would be exited in a minute. As he did, the man in the rear ducked for Tony's rifle, shoving it against the wall. The boy instinctively fired, but the bullet buried into wood. He felt the man's fist punch him in the face as his body was shoved back into Tech. Tech could not shoot without harming Tony and simply stumbled back. By this time, Duke had turned his attention to his friends and attempted to get a clear shot. Tony struggled with his adversary as the other man ran for the shotgun that rested by the table. Feet bound down the stairs, questioning the noise. Duke turned to shoot, but was tackled to the ground by the man who had come down. One of the man's hands pressed the rifle into Duke's chest, while the other drove its knuckles into his face. Tony was finally able to bring his knee up and push back the one that held him. His rifle snapped into place, and 3 shots were fired before the man could regain his balance. As that one dropped, Tony turned to the next, who was about to fire the shotgun. The boy pulled the trigger while dropping backward into the hall. The door frame was splintered by 5.56 rounds and buckshot simultaneously as Tony hit the floor. Duke blocked the next few punches with the butt of his rifle and attempted to shove the man off of him, but it was no use. He was too large. The body of his rifle began to bury into his neck, cutting off his air until Tech turned and dropped the end of his gun into the man's temple. The large figure crumpled to the floor, holding his head and cursing. Tony looked back as the man attempted to get up and screamed for Tech to shoot. His friend simply stared with his gun trained on the person. "Damn it, I said shoot." Tony yelled. At the sound of gunfire and screaming, Wheeler and Weasel forced their way in the front door. Weasel popped a couple of rounds into the man in the living room, who was injured but trying to get up from the floor. The man's body dropped limp after one bullet pierced his skull. Wheeler shoved Tech aside and fired 3 rounds at the final adversary, to hitting him in the chest and one in the neck. Blood sprayed across the hall and created a peppered painting on the wall. "You guys okay?" Weasel asked Dot Dot. "We're fine," Tony said while gasping for air. "You get the girl out." "Yes, sir. She's with Overwatch," Wheeler replied. "Good. Let's finish sweeping this house and get the hell out of here," Tony replied. Duke nodded well as he adjusted his gear again, preparing to ascend the steps. They fell in line behind him, Tony taking up the rear. If there was anyone else inside, they would have to face all of them. When they reached the top step, they were greeted by several young children. They stood whimpering in doorways of bedrooms and staring at the stairway. The boys approached slowly, asking if there were any other adults inside. Some shook their head and others simply stared blankly while the group searched each room. After a short interview of some of the oldest children, the group learned that each one had been abducted, along with their parents, and had not seen either of them for weeks. Night Stalker 1 to Overwatch. Tony spoke into his radio transmitter. "This is Overwatch. Go ahead, Night Stalker 1, the voice replied. "Mission complete. We have 12 civilian miners that will need extraction," Tony's voice sounding far older than it was. 10 quarters, Night Stalker 1. "Extraction in Riggin 15, the voice came again. Chapter 10. Survival. The ride back to base was a quiet one. The group was bruised, but not nearly as bad as the children they accompanied. Tony had felt bad about their near failure, but when he saw how much worse his life could have been, he let the feeling fade. This was the world he was part of now, and at least he was on the right side of it. The children hugged each other and questioned their destination. Some of the other Night Stalkers attempted to explain the base, but Duke suggested they limit their information until they could speak to the general. Tony let their words fade away as he stared at the farmhouse ablaze. They had burned all evidence of the carnage in hopes to deter anyone else from repeating it. He had seen so much death in such a short period of time. His body felt numb as the light danced in the distance. Everything continued to burn, even though the fall was over. He wondered if this was what life would be from here on out. Death and destruction. He used to like fire, the beauty of it, but that was when it was for roasting marshmallows. His hands gripped his rifle a little tighter in anger as he was reminded of another thing he may never do again. Once again, Tony found himself sitting in Foreman's office for debriefing. The small glimmer of light was gone from his eyes now. It faded in the distance with that burning farmhouse. The general spoke, but the sound was muffled by Tony's thoughts. He answered robotically, giving any pertinent information. When the meeting came to a close, Foreman asked if the boy would be all right. Tony simply nodded and stood from his seat. He headed for the door, but just as he reached for the knob, he remembered something. "A question, sir." Tony turned back to the general. "Go ahead, Stone." Foreman responded. "Is there an army marching on North America?" the boy questioned. The general paused and closed the file he had been scribbling in. "Yes," he sighed. "That's why you need the kids, right?" Tony pressed harder. Foreman rubbed at his eyes. "We need everyone we can find. We're severely outnumbered." Tony opened the door. "Then I should get back to my men. We have training to do." When Tony entered the barracks, the rest of his group were breaking down their gear and preparing to head to bed. He stood in the doorway watching each of them, their faces showing defeat. He knew that if a few locals almost took them down, there was no way these boys could survive war. This could not be the end, he thought. He had just found Colin's brother and friends. Tony stood silently watching each of them move about the room and imagine their death. This world had too much of that already. "Stop unpacking," Tony finally spoke. Duke looked up. "We're not going back out, are we?" Tony nodded and listened as the group groaned in unison. "We're leaving," Tony said. He drew them in close and told them about the conversation he had overheard during their mission and Foreman's confirmation of the rumor. Each of them listened intently, and Tony could see the fear in their eyes. None of them were older than 17 and knew they were not prepared to face battle-hardened soldiers. Tony urged them to pack as much supplies as possible over the next 24 hours and to meet at the motor pool at sunset. They would commandeer a vehicle and leave this place. The apex predators would have to fight this war without them. Tony had made a promise to survive, and he would protect his new family, especially Duke. The following day were spent gathering food, weapons, and ammunition. They were not sure how long they would be on the road, but several packs were prepped for their last mission. Wheeler had acquired the key to the motor pool under the pretense of gassing up with one of the Humvees. Weasel distracted Pack Rat long enough for Weasel to gather the items they would need. Tech had always helped in the kitchen, so it was not odd when he requested access to the pantry. One by one they acquired the supplies they would need, and by the time the sun had fallen they had all met at the motor pool. Duke and Tech loaded gear into a Humvee as Tony and Weasel plotted a course. The weather north was too harsh, and there would be enemy forces to the south. They had to be careful no matter their choice, but it had to be made now. Wheeler climbed into the driver's seat as the rest took their places inside. Tony climbed into the passenger seat and pointed at a destination on the northeast coast as the vehicle roared to life. The group approached the gate where a guard questioned their actions. Tony leaned over and gave an excuse of having a secret mission. The guard was not convinced and ready for confirmation. Tony simply nodded and Wheeler hit the gas, barreling through the barricade and into the night, gunfire peppering the vehicle in their retreat. Duke leaned forward. "So what's the plan?" "We're going to get as far away from here as possible and hopefully stay alive," Tony replied. Duke leaned back and the vehicle fell quiet. None of them were sure where to go or how they would be able to sustain themselves in this world. The apex predators would surely be looking for them, and they would have to avoid the army that was taking control of North America. All of this only made surviving more difficult, but they had each other, and that would have to be enough. As they passed the remains of the old farmhouse, their eyes fell on the smoldering wreckage. Smoke still tainted the air above it, and they wondered if that could be their future. Headlights of 3 vehicles topped a hill behind them, and they instantly knew it would be the predators. Their vehicle began receiving bullets within seconds and each of them ducked to avoid any ricochet. Wheeler forced accelerator down further until it touched the floor. He struggled to remain on the road as their pursuers drew closer. Weasel grabbed his rifle and leaned from the window, returning fire. Tony screamed for him to get inside, but it was too late. The boy was shot 4 times in the chest. The rifle tumbled from the vehicle, and his body fell limp in the seat, his head still hanging out the window. No one else tried to be a hero. Tony yelled as Tech scrambled to cover Weasel's wounds. "It's too late. He's gone, man," Duke said as he pulled at Tech's arm. "They're gaining on us, Stone," Wheeler yelled. Tony looked back, and the lead vehicle was only 2 car lengths away. They would overtake them and more than likely kill them. He had to do something and fast, so he told Wheeler to head for the trees. The wheels kicked up dirt as they rapidly changed direction. The boys were tossed about inside as they bounded over a hill and into the woods. The 2 Humvees behind them followed after and weaved between trees. Wheeler struggled to avoid each one as well, but sideswiped a large oak, causing him to lose control. The wheels caught at an awkward angle and turned the vehicle on its side. The world went dark for a moment, and when Tony opened his eyes, he could have sworn he saw Colin kneeling over him. He smiled slightly, and Colin did the same. He could hear talking around him, but he simply looked back to his old friend. Tony began to apologize, but Colin simply shook his head. The figure mouthed the words, "You're not done yet," before disappearing. Tony was forced back to reality by the sound of Tech screaming for help. General Foreman had him by the hair and was dragging him toward one of the other vehicles. Duke struggled to remove himself from the overturned Humvee, and it appeared that Wheeler had been killed during the crash. Tony slowly rose from the ground, his eyes searching the area. Duke was almost free from the vehicle, and Foreman had returned to claim another one of the boys. The other Humvee had turned back once they noticed the crash. They would need equipment to retrieve the vehicle, and Foreman was sure he could handle a couple of kids. Tony grit his teeth and began walking toward the general despite the pain he now felt in his knee. His hand reached down and grasped a grenade, pulling the pin. He sheaved it out in front of him so Foreman could clearly see. "You step away from that Humvee," Tony screamed. "We are taking it, and we are getting out of here." Foreman paused and held up his hands. "Now hold on. Let's don't do anything stupid." No talking," Tony barked. "You get away from the vehicle now or we all die." The general laughed. "You can't be serious, kid." "Dead serious," "We are leaving, and you are not going to follow us." Tony replied, "We don't want to be pawns in your war. We are not soldiers, we are kids, and we are going to live." Foreman slowly backed away as Duke grabbed a few bags from the crashed vehicle. The two boys joined Tech in the general's vehicle, and Duke took the driver's seat. Tony eased himself into the passenger seat, still holding the live grenade. As they rolled past the crash, Tony tossed the explosive into the crashed Humvee. Foreman dove behind a tree as the three boys drove away. The sound of the explosion echoed through the trees as they exited the woods. They never looked back as they headed east and toward anything better than the life they had come to know. In the dense forest edge, a group of about 10 men were busy loading animal cages onto a truck. These cages were filled with rare and endangered animals like tigers, antelopes, serows, and marble cats. The group's actions were illegal as they were poaching rare animals from a national park, a serious crime. The men had used tranquilizer guns to sedate the animals before locking them in cages to sell to wealthy collectors or to be killed for their parts to make traditional medicines. The poachers had gathered the animals they needed and were preparing to leave the forest. However, they were unaware that someone was watching them, someone who intended to stop them from escaping. Ty, a man in his late 30s dressed in camouflage, emerged from his hiding spot. He was armed with a .375 rifle loaded and ready. Ty had contacted the authorities long ago, but there was no sign of them arriving. Afraid the poachers would escape, Ty decided he had to act. He scanned the area, and his eyes fixed on the lead truck with a cage holding a tiger. The tiger stared back at the poachers with vengeful eyes. Ty thought, "What if I release the tiger?" With that in mind, he moved stealthily towards the cage, taking advantage of the poacher's distraction. Only the tiger noticed Ty's approach. He raised his finger to his lips, signaling the tiger to be quiet, although he knew the animal couldn't understand him. The tiger roared loudly, drawing the attention of the poachers. They turned towards the cage, but saw nothing unusual, as Ty had quickly hidden under the truck. One of the poachers angrily approached the cage and struck it with a metal rod, yelling at the tiger to be quiet. The tiger, unfazed, roared again, prompting another angry response from the poacher, who threatened to use an electric shock. The tiger fell silent but continued to glare with rage. As the poacher walked away, Ty emerged from his hiding spot, quickly picking the lock on the cage. He swung the door open, and the tiger, sensing freedom, roared once more. The poacher turned back, furious, only to find the tiger charging at him. The scene erupted into chaos as the tiger pounced, claws extended, and the poacher screamed in terror. The tiger's claws tore through his face and neck, leaving him lifeless. The other poachers froze in shock, their guns aimed at the tiger. "Don't shoot the tiger. We need its pelt intact," shouted the leader. The poachers hesitated, unsure what to do, until one finally aimed a tranquilizer gun. But Ty was quicker. He fired his rifle, hitting the poacher in the shoulder and sending him sprawling. With no one left to stop it, the tiger turned its fury on the remaining poachers, who scattered in panic. Some climbed into trees, others ran into the forest, and a few hid behind vehicles. Ty, using the chaos to his advantage, continued to shoot at the poachers, preventing them from regrouping. The leader, realizing the threat Ty posed, ordered his men to focus on him. They fired wildly at Ty's position, forcing him to take cover behind a large tree. Ty, however, had planned for this. He pulled a grenade from his pocket and waited for the right moment. 3 poachers, armed with AK-47s, advanced towards his hiding spot. As they got closer, Ty threw the grenade, forcing them to dive for cover. The explosion sent shockwaves through the forest, and the poachers were thrown to the ground, stunned. Ty used this opportunity to take out the remaining threats, ensuring that none of the poachers would escape the forest with their illegal haul. Not even a little bit. There was a chance he'd get a bullet right in his head. But the worst wasn't over. It wasn't only Tannen who had explosives in his bag. The poachers did too. One of them grabbed a stick of dynamite. "Huh, you think you're the only one," he sneered. He lit the fuse and threw it towards Tanen's tree. Boom. The explosion roared again, the force of it so strong that it brought down the tree Tanen was using for cover. Without a shield, bullets rained down on him once more. This time, Tanen didn't wait. He sprinted away, zigzagging to avoid the hail of bullets. Bang, bang, bang. He tried to keep moving, but a bullet grazed his calf, sending him sprawling to the ground. As he fell, more bullets whizzed past, narrowly missing him. Determined not to become an easy target, Tanen pushed himself up, tumbling behind a large tree. He panted heavily, glancing at the tear in his pants. Luckily, the bullet had only grazed him, but the situation was far from safe. Bullets continued to thud into the tree, shaking it with each impact. Tanen found himself at a disadvantage. He couldn't move, and he could hear the footsteps of the poachers approaching. If they reached him, he didn't know how he would escape, except he did have one last trick. He pulled out a necklace from under his shirt, a pendant with a tiger's fang. It was called the Fang Amulet. Without wasting time, Tanen clasped the necklace in his hands and chanted an incantation. Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa. As the poachers neared the tree, they hesitated, finding no sign of him. "Where the hell did he go?" one of them muttered. He had vanished without a trace, and no one had seen him run. Just then, the wail of sirens filled the air. Red and blue lights flashed as police cars and park rangers arrived on the scene. The poachers were taken aback. The leader quickly ordered a retreat, but the authorities were faster, aiming their guns and ordering them to surrender. The poachers had no choice but to comply, dropping their weapons and raising their hands in defeat. As handcuffs clicked onto their wrists, their faces twisted in anger. "It's all because of that guy," one of them snarled. After the poachers were apprehended, Tanen emerged from behind a tree, breathing a sigh of relief. He tucked the Fang Amulet back under his shirt and folded his hands in a quick prayer. He then heard footsteps approaching from behind, but this time it wasn't human. Turning around, Tanen saw the tiger standing there, its eyes locked with his. He raised a hand in a friendly wave, smiling warmly. The tiger seemed to understand, bowing its head slightly before turning and disappearing back into the forest. Tanen exhaled, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Once again, he had managed to save the animals. Just then, a voice called out, "Hey, Tanen, what's all this you're doing?" Tanen turned to see a police officer with the rank of major, known as Inspector Pinker. Lowering his rifle, Tanen smiled sheepishly. "I had no choice, Inspector, when I got here. They were about to leave. If I didn't do anything, they would have escaped before you arrived." The inspector raised an eyebrow. "We had roadblocks set up." "They wouldn't have gotten far." Tanen shook his head. "You don't understand. Inspector, there are many escape routes through this forest. For an operation this big, they must have inside information. They know where your roadblocks are and can change their route." Inspector Pinker sighed, recognizing the truth in Tanen's words. "Thank you for your help, Tanen, but sometimes your methods are a bit extreme. Remember, in today's world, people are big on rights. If they press charges against you for assault, we can't help you." Tanen nodded. "I'm aware, Inspector. But if it means saving these animals, I'll take the risk. What they do to these creatures is far worse." Inspector Pinker watched as Tanen slung his rifle over his shoulder and walked back toward the road. Despite his unconventional ways, Tanen's skills and determination were undeniable. As Tanen reached the road, he saw officers and rangers working together to free the animals from their cages. These creatures had been through so much hunted and captured by humans. Tanen had been advocating for animal rights for years, one of the first hunters to speak out against the practice when it was still considered normal. He thought about how society had changed. Once, hunting for sport was common, but now many people recognize the importance of protecting wildlife. As he watched the animals being set free, Thanen felt a glimmer of hope. There was still much work to be done, but moments like this made it all worthwhile. These rare and endangered species were legally protected, with severe penalties for those caught hunting them. This legislation has significantly impacted the demand for hunters like Thanen. Nowadays, almost no one hired guides for jungle treks because many forests have been converted into accessible tourist destinations. Only a few groups required guides for less conventional forests, and skilled hunters like Thanen were frequently employed by them. Thanen's clients were usually wealthy and didn't haggle over fees. They paid whatever he asked. In return, Thanen ensured their safety in the wild. His clients never had to worry about dangers when trekking with him because of his extensive experience and high-level skills. After assisting the authorities in capturing a gang of poachers, Thanen returned home to prepare for his next guiding job. However, his phone rang unexpectedly. Seeing it was his trusted assistant, Thanen frowned, having instructed not to call unless it was urgent. "What's up? Why are you calling?" Thanen answered. His assistant, Tiang, a man in his 40s, replied, "Someone wants to hire you for a jungle trek." "What? You called just for that? I told you only to call if it's important." "If someone wants to hire me, set a date with them." "I know, but this client isn't ordinary. They want to talk to you now." "Who are they? Why do they need to talk to me?" Thanen asked, his irritation evident. "I don't know who they are, but they seem very wealthy. There are nearly 10 black vans parked in front of your house right now." Thanen was stunned. "What? Why do they need so many vans? What do they want?" "They haven't told me yet. You should get back here quickly before they lose patience." Realizing the urgency, Thanen sighed. "All right, I'll head back now. Tell them to wait a bit." Thanen quickly ended the call, slung his rifle over his shoulder, and started walking towards the dirt road. His motorcycle sped along the route from the poaching site to his home, about 40 kilometers away. His house was in a rural area, isolated at the edge of a forest. As he neared home, he saw the black vans and several men in suits milling around. Upon seeing Thanen approach, the men made way for him. He parked his motorcycle under his stilted house and noticed a well-dressed man in his 50s waiting in a wooden pavilion. The man exuded an air of wealth and cunning. This was Mala, a powerful and influential figure in the province. "Hello there," Mala greeted, standing up with a sly smile. "You must be Thanen, the best hunter around here." Thanen, always humble, replied, "Not exactly. What can I do for you? Are you here to hire me for a jungle trek?" "Yes," Mala smiled. "I need a skilled guide like you." "Why didn't you tell my assistant? I usually don't take jobs personally." "I wanted to discuss it with you directly. I prefer working with you," Mala explained. "All right, let's go inside to talk more privately," Thanen suggested. "Sure, thank you," Mala said. As they headed inside, two of Mala's bodyguards tried to follow, but Thanen stopped them. "Just him. You two can wait outside." The bodyguards seemed displeased, but Mala reassured them, "It's fine. Thanen won't harm me." "Right. Of course not," Thanen affirmed. With that, Mala and Thanen went inside, leaving the bodyguards and Tiang outside. The living room was filled with jungle gear and photos of Thanen from his youth. Despite being a hunter, there were no trophies or animal parts, which was unusual for someone in his profession. "Have a seat," Thanen offered. "Thank you," Mala said, sitting down. Thanen took a seat opposite him. "Let's not waste any time. Why do you want to hire me?" "I want you to guide me through the Prepyron forest." Thanen nodded. "I know it, but isn't that area protected?" "It is," Mala acknowledged, "but I have a friend who's the head of the park. We won't have any trouble entering." Hearing this, Thanen grew worried. "What do you need to do there?" Mala leaned forward, his expression serious. "I have a special mission. I need you to trust me. I can't give details, but I guarantee it's worth your while." Thanen felt uneasy. but knew refusing someone as powerful as Mala could be dangerous. Alright, I'll help you, but I need more information before we go. Mala smiled. Please? Good. We'll discuss the details soon. I assure you, this will be an adventure like no other. With that, Thanon knew he was about to embark on a journey far more dangerous and mysterious than any he had taken before. Have you ever heard of the Forbidden Zone in the rainforest, Hunter? Asked the man known as Father Lung, his face appearing deep in thought. Hunter Thanon looked puzzled. What do you mean by that? Please think carefully. Do you know what I'm talking about? The man leaned forward, fixing his gaze on the hunter. The Forbidden Zone I'm referring to is an area known as the Dark Forest. Upon hearing this, Thanon froze, a chill running down his spine. It had been a long time since he had heard that name. The Dark Forest was infamous among hunters in the northern regions for being a perilous place inhabited by malevolent spirits known as Ya. However, most people didn't know if these tales were true or merely fabrications, as very few hunters had actually ventured into the dark. Default text forest. One such hunter was Thanon's mentor, Master Mag, a renowned figure for his forest skills and mystical knowledge. Thanon had heard his mentor speak of the dangers of the dark forest quite extensively. So, does the hunter know of it? Father Lung's voice pulled Thanon back from his thoughts. I've heard about it, Thanon admitted, but only vaguely. Master Mech used to talk about the terrifying nature of the dark forest. He said the Ya spirits were real and extremely dangerous, swift, fierce, and immortal. Some even possessed magical powers. Master Mech said most of them resided in the dark forest. Father Lung smiled. That's exactly what I've heard too. But legends are just legends. I don't know if they're true or not. That's why I want to test it by having a skilled hunter like you guide me there. Are you saying you want to hire me to enter the dark forest just to prove whether these legends are true? Thanon asked, incredulously. Father Lung nodded. Yes, I'm driven by curiosity. Will you help me? Thanon hesitated. I must decline this job. Father Lung's face showed disappointment. Why? Why are you refusing? Thanon shook his head. I'm sorry, but I don't take on such tasks. I'm skilled at leading tour in forests I know well. I've never been to the dark forest you speak of, and I'm concerned I won't perform well. You should find someone else. Wait a minute, Father Lung said, fixing his gaze on Thanon. I came here because I wanted a hunter like you, someone with a good reputation. It's a shame you're so stubborn. Thank you for your trust, but I can't accept the job, Thanon replied. The area you want to go to is a forbidden zone. Even if you know the head of the park, it's still illegal. I won't break the law. Illegal, Father Lung sneered. Don't pretend you don't know. Before you came here, you were involved in dealing with poachers, right? That was illegal too. Thanon's face hardened. What I did was to protect wildlife. Every life is valuable to me, more than the law. If your expedition to the dark forest could help the world, I might consider it. But it seems you're just trying to prove some crazy theory of yours. Father Lung's eyes narrowed. You're more stubborn than I thought. I was warned about your attitude before, but I didn't believe it. Anyway, I'll remember this. With that, Father Lung stood up, glaring at Thanon. It seems you don't know me well. Otherwise, you wouldn't dare refuse someone like me. Father Lung left through the door, and several suited men followed him out. The convoy of vehicles drove away from Thanon's home, marking the first time such a large number of people had visited. As the vehicles disappeared from view, Thanon's assistant, Tian, came running up. How did it go? Brother, I saw that Father Lung didn't look pleased when he left. What happened? It's nothing, Thanon said. I just turned down his offer. Why? Did they want you to hunt some animals or something? They wanted me to guide them into the forbidden zone of the dark forest, Thanon explained. Tian looked surprised. The dark forest. You mean the place people talk about, filled with Yar spirits? Yes, That's the one. They want to prove whether the yaw spirits exist. But I don't believe that's all they want. There must be something more to it. What do you think they want? Tiang asked. I'm not sure, but it's not our concern. Whatever they plan to do there doesn't affect us. Tiang nodded. By the way, can I ask you something? Do you believe in the yaw spirits? Tainin frowned. Why do you ask? I was just curious. I heard that your men are used to talk about the yaw spirits often. Did he ever say anything about them? That was probably just talk, Tainin said with a shrug. Master Mech was known for his stories. He might have been joking. It's a pity he's no longer around to tell the stories himself. Tiang nodded, acknowledging this. All right then, I'll head back now. Thanks for guarding the house. After Zhang left, Tainin sighed with relief and went back inside his house, locking the door behind him. He was uneasy about the events that had transpired. Something felt off, and his intuition was usually accurate. He recalled the questions from Zhang about the yaw spirits. Master Mech had often mentioned them, but never jokingly. Tainin reached for the yaw tooth necklace, a gift from his mentor, and examined it. Master Mech had given it to him for protection against evil, especially the entities of the dark forest. Tainin decided to call his friend Samrak, an expert in ancient artifacts. They had worked together frequently in the past. After a few rings, Samrak's voice answered. Hello, Samrak, it's Tainin. It's been a while, Tainin. The last time we met was at that restaurant near my place. What's up? I have a question. Are you familiar with the dark forest? Samrak sounded surprised. The dark forest. If I'm not mistaken, it's in the rainforest and is a forbidden area. Right. Yes, that's the one. I want to know what's really there. Let me think for a moment. There's something intriguing about that forest. After a pause, Samrak continued, I remember now. Besides the yaw spirits, people say there's hidden treasure in the heart of the dark forest. Tainin's eyes widened. What kind of treasure? Let me check my notes. Samrak said, the treasure rumored to be hidden there is called the Ganon Foot Necklace. Tainin was stunned. Ganon Foot Necklace. That name sounds familiar. It should, Samrak replied. According to my records, the Ganon Foot Necklace is said to contain the power of the Ganon deity, revered by the yaw spirits. It's believed that whoever possesses this necklace gains supernatural powers and can use the magic of the yaw spirits. Tainin realized the gravity of the situation. If the Ganon Foot Necklace was real, it made sense why Father Lung was so interested in entering the dark forest. Everyone would desire such power. Tainin decided to investigate further. Here's the English translation of the excerpt. But if that's the case, how are we going to enter the forest? The teacher himself said that we need the guide to find the Ganon Foot Necklace. Nikom nodded slightly. Yes, we need that hunter to find the Ganon Foot Necklace, but I didn't say we needed him for that purpose. Oh, then what does the teacher need him for? But if that's the case, how are we going to enter the forest? The teacher himself said that we need the guide to find the Ganon Foot Necklace. Nikom nodded slightly. Yes, we need that hunter to find the Ganon Foot Necklace, but I didn't say we needed him for that purpose. Oh, then what does the teacher need him for? Nikom smiled. Actually, I don't need him personally. I need what's attached to him. Attached to him? What do you mean? Nikom turned to look at the corpse. The tooth necklace, he said. The tooth necklace is a powerful charm that protects its wearer from all kinds of danger. Moreover, it is also the key to opening a cave in the forest where the Ganon Foot Necklace is hidden. It's a treasure hidden in the cave, and no one has found it yet because few people know that the tooth necklace is necessary to open that cave. I see. So, where did the hunter get that thing? Nikom smiled. It's a long story. I'll tell you later, but what do we do now? We need to take the necklace from the hunter, right? If that's the case, there's no problem. I'll send 4 or 5 of my best men to get it for us. It's good that you have skilled men, but they might not be able to handle that hunter. What do you mean? My men are quite skilled. Many of them are former soldiers and mercenaries. I know your men are capable, but the hunter is a step above. Have you forgotten that he is a practitioner of magic? Ordinary people like your men stand no chance against him. So, what should I do? You don't need to do anything. I'll go myself. I haven't faced him in a long time, and I want to see what level his skills are at. Back at the elevated wooden house of the hunter, Tannen was still on the phone with Samruk, the treasure hunter. I'm relieved to hear from you. I hope nothing goes wrong. Oh, there's nothing to worry about. Over 90% of supernatural phenomena are usually just made-up stories. I understand. I hope that's the case. Even though I believe in these things somewhat, I still hope the Gone foot necklace is just a myth. I think it's better this way. I'll check this matter further for your peace of mind. Thank you, Samruk. No problem. I have many connections in this field, and I know everything that's going on. Tannen chuckled. Samruk, you've always been a great help. I'd love to treat you to a meal. I'm in the north these days, so it wouldn't be difficult to meet you. Oh, you're in the north. What are you doing here? Just checking out some work. I'm getting into the gemstone trade, and there's a newly discovered mine here. I wanted to come and check it out before anyone else. Well, good luck with that. Hope you make a lot of money. Thanks. I hope you do too. If there is nothing else, I'll hang up now. Good luck. After hanging up, Tannen sighed with relief. Speaking with Samruk, the treasure hunter, had put his mind at ease. Samruk was like both a friend and an employer to him. Tannen had often helped Samruk search for treasures, so they were quite close. It seemed that today's mission was coming to an end. Glancing at the clock, it read 21:39. Since Tannen was an early riser, he preferred to go to bed early. Even though it wasn't very late, it was well past his bedtime. Tannen removed his weapons and trekking gear to change clothes and take a shower. However, while taking off his hat, he heard a strange sound from underneath the house. The hunter stopped, pausing his actions, and crouched down, listening. The sound seemed like footsteps, and there were likely more than one person. This made Tannen feel a chill down his spine. It seemed that intruders had entered his house through the back, which was unusual because he would normally hear noises from the front. It appeared that these people had sneaked in from the forest at the back. Tannen quickly grabbed the rifle from the table and pulled out a .38 revolver from the drawer, slipping it into his waistband. He then moved cautiously towards the house's interior and lifted the oil lamp covering a small square opening in the floor. It was an emergency exit. Tannen opened the small square, looked down beneath the house, and saw 3 large men in black running up the stairs at the front of his house. Tannen didn't waste any time. He aimed the rifle at the front door and fired 3 shots. The bullets pierced the door, followed by cries from one of the men. Tannen smiled. These fools have chosen the wrong person to mess with. Without waiting, Tannen jumped down through the opening, rifle in hand, and ran towards the front stairs. In the chaos, he saw an opportunity to finish them off. He fired several more rounds at them, causing cries of pain as the bullets likely grazed their feet. He then reloaded his rifle and ran outside to continue shooting them. As the 3 men realized they were being ambushed by the hunter, they jumped off the stairs and ran in different directions. Tannen pursued them, shooting as he went. The first man fell, the second was hit in the ribs, and the last one was shot in the backside, falling hard to the ground. It seemed the 3 men were now incapacitated. Tannen spat on the ground and approached to interrogate them about who sent them. But just then, he felt a chill from behind. Turning around, he saw a man in black, distinct from the previous 3. He wore a black cotton outfit, both arms covered in tattooed talismans, and a large rosary around his neck. His eyes had a fearsome glint. Tannen was momentarily stunned. The man looked like someone who practiced dark arts, but Tannen was disturbed because the face seemed oddly familiar, though he couldn't place it. Before he could remember, the man drew a knife from his bag and charged at Tannen. Tannen quickly aimed his rifle, threatening the man to stop. "Don't come any closer, or I'll shoot you." But the man continued, showing no sign of stopping. With no other options, Tannen fired, but the gun misfired. Panicking, Tannen pulled out the .38 revolver and chanted a spell, "Awaken, rise, O great master." Let this incantation penetrate. But as he aimed at the man threw his knife. Tannen had to dodge, and the knife cut his arm. He fell to the ground in pain. The man attacked again, kicking the revolver out of Tannen's hand and stomping on his midsection. Tannen managed to roll away, grabbing a knife from his ankle and rushing at the man, but the man didn't flinch. Instead, he grabbed Tannen's wrist and prevented him from using the knife. It seemed the knife had no effect on the man's skin. The man took the opportunity to punch Tannen's face, sending him crashing to the ground. Wounded and in pain, Tannen realized he couldn't fight the man with his bare hands. He quickly pulled out the tooth necklace from under his shirt, praying and chanting another spell. The man, sensing the danger, threw white powder at Tannen, causing him to lose sight of the man. Tannen struggled to regain his vision, but found the man had vanished. He scanned the area but saw nothing, realizing the intruder was no longer there. The pain radiating through Tannen's body was a constant reminder of the fierce struggle he had endured. He grimaced as he shifted, feeling bruises and wounds that spoke of a violent encounter. "Ouch! Why does it hurt so much? Don't move yet," Tannen muttered to himself. The memories of the previous night flooded back. He had been attacked, and a sorcerer had played a significant role in his suffering. The hunter, Samruk, noticed Tannen's discomfort and approached cautiously. "Hey, you're awake. How are you feeling?" Tannen slowly opened his eyes. "Yeah, I'm awake. Just trying to piece together what happened. I remember being attacked, but it's all a blur." Samruk nodded, understanding. "I tried calling you around 11 p.m. last night to share what I had discovered, but you didn't answer. I figured you might have been busy or asleep. But when I heard about the gunfire in the neighboring district, I started to worry. I decided to drive over to check on you. When I got there, the police were already on the scene. I thought you might be in serious trouble, but thankfully, they said you were being taken to the hospital. I stayed to keep an eye on things." Tannen's eyes showed a mix of gratitude and concern. "Thanks for being there. I didn't expect the situation to escalate like this. But I need to know what exactly happened. Who were those people that attacked me?" Samrak's expression grew serious. "The police said there were no signs of forced entry at your house, and nothing seemed to be missing. If they weren't thieves, then what were they after?" Tannen's face became tense. "They took something important from me. My necklace is crucial for my protection." Samrak looked concerned. "They specifically targeted your necklace. What do you think they want with it?" Tannen took a deep breath. "It's hard to say, but I have a theory. I've been dealing with foul-laying malice people for a while, and they're known for targeting those who possess powerful objects. But these attackers weren't ordinary criminals. They had a sorcerer with them, and that makes things more dangerous." Samrak was intrigued. "A sorcerer? That's serious. Why would they send a sorcerer after you?" Tannen was about to respond when the door opened. Both men turned to see Inspector Pankern entering the room. "Good morning, Tannen. We just met yesterday, didn't we?" "How are you feeling today?" Tannen attempted a smile. "Hello, Inspector. I'm doing better, thanks. I appreciate you coming by." Inspector Pankern nodded. "I'm here to follow up on the incident. Can you tell me more about what happened?" Tannen glanced at Samrak before answering. "I'm not entirely sure. I believe the attack might have been a targeted effort, possibly by foul-laying Mala's associates." Inspector Pankern looked intrigued. "Foul-laying Mala? That's quite a significant accusation. Do you have any specific suspects?" Tannen shook his head. "I don't know for certain. I lost consciousness during the attack, so I couldn't identify them. But their aim was clearly to get my necklace." Inspector Pankern scrutinized Tannen. "It's odd that someone would go to such lengths for a necklace. Are you sure there's no other reason for the attack? Tynan's face grew serious. There might be more to it than just the necklace. I've had problems with these people before, but this is different. They knew exactly where to find me. Inspector Pinkern's gaze sharpened. So, you're suggesting this attack was premeditated? Tynan nodded. Yes, it's not just a random crime. The presence of a sorcerer indicates a deeper agenda. Inspector Pinkern's expression turned thoughtful. I'll need to investigate further. In the meantime, if you remember anything else, please let me know. It's crucial we get to the bottom of this. As Inspector Pinkern left the room, Tynan and Somric exchanged worried glances. I'm glad he's taking this seriously, Somric said, but we need to be careful. If Faulangmal is involved, things could get even more dangerous. Tynan nodded. You're right. We need to figure out who the sorcerer is and why they're targeting me. Somrac's face grew contemplative. Do you have any idea who the sorcerer might be? Tynan hesitated, then said, I have a suspicion. There's someone from my past, his name is Nikom. He's a sorcerer with a dark reputation. If it's him, then we're dealing with someone very dangerous. Somrac's eyes widened. Nikom, I've heard of him. He's not someone to be taken lightly. Tynan agreed. Exactly, we need to be prepared for anything. If Nikom is behind this, we're in for a tough fight. Nin and Nikom were among the children that Pron-Mek took in, but they weren't very close. If I remember correctly, Nikom was about 5 years older than Tynan, a senior during their time under Pron-Mek's care. The reason Tynan remembered Nikom well was that Nikom was more talented than the other children. Apart from his survival skills in the forest, Nikom's notable talent was his ability to quickly learn magic spells. He was able to use powerful magic from a young age. In the past, learning magic was as crucial as survival skills because the forest was full of mysterious entities. Without such knowledge, one might not survive in such a challenging environment. However, Nikom's talent had its drawbacks. His exceptional ability to learn magic made him more ambitious than most children. After mastering all the spells from Pron-Mek, Nikom still felt it wasn't enough and began studying dark magic from other sources. When Pron-Mek noticed Nikom's deviation, he reprimanded him and told him to stop meddling with dark magic. But Nikom refused to give up, sneaking off to study it in secret. When Pron-Mek discovered this, Nikom was severely punished, from harsh scolding to physical beatings, but nothing could quench his ambition. Unable to coexist with his master any longer, Nikom decided to leave the sanctuary. There was nothing more for him to learn there, and he ventured into the world to pursue his obsession with dark magic. After hearing the entire story, Somric sat in stand silence, shocked by the events. This meant that the one who harmed you was a senior disciple who left the sanctuary at a young age, right? Tynan nodded. I think so. Even though we barely knew each other, I believe that's him. Why would Nikom do such things? Somric asked. Is it possible that he is collaborating with your stepfather, Malik, to enter the Donka forest? Somrac's face showed realization. Oh, I forgot to mention that. I should have told you about that. Remember when I called you at 11 p.m.? I mentioned that I had instructed someone to investigate your stepfather, Malik. My people reported that about a month ago, Malik contacted mercenaries and ordered a large shipment of weapons. If that's the case, it means that Malik is more serious about this than we thought. I believe he intends to enter the Donka forest to find the Ganon's Foot amulet, Tynan said with clenched fists, frustrated. And now he's teamed up with a spellcaster like Nikom. This is getting serious. I think you're right, Somric agreed. So, does the Ganon's Foot amulet really exist? If the legends are true, its power is no joke. Imagine if a villain like Malik or Nikom got their hands on it. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tynan stood up from the bed. I can't let this happen. Calm down first, Somric advised, concerned. What are you planning to do? I need to stop them from finding the amulet. If I don't, it will cause a lot of trouble, Tanin said, determined. He recalled what Pronmek had given him when he was about to leave the sanctuary, the gnarled-tooth amulet. Pronmek had entrusted it to him, telling him it was a crucial item for his protection. Tanin now understood its importance. The amulet was likely the key to opening the cave where the powerful Ganon's foot amulet was hidden. I made a mistake, Tanin said bitterly. I failed to keep the amulet safe as Pronmek instructed. He gave it to me for a reason, and now I have failed. Don't blame yourself, Somra consoled. You've done your best. Even with the amulet's power, those villains are beyond your capacity to handle alone. This is my responsibility, Tanin insisted. I need to go after them into the forest and stop them from finding the treasure. That's madness, Somra protested. You can't handle this alone. It's dangerous to go into that forest full of legends about evil spirits. You might end up killing yourself. But I have no choice, Tanin said, removing his IV drip and getting dressed. I must go now, or I might not catch up with them. Wait, you shouldn't be rushing like this, Somra said, grabbing Tanin's arm. If you insist on going, then I'll come with you. Tanin was surprised. Why would you risk your life like this? Somra smiled. You sound just like me, but if you're going, I'll go with you. Outside the hospital, at Malik's mansion, activities were beginning. Nikam had returned with the gnarled-toothed amulet, and Malik was pleased. I knew I could trust you. Nikam, my teacher has never let me down. Nikam wore the amulet around his neck. That guy wasn't much. His skills were average, and his magic abilities were nothing compared to my master's. Malik praised him, but had a question. I'm curious about something. What did such an important item end up with that forest ranger? It seems he got it from his teacher. Why him? Oh, that's a simple explanation, Nikam said nonchalantly. He was a favored student, hardworking, and dedicated. Though not exceptionally talented from birth, he achieved his current level through hard work. That's why the teacher entrusted him with the amulet. But why did the teacher leave him alive? Won't this cause problems later? Malik wondered. Nikam looked at Malik with irritation. Are you questioning me about the disciple? It's nothing. Don't worry about it. Malik's skepticism was evident, but he decided to shift the topic. Let's focus on the present. We have everything we need. We'll start the operation tomorrow. Nikam smiled. Then let's get going. We have everything prepared. We can postpone the journey to tomorrow. Malik smiled and picked up the phone. Hello. Have the soldiers moved to our rendezvous point. The operation will start soon. Meanwhile, outside Malik's mansion, a figure was lurking in the bushes. It was Inspector Panicorn, who had come to monitor Malik's activities after visiting Tanin. After observing all night, Panicorn saw several vehicles leaving the mansion, including military jeeps filled with armed men. It looked like they were preparing for a major operation. Panicorn suspected that this was connected to Tanin's hospitalization. Despite being warned not to interfere, Panicorn knew that Tanin couldn't handle this alone. At least someone with his skills needed to be involved. Panicorn smiled and made a phone call. Hello, it's me. Remember our previous discussion. I need some time off for personal matters. About 3 to 4 days. Please handle the paperwork for me. He then headed to his hidden motorcycle, put on his helmet, and started it, following the convoy. Early that morning, Tanin and Somrak spent the entire night preparing their travel gear. Although Tanin was still injured from the attack, he was determined to leave. He's not an ordinary person. He still has knowledge of restorative spells and various herbs passed down from his master. In just one night, his body has almost fully recovered. As for Somrak, he insists on traveling with Tanin despite Mr. Fawn's objections. Somrak refuses to listen, stating that now that he's involved, he cannot back out and must press on until the end. Unable to dissuade him, Tanin must concede, as he himself is just as stubborn. With this in mind, he realizes he has no reason to stop the other party. However, Somric isn't the only one eager to join this journey. At that moment, footsteps approach, and when they turn around, they find it's Tiang, Mr. Fawn's assistant. "Will you really not let me go with you, Thanen?" Tiang says sadly, "I also want to join this trip." "Well, Tiang," Thanen replies, "this house and the tour guiding job need to be managed while I'm away. You need to handle these responsibilities, understand?" "I understand, but I've heard the forest of Donka is very dangerous. Aren't you going with just 2 people?" "Well, how many people go doesn't matter. As long as we stop those things, that's enough. But if you can't stop them, both the ones with Mr. Fawn and the ghosts in the forest, it's basically suicide. Don't think like that, Ching," Thanen says, patting his subordinate's shoulder lightly. "This is my responsibility. I've assigned you your tasks, so just handle your own duties well." "That's all I need." With that, Tiang has nothing to argue about and nods in agreement before turning away. Once Tiang has left, Somric turns and says, "It's great that your subordinate seems to care about you so much." Thanen smiles. "It's not surprising. I've been with Tiang for nearly 10 years. This is the most challenging situation we've faced together. Do you think you'll come back to him again?" Thanen hesitates at the question. Even he isn't sure about that. "I can't answer that yet. Let's hope that if the heavens favor me, I'll survive and return." Somric laughs. "Here I am, putting myself at risk for something I have no part in. What am I even doing?" He adds, "It's still not too late to back out now." "No, I won't. I've already committed too much to back out now. That would be embarrassing." After that, both vehicles head toward the protected park area. Since this area is a conservation zone, entering it is illegal. But since Thanen doesn't know the park chief like Mr. Fawn does, he and Somric must use natural paths to sneak in, which takes a considerable amount of time. After setting out in the early evening, by late morning, the two arrive at the Prong Freya forest. To reach Donga, they must first pass through this forest. The travel was uneventful since it was just an ordinary forest. Both are experienced in trekking, so the morning journey goes smoothly. However, after a while, they stop in the middle of the Prong Freya forest. It is filled with black vans and jeeps. This is the point where Mr. Fawn's group stopped. From the tracks on the ground, they must have disembarked and continued on foot a while ago. Seeing this, Thanen is frustrated. If they're led this way, there's a high chance he and Somric will not catch up with them. But suddenly, there's a rustling from the bushes. They both turn around, guns drawn, aiming at the sound. At first, they think it's Mr. Fawn's men left to guard the vehicles, but when the figure emerges, they are stunned. "Don't shoot, it's me," says Lieutenant Pankern, who is in plainclothes. It seems the lieutenant has been waiting here for a while. Seeing this, Thanen and Somric can hardly believe their eyes. "Lieutenant, what are you doing here?" Thanen asks. Lieutenant Pankern smiles. "As I said, no matter what, I need to find out the whole story." It turns out that Lieutenant Pankern has joined the expedition, and though the two initially tried to dissuade him, the lieutenant threatened to call for reinforcements if they did not let him join. "What's the story here?" the lieutenant asks. "Even following you into Prong Freya, if I tell you the details, will you really believe me?" Thanen replies, "Why not? I've seen incredible things from you before. No matter how unbelievable it seems, it can't be that surprising." Lieutenant Pankern continues, "If the treasure is real and has the powers described, how much is it worth?" Somric ponders. If it can do what the legend says, it's worth no less than 100 million. 100 million. No wonder Mr. Fawn is desperate to get it. Thanen comments. Lieutenant Pankern laughs. "It's no surprise. Mr. Fawn is involved in underground business. Everyone knows about his activities, from forgery to human trafficking, and he even has connections within the police force. I've tried to take him down several times, but was always blocked by higher-ups. Well, if we catch him in the forest, it will all be over, right? Maybe, but what charge would we use trespassing in a conservation area? And what we're doing now, they all laugh dryly. The three then continue their hike. The atmosphere becomes increasingly foreboding. The forest is thick, like a labyrinth, with a chill wind and strange animal sounds that can't be heard elsewhere. These combine with the exhaustion from the trek, creating a sense of dread among them. They advance carefully, with the hunter leading, followed by the treasure hunter and the police officer bringing up the rear. As time passes, the forest becomes denser. The journey is almost silent, with everyone focused on the path ahead, unsure of what might appear. Thanen follows the tracks left by Mr. Fawn's group, which is helpful since the large group leaves clear traces. However, he finds that they are still lagging behind. As the sun sets and darkness envelops the forest, the atmosphere grows more frightening. Despite this, Thanen is determined not to stop for rest, wanting to catch up with Mr. Fawn's group. Finally, as midnight approaches, the eerie atmosphere intensifies, with the forest now dense and labyrinthine, the cold wind, and the unsettling sounds from the unseen creatures. These factors, combined with their fatigue, make the situation even more ominous. The treasure hunter and the officer were beginning to falter, unlike the hunter, who continued walking ahead tirelessly. For him, trekking through the forest for hours was quite normal. "Are you tired already?" the hunter asked, noticing that he had left the other two far behind. "Not really. I'm still good to go," Samrak replied, though his face was marked with exhaustion. Officer Pinker showed no different signs, panting heavily as if his tongue was about to fall out. Seeing this, Titan shook his head. "I told you, this job isn't easy. We're several hundred yards behind that bastard. At this pace, you two won't catch up." "Sorry about that," the officer said, leaning against a tree and catching his breath. "I've never walked in the forest for this long before." "Well, if you keep walking like this, you won't last much longer," Titan said as he scanned the surroundings for a place to rest. During this, his gaze caught something on the ground. It was a sight that made the hunter shiver to his core, a human figure with its lower body buried in the ground. The body was emaciated, its skin dry and clinging to the bones, as if its organs had been completely drained. Seeing this, the officer and the treasure hunter both turned to look, and when they saw it, their jaws dropped in shock. "What is that?" "A corpse." "Calm down," Titan said. "It looks like a victim of the Kaghosts." The other two, now thoroughly shocked, turned their eyes around, their guns twitching with fear. "So there are Kaghosts around here." "Of course, otherwise it wouldn't be called the Forest," the hunter said, raising his rifle and stepping forward. "Let's get out of here. We'll find a place to rest up ahead." The three of them moved away from the area where they found the body. They were searching for an open space to rest for the night. When they found one, Titan gathered dry leaves and twigs, setting them ablaze to provide light and warmth. The three of them sat in a triangular formation around the fire. After resting their tired legs from the day's trek, the officer and the treasure hunter felt as if they were reborn. "I really can't handle this. The work of a hunter is harder than chasing criminals," the officer said. "I agree," Samrak said. "Dealing with treasure is much easier." "It's not surprising," the hunter said. "People who aren't used to trekking through the forest like you two are already doing well. I've been walking through forests all my life, so it's no surprise I'm good at it. But how are we going to sleep tonight?" the officer asked. "In a forest with Kaghosts around, we won't be allowed a peaceful night." "Don't worry about that," Titan said. "You to get some rest. I'll stay on guard." "What? You're not going to rest?" Samrak asked in surprise. "You'll need to keep walking tomorrow too." "It's fine. I might take a short nap, but I trust my instincts. If anything comes within 30 yards, I'll shoot it right in the head." Hearing this, the other two felt even more grateful to the hunter, feeling that this forest expedition was more of a burden on him than on them. But despite this, their bodies were still crying out for rest. They knew they needed to recuperate before continuing. Before we sleep, I need to relieve myself, Officer Pinkern said, standing up. I've been holding it in all day. Samrak turned to him. Hey, are you going alone? It can't be helped. Should I ask the hunter to come with me? Wait here. Yeah, that's true, Titan said, but don't go too far. If anything happens, call out to me immediately. Got it? Officer Pinkern said, walking away from the campfire. Once out of sight of the others, he pulled out a radio. Officer Pinkern wasn't planning to relieve himself as he had claimed. He intended to contact his subordinates at the police station. He knew that this mission was too difficult for just the three of them. Titan probably didn't want police interference, so he had to contact his subordinates secretly. Before entering the forest, Officer Pinkern had instructed a team to set up a radio around the edge of the forest. Although the forest had some interference, making phones unusable, the radio still worked. Dad, can you hear me? I'm in the forest now. I've reported everything that's happened about the treasure, the intentions of the gang leader, and the danger of the forest. He instructed them to send reinforcements in the morning, as the Kagos would likely not be active then. After giving the instructions, Officer Pinkern put the radio away and turned to head back to the campfire. However, at that moment, he felt a chill run down his spine, sensing that something was approaching. He drew his gun and turned around to face whatever it was. But as he saw a figure, Officer Pinkern froze in his tracks. A gunshot rang out in the forest. Titan and Samrak, sitting by the fire, turned abruptly towards the sound. What was that? It sounds like it came from where the officer went, Titan said, grabbing his rifle and jumping up. He was about to rush to help, but before he could move, they saw a figure running towards them. It was the officer, running at high speed, with something pursuing him. It was a ghastly creature, skeletal and emaciated, with long claws and sharp fangs. Yes, it was a Kagos, and it wasn't alone. More of these creatures were chasing after the officer. Run! Officer Pinkern yelled, sprinting towards the campfire. Seeing this, neither Titan nor Samrak hesitated. They jumped up and ran after him, realizing that they wouldn't be getting any rest that night. The Kagos, the malevolent spirits of the forest, were relentlessly pursuing them, seeking to drain their souls completely. Officer Pinkern, Samrak, and Titan ran with all their might, their adrenaline pumping and ignoring the pain from their exhaustion. Hey, there are so many of them. Where are we going to escape to? Samrak asked, his hands shaking as he gripped his gun. How would I know? Titan replied. They came at us so fast. There's no time to find a place to hide. The three continued to flee, but at certain points, the hunter turned and fired at the pursuing creatures. Luckily, he had prepared his ammunition with special rights to combat the Kagos. However, the sheer number of them meant that no matter how many they took down, more kept appearing. This is insane, Samrak exclaimed as he pulled out a grenade from his pocket, pulled the pin, and tossed it behind them. An explosion erupted, scattering the pursuing Kagos. At first, Samrak grinned in triumph, but it soon became clear that the hunter was not pleased. What the hell are you doing? I was using a grenade on them, Samrak replied. Are you out of your mind? This is K-Forest. What? Why can't I use it? The hunter looked back in disbelief and saw that the Kagos were barely affected by the explosion. In fact, the blast had disturbed the ghosts lying in the ground, causing them to rise from their graves. Oh, great, Titan groaned. The Kagos live underground. By using a grenade, you've only woken them up. As the Kagos surged back into action, their numbers increasing even further, the situation grew increasingly dire. The three of them continued to run, their bodies growing weaker from exhaustion, but driven by the terror of the Kagos hunting them. Just then, Officer Pinkern, who was leading, spotted something ahead. Hey, what's that? The hunter and Samrak looked and saw red eyes, dozens of them staring back at them. The red eyes belonged to another group of ghosts, standing in their path. With no way to escape, they realized they were surrounded by ghosts from all sides. The situation was grave, and the three of them were trapped with no apparent means of survival. Just control yourself. You might be possessed, said Nick. There's no way. I've trained both body and mind for decades. Nothing can control me, he shouted. Enough already, said Uncle Mala, who had been listening. This hunter is really annoying. I'll just shoot him and be done with it. No, don't do that, Nick said, turning to him. Everything so far has proven that this guy can't stop us. Wait a moment. Why do you think that? Are you underestimating me? Tynan said as he reached into his backpack to retrieve what he had prepared. Upon seeing this, the mercenaries of Uncle Mala aimed their guns at the hunter. Hold on, Nick said, stopping them. You don't need to worry. I'm curious to see what this fool will do. Just wait. Tynan pulled out a metal chain and held it up, chanting a spell. Supidivapa, Isayeva, Awagathak, Yupia, Kanta, Padding, Tisawa, Sapaya, Yakov, Periani, Sakak, Shirodama, Raja. Seeing this, everyone looked shocked, even Nick, who hadn't anticipated this, using a chain as a weapon. As soon as the spell was complete, Tynan blew on the chain, swinging it overhead in a circular motion before striking the opponent. The chain flew through the air quickly, and Nick was struck in the middle of his body, the chain wrapping around him, rendering him immobile. Tynan then yanked the chain, pulling Nick toward him, and delivered a punch to his face, sending him crashing to the ground. The hunter didn't wait. He raised the chain above his head and struck down with full force. Nick, realizing he had lost ground, quickly regained his composure and avoided the chain's attacks. He rolled away and grabbed some dirt, throwing it at Tynan. Tynan closed his eyes in response to the dirt and couldn't see. Nick used this opportunity to cast a spell to reveal what he couldn't see. Buddha, cover my eyes. I cannot see. As he stood up, he dashed towards Tynan, but Tynan, sensing Nick's approach, lashed out with the chain, pushing him into a tree with a loud crash. When Tynan opened his eyes, he saw Nick coming towards him. Without hesitation, Tynan raised the chain above his head and struck, but Nick, unable to dodge, removed his shirt and blocked the chain with his back. The sound was not of metal hitting flesh, but metal hitting metal. When the chain was pulled back, Tynan was shocked to see it had struck a yantra sacred symbol. The chain's impact seemed to awaken the power within Nick. Suddenly, a red light emanated from the tattoo on Nick's back, and he began to tremble, reciting a spell. Tynan tried to strike again, but Nick caught the chain easily with his hand, holding it firmly so Tynan couldn't pull it back. Nick then yanked the chain towards him, punching Tynan and sending him flying into a tree. Before Tynan could recover, Nick charged at him, using his foot to lift Tynan into the air and then striking him with his elbow, making Tynan crash down hard. Tynan was almost knocked out as Nick continued his assault. Despite Tynan's attempts to shoot with a .38 revolver, Nick dodged every bullet with impressive speed. When Tynan's weapon was kicked from his hands, it seemed that his chances were over. Exhausted and in pain, Tynan lay on the ground, gasping for breath. The last thing he saw was Nick approaching with a smile. Tynan wasn't sure how long he had been unconscious, but when he awoke, it was daylight. His body ached from the previous night's battle. He had been defeated by Nick and couldn't match his power. Despite using his secret technique with the chain, he couldn't overpower Nick's yantra. When Tynan's senses fully returned, he realized he was tied to a tree, the work of Uncle Mao's men. Nearby, he saw the police officer and the treasure hunter, also bound. "You're awake?" asked the police officer. "Yes, you're bound too," Tynan replied. "Of course, we came together, so it's only natural," Sunmark said. Feeling frustrated, Tynan realized he couldn't stop them now. He needed to free himself first. He started chanting a spell to break free. Tiwa Kadup, Tup Tanning, Samatov Adab, Samathama's shirt parada anu. Before he could finish, Tynan felt the ropes tighten. Ouch! Tynan cried out as the spell to free himself failed. Is something wrong? Asked the police officer. Tynan looked up, his face showing disappointment. The ropes are protected by a spell. I can't break them. Sumrak looked at him and said, we don't need to follow them. We're already at the entrance of the cave. Tynan looked ahead and saw the cave entrance. Hey, are we at the Tawagannon cave? Tynan asked. Yes, they probably thought we'd end up here and tie us up nearby, Sumrak explained. Tynan's face showed panic. Where are Uncle Mullet and the others? They're inside the cave. They've all gone in, Sumrak said. Tynan's face fell in despair. If they had entered the cave, he couldn't stop them from finding the Tawagannon necklace. Inside the cave, Uncle Mullet, Nick, and the group of mercenaries were making their way through the tunnel. Not long ago, Nick used the necklace to open the cave door, and now it was useless. Inside, the cave was decorated beautifully, like a temple, with murals of long-toothed demons bowing to their gods. As they walked, Uncle Mala remarked, this place is quite beautiful, even if the demons look grotesque. Their temple is well kept. Nick explained, the demons didn't build this. Humans did. What do you mean humans built this? Uncle Mala asked. Humans in the past studied the occult. Have you heard of the ghost religion? There used to be tribes that worshipped these demons, offering sacrifices to them. So, the necklace didn't originate from the demons, but was created by humans using their power to fight other people. Nick confirmed, exactly, humans extracted the demon's power and used it for battle. Finally, they reached the end of the cave and saw an altar with a red light shining from above, illuminating a necklace adorned with deep red rubies. Seeing this, Uncle Mala and Nick smiled, recognizing the Tawagannon necklace they had been searching for. The mercenaries fired rapidly, but their bullets couldn't pierce the enchanted skin, causing Nick to fall backward onto the ground. Seeing this, the group of mercenaries rushed toward the sorcerer, holding him down to prevent him from moving. Hey, let go, Nick shouted, trying to fight back. He kicked at them, but with over 10 mercenaries holding him down, resistance was futile. As this was happening, Master Mala revealed a sinister smile before heading toward the pedestal holding the Garuda's foot necklace. This necklace, which holds the power of spirits and ghosts, is a great treasure, he said. Hey, don't touch it, Nick shouted. Determined not to let the necklace be touched, Nick gritted his teeth and fought once more, closing his eyes and reciting a spell in his mind. At that moment, immense strength surged within him, allowing him to break free from the group of mercenaries and send them flying in all directions. Despite the bullets still hitting him, causing significant pain, Nick struggled to stay on his feet. When he looked up, he saw the scene he dreaded most unfolding before him. No, don't, Nick shouted. You're not strong enough. Don't touch that necklace. But Master Mala ignored his warnings and seized the necklace from the pedestal. Suddenly, a bright red light illuminated the entire cave. Both the sorcerer and the mercenaries shut their eyes tightly. When the light faded, everyone's mouths fell open in shock. Master Mala had put on the necklace, and his body had transformed dramatically. He was now massive, with his ears extended, sharp claws growing from his hands, and his eyes glowing red. The mercenaries were momentarily stunned, as the figure before them was now a terrifying creature, starkly different from their former employer. The leader of the mercenaries, trembling, asked, Master, what do we do now? Master Mala turned to the soldier with a sinister smile, saying, You will become my subordinate. The leader hesitated, asking, What do you mean? Master Mala shook his head slightly. Not yet. I will make you one of mine. He raised his hand and began chanting an ancient spell. At that moment, something began to happen to the soldier's body. The soldier collapsed onto the ground, screaming in agony. His body began to transform, his ears extending, his skin becoming gaunt, sharp fangs emerging from his mouth, and his eyes turning red. After the soldier had fully transformed into a ghoul, he stood up and roared at the surrounding mercenaries. Seeing this, the other mercenaries stood dumbstruck, horrified at the sight of their leader being turned into a ghoul. The ghoul mercenary then lunged at the nearest victim, sinking his fangs into the person's abdomen, tearing and devouring the flesh before spitting it out. The unfortunate victim screamed in pain as the ghoul continued to feast, draining the life force from the body, leaving it a lifeless skeleton. In panic, the other mercenaries threw down their weapons and fled in all directions. Master Mala, now the embodiment of the Garuda deity, grinned with satisfaction, finally reviving himself in this world. Outside the cave, Garuda, Tanin, Samrak, and Police Lieutenant Panicorn were bound to the base of a tree. They had been waiting for a while with no sign of their captors returning. "Damn it! What are they doing in there?" Lieutenant Panicorn said, frustrated. Samrak replied, "Well, it's good they're taking their time. It means we're alive longer. If Master Mala comes out, do you think he'll let us live? He'll either kill us or leave us as food for the ghouls." Panicorn looked alarmed. "What are we going to do?" Just then, a scream of terror echoed from inside the cave. The three looked towards the noise, only to see the mercenaries fleeing in terror, their faces showing extreme fear. Even more shocking, dark clouds were covering the sky, blocking out the sun. "What's happening?" Samrak asked, his voice trembling. Tanin, equally shocked, said, "There's no other explanation. It's something beyond our understanding." As the sunlight was obscured by the dark clouds, everything fell into darkness. Master Mala, now a ghoul deity, stepped out of the cave. The three watched in horror as the ghoul deity took a deep breath, as if savoring the modern world after centuries of imprisonment. "So this is the current world," he mused. "I feel more chaos than ever before." He then laughed maniacally, his thoughts filled with evil plans to turn all humans into ghouls like him. At that moment, the three captives saw a chance to escape. As the mercenaries ran, Lieutenant Panicorn tripped one of them, causing him to fall. Panicorn quickly retrieved a knife from the fallen mercenary and used it to cut the ropes binding him. He then freed his companions, Tanin and Samrak. They now had to decide their next move. "What do we do now?" Samrak asked, looking around at the chaotic scene. "We should follow the mercenaries and try to get out of here," Lieutenant Panicorn suggested. "We'll regroup and return later," Samrak agreed. "Let's retreat for now and plan our next move." Tanin, however, disagreed. "I think that's not going to work. No one will escape this place." "What do you mean?" Samrak asked. "You'll find out soon enough," Tanin replied. Meanwhile, Master Mala, now a ghoul deity, turned his attention to the mercenaries running in panic. He chanted another spell, causing the ground to tremble. Ghoulish figures began to rise from the earth, and red eyes appeared all around, surrounding the cave entrance. The situation was becoming dire as the ghouls closed in on all sides. The mercenaries and the three captives were trapped. Realizing the dire situation, the mercenaries joined forces with Tanin, Samrak, and Panicorn, all fighting for their survival. Tanin, the skilled hunter, led the defense, while the others fought alongside him. As the ghouls advanced, the battle for survival intensified, with everyone determined to escape the encroaching nightmare. The soldiers, shocked and frightened, released their comrade's body. When Tanin saw this, he quickly reached into his backpack, grabbed a handful of rice, and recited the incantation. Ma Tratarove Sanawa, Nahatipasik Tawami, Maha Yakataya Deva, uttering Deva protecting. Still, Iti Veswood, he threw the rice onto the ground. Instantly, the rice grains began to glow with a yellow light, accompanied by the shrieks of the creatures underground. Soon after, they all emerged on the surface. The soldiers then opened fire, killing them with a barrage of bullets. It seemed that the humans were regaining the upper hand. The demon lord, who possessed the body of the stepfather, could not attack the sorcerer because the latter had summoned Hanuman, which was both fast and powerful, making it difficult to counter. The demon lord could only defend against the attacks, with each blow causing its physical form to cough up blood. It wasn't weak, but the body it possessed was fragile. Nikom, gaining momentum, rushed forward and delivered a punch to the demon's body, sending it crashing into a tree. The sorcerer wasted no time, lifting the demon's body from the ground, throwing it into the air, and leaping to kick it in the abdomen. The impact was so severe that it nearly incapacitated the demon. Seeing this, the demon lord leapt onto a large tree, preparing for a more serious fight. At that moment, it raised its hands to cast an ancient spell, spreading its power throughout the forest. Suddenly, an unexpected event occurred. The ghost army fighting the hunters and mercenaries stopped abruptly, their bodies slowly dissolving into black smoke and converging on the stepfather's body. Nikom, watching from below, was astonished. It seemed the demon lord was gathering the power of the ghosts from the entire forest into a single body. Nikom realized that he could not let this happen. Otherwise, its power would be overwhelming, and he would be unable to fight the sorcerer. He pulled out his ritual knife, chanted the spell, and flew toward the stepfather's body. However, at that moment, the demon lord opened its eyes again. Seeing the sorcerer approaching, it clenched its fist and struck back with immense force, sending Nikom crashing to the ground. The sorcerer's face turned pale with shock as the demon lord's power was greater than anyone else in the forest. Nikom, struggling to rise, was overwhelmed by intense pain. Despite the protective magic on his body, he felt excruciating agony. Before he could get up, the demon lord descended from the tree with incredible speed, pinning the sorcerer down. Its icy gaze stared into Nikom's eyes, saying, "You think you're so great. You're nothing." With that, it delivered another powerful punch, but Nikom raised both hands to block. Despite his effort, the immense power was too much, and he was struck squarely in the face. It felt as though a truck had hit him, causing his face to shake and his skull to crack. The demon lord did not stop, bringing both hands above its head and smashing them down with all its might. Realizing that he would die if he took another hit, Nikom kneed the demon in the back, sending it stumbling forward. As the sorcerer stood up, he used Hanuman's power to kick the demon, but the stepfather managed to catch his ankle and throw him against a tree, breaking it. Nikom, blood pouring from his mouth, felt this was the first time in 10 years that he had bled. Recognizing that his power was insufficient to match the demon, he rose and used Hanuman's power to charge forward. But the demon lord was not willing to give up. Raising its hands, it cast dark magic again, shooting black beams at Nikom. The sorcerer, desperately trying to escape, felt the dark energy pursuing him, but could not avoid it in time. The beam struck him directly, causing him to collapse on the ground, his body engulfed in flames. The demon revealed a satisfied smile, believing its enemy was defeated. It prepared to cast another dark spell when, suddenly, chains shot out and wrapped around the demon lord. Turning around, it saw another group of humans watching. "Damn, I almost forgot about them. These pests need to be eliminated," it thought. Before the demon lord could act, the mercenaries aimed their weapons and fired a barrage of bullets, causing intense pain. The demon lord, not waiting, gathered its power and broke free from the chains. It raised its hands to cast dark magic again, but at that moment, 3 spherical objects were thrown in. The demon lord looked at them in surprise. "What are these?" The objects exploded with tremendous force, sending the demon flying backward. The mercenaries quickly opened fire, not holding back. "What now?" the sergeant asked, worried that if they ran out of bullets, they would be doomed. Tynan, who knew how to stop it, looked back. As everyone worked together to restrain the demon lord, Nikom, breathing heavily and severely wounded, managed to rise again. Despite his battered body, he was determined not to give up. He had fought all his life, and this demon's existence was his own fault. Therefore, he had to stop it himself. He stood up, reciting a spell to summon the divine power of the gods. The demon lord, after being continuously attacked, began to cast another spell and release the ghost from its body. Thousands of spirits surged forth, attacking the soldiers. The hunters switched their target to the ghost army, giving the demon lord a chance to stand, but that was its biggest mistake. A figure broke through the horde of ghosts, and the demon lord was stand to see that the sorcerer was still alive and approaching. Nikam threw a punch, sending the demon crashing to the ground. Without the ghost spirits in its body, its power was greatly diminished. Nikam stomped on the demon's body, kicked it in the ribs, and slammed it into the ground, causing it to cough up blood. The demon tried to cast dark magic, but Nikam seized its wrists, crushing the bones with tremendous force. Finally, Nikam threw the demon down again and finished it off with his ritual knife, reciting the incantation, Sakasa Wisharawit, Besuan Soktawit, Alawakatusuk, Vishayanarai Sakanan, Etesayanifanak, as he drove the knife into the demon's body, pulled it out, and stabbed it again. The stepfather's body was too battered to withstand further attacks. The demon spirit separated from the body, and Nikam grabbed the amulet of Vesuan, reciting the spell to bind the spirit. Namo Misukado, Namo Misopati, Namo Sekto, Hathia Sanyati, Sampapan, Panchabuddha. The evil spirit was drawn back into the amulet, and despite its resistance, Nikam's spell sealed it. Away, the army of ghosts turned their focus on Nikam, but the hunters and mercenaries knew what to do. Their guns targeted the ghosts, and Nikam completed the spell, sealing the demon's spirit within the amulet, where it would remain imprisoned for thousands of years. As the dark clouds covering the forest dissipated, sunlight bathed the forest once again. The ghosts, exposed to the sun, fled in all directions. It seemed everything was over. Everyone collapsed, overwhelmed with relief. They had survived the terrifying battle and defeated the demon leading the ghost army. However, Tynan heard a thud from the side and turned to find Nikam lying on the ground. He rushed over, saying, "Please, don't be hurt." But when he arrived, he was shocked by Nikam's condition. The sorcerer's body was in bad shape, with wounds all over and blood flowing freely. The stench was unbearable. Lost in the jungle, a haunting experience. This story recounts a terrifying experience I had during a jungle tour, which turned out to be the last hike of my life. It all began when my friend and I got lost in the jungle due to our recklessness. We strayed from our tour group, distracted by the desire to capture beautiful photos. Before we knew it, the entire tour group had disappeared, leaving us stranded in the dense jungle without any signs of a way out. The jungle was thick and impenetrable, and we had wandered far from the path, deep into an area where humans rarely ventured. As the sun began to set, my friend Chen voiced our predicament. "Damn it, the sun is setting. How are we going to get out of here?" he said. "Those guys were moving so fast. Didn't they notice we were missing? I told you to pick a more expensive tour. With these cheap tours, they can't manage the whole group properly." "Yeah, well, it's too late now," I replied. "Let's try to find a way out before it gets dark." I looked around, but all I could see were dense trees. There was no visible path ahead. I tried to recall how we ended up here. I remembered the tour path was supposed to be a straightforward, well-marked trail. We had just stepped off the path briefly to find a good photo spot. When we turned back, the tour group had vanished. As we walked on, the trail led to a dead end. Panicked, we realized we had no idea where the group had gone. We wandered aimlessly through the jungle, hoping to stumble upon the tour group. However, the deeper we went, the more lost we became. It seemed like there were no signs of human habitation, not even any litter. The sun was about to set, and we found ourselves in complete darkness. At 6:30 p.m., the daylight had completely faded. Using the flashlight from my phone, which had no signal, I tried to comfort myself. "Don't they know we're missing? By now, everyone else should be at the camp. They should have come looking for us by now," Chen said, scanning the surroundings. "I don't hear or see anything," I said, trying to stay calm. We'll just have to wait until they come for us. You never know, we might have slipped into a different dimension, Chin suggested, half jokingly. What are you talking about? A different dimension? I asked, bewildered. Yeah, I heard it on YouTube. There are stories about people who get lost in the jungle and end up in another dimension. I doubt it. Those YouTube stories are just nonsense, I said, trying to dismiss his fears. After walking for a while, we decided to keep moving instead of sitting idle. We wandered deeper into the jungle, hoping to find the tour group or any sign of civilization. However, my concern grew when I realized Chin had fallen silent. I called out to him, but there was no response. When I turned around, he was nowhere to be seen. Chin, where are you? I shouted, but only silence answered me. My heart raced with fear. It was as if, in the blink of an eye, Chin had vanished. I was now alone in the jungle, and it felt like we had stumbled into an unknown and dangerous place. Suddenly, I heard Chin's voice from somewhere in the darkness. Hey, are you there? Can you hear me? I followed the sound and soon found Chin standing by the base of a tree, looking calm and unhurt. I scolded him for disappearing and asked him what he was doing. I've been calling for you, but you didn't respond. Why are you just standing here? I asked. Look at this, Chin said, pointing to something up in the tree. I looked up and saw an old wooden platform built high among the branches. It was a small, rickety platform that seemed to have been there for a long time. Is that a platform? I asked, bewildered. Yeah, and it looks like a good place to rest, Chin said. We've been wandering for hours and haven't found anything. We can rest here tonight. I hesitated but eventually agreed. Climbing up to the platform, we discovered it was indeed old and weathered. It looked like it had been used by someone in the past, given the worn wooden planks and marks on the surface. As we settled in, Chin found a piece of old paper lying on the platform. He handed it to me, and I began to read the scrawled handwriting. The message was cryptic and unsettling, hinting at the presence of something malevolent in the jungle. It was clear that the platform was not just a resting place, but had been associated with dark and mysterious events. The night grew colder and darker, and as we lay on the platform, we couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. The jungle seemed to close in around us, and the eerie silence only heightened our fears. We were trapped in a place where the boundaries between reality and the supernatural seemed to blur. Little did we know that this platform would become the focal point of a nightmarish experience, and our struggle for survival in the heart of the jungle had only just begun. I'd rather stay in an ordinary forest without these bizarre creatures, but that wasn't the end of what I faced tonight. Around midnight, as Shin and I were resting, we suddenly heard footsteps coming from beneath the mall. Both of us opened our eyes, and when we looked down, what we saw made our eyes widen. There was an orange light from a lantern held by an old man. He walked under the mall and even looked up at us. Who are you? What are you doing in the forest at this time of night? Do you want to die or something? Upon hearing this, Shin and I were momentarily stunned. The old man's words made our faces turn pale. The old man continued, Hey, did you hear what I said? This place is dangerous. What are you doing here? In response, I asked, Who are you? And why do you say this forest is dangerous? What do you mean? I am a local. I was heading home when I saw the light from the mall and came to check it out, he explained. You're a local, I asked, revealing a smile. In that case, can you help us get out of here? What do you mean? Are you saying you're a lost tourist? Yes, my friend and I got separated from our tour group and have been stuck in this forest since the afternoon. No one has come to help us, I replied. Upon hearing this, the old man seemed somewhat relieved. No one will come to help you. Don't you know this is a restricted area? If you're not experienced with the forest, you won't make it out. Shin looked at me, asking, what does he mean, a restricted area? Yes, This is a place where outsiders are not allowed. Don't you know it's a restricted zone? If you're not experienced with the forest, you won't survive. Realizing this made me feel a chill. If we had stayed below, we might have been killed by some evil entity. But wait a minute, if this mall is so dangerous, why is the old man here alone in the forest? Sir, why are you here in the forest if it's so dangerous? I asked. I already told you. I am a local, he repeated. But why are you in this restricted area? You said it was dangerous. I pressed. The old man seemed to hesitate. Then his voice trembled slightly. It was clear he was hiding something. Shin then said, "Hold on, this seems strange. Remember the rule in the paper. The paper rule." I looked at Shin. When I thought about it, the current situation did resemble the rule on the paper. Rule 3. If you encounter a stranger or someone you don't know well while hiding, do not pay attention to them. Reject all offers. Remember, they are not human. They want to do you harm. Rule 4. If you're unsure if the stranger is pure, you can check by throwing a lighter or torch at them. If they are evil, they will flee quickly. That has to be it, Shin said confidently. The old man is a demon in disguise. At that moment, a voice came from below. "Hey, what are you talking about? I heard you." Shin retorted, "The old man is not a local. He's one of them. What nonsense are you talking about?" "I am a local," I replied. "Then why are you here at this time? Why are you alone in the forest?" The old man seemed about to speak, but didn't say anything. Seizing the opportunity, Shin quickly took out his Zippo lighter, ignited it, and threw it down. "Hey, what are you doing?" the old man shouted as he jumped back quickly. The lighter landed on the ground, and the old man looked at it in shock. "See, just like the paper said," Shin exclaimed. "This old man is not human. He's a demon in disguise." The old man looked up and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not a demon. I'm not trying to trick you into coming down. But why did you throw the lighter? Anyone would try to avoid it." Hearing this, I felt conflicted. It was true that if someone suddenly threw something strange at you, you likely try to avoid it. But Shin said, "Don't be swayed by the old man. He's trying to trick us into coming down so he can kill us." The old man shouted, "I shouldn't waste my time with fools like you. If you want to believe in stupid methods like throwing lighters, that's up to you. I am leaving. I miss my bed." With that, the old man turned and walked away into the forest, disappearing from sight. After waiting a while, once he was gone, the situation returned to normal. I turned to Shin and said, "Did we do the right thing?" "Yes," Shin said, "that old man is definitely a demon. He would have tricked us into our deaths, but if he's not a demon, we missed the chance to have him help us get out of here," I said. "Don't waste time. It's not real anyway. Remember when we asked him why he was in the forest? He couldn't answer. If he was pure, he'd have answered." Shin said, "You're right." I admitted I had initially been swayed by the old man's words, but the fact that he couldn't explain why he was there made me believe he was a demon. As the events seemed to settle, Shin backed up against a tree and closed his eyes. "Are you really going to sleep now?" I asked. "Why not? Rest up." "We need to continue tomorrow," Shin said. I settled down on the mall floor, closing my eyes to sleep. As dawn approached, I woke up to the sun shining, which made the forest seem less frightening. Checking my phone, it was already 8 a.m. We had slept in quite a bit, likely because we had been walking all night. Since we had survived the night, there was no reason to stay in the mall any longer. I climbed down from the trees, stretched, and took out some snacks from my bag to stave off hunger. The only task left was to find our way out of the forest. I looked at the map and saw where it marked our location. According to this, we had a long way to go before getting out of the forest. But then Shin said something that shocked me. Forget about that for now. I don't want to leave the forest yet. What? We need to get out of here. Why stay? I asked. Because of the treasure, Shin said. I didn't think Shin would say that. What do you mean, treasure? You don't see the opportunity to get rich. The map has both the location and method to get the treasure. We need to find it, Shin said, but how do we know the treasure is real? It might have been taken by the person who wrote the map, I argued. It's worth the risk. If the treasure is still here, we could become wealthy. But if you don't want to, that's fine. I'll find it myself, Shin said. I'm not in for that. Remember the rule. We need to wait until evening. We'll be stuck in the forest for another night. If you want to stay, go ahead, but I'm leaving before dark. If I find the tour group, I'll ask them to help find you. Fine then, Shin said, taking the map and taking a photo of it. Good luck. I'll keep looking for the treasure. You go back if you want, but if I find the treasure, you won't get a share. With that, Shin headed off, and I went in the opposite direction, aiming to leave the forest as soon as possible. The map told me to retrace the path I took the previous night. Initially, I didn't know which way to go, but the map was detailed with terrain and landmarks, making it easy to follow. As I walked, I noticed something strange. The map and the forest were almost identical. Despite being old, the map seemed to be newly made. As the afternoon approached, the forest thinned, and I was close to the edge, but then I heard movement behind me. Turning around, I was shocked to see the old man from last night, rifle in hand, aiming at me. Hey, young man, time to leave the restricted forest. Is it too late to turn back? Are you crazy going into the forest? Do you want to die or something, whether the first die or not? I have to take the risk. But if I don't report this, I'll definitely die. I looked down at the map again. I had to reach the cemetery in the middle of the forest before sunset. Wait, the old man called out. I turned around with hopeful eyes. Are you coming with me? No, the old man shook his head. I'm not risking my life. If you want to get there quickly, I can tell you a shortcut. The old man then walked up to me and pointed out a hidden route not marked on the map. So, you want me to go straight through the forest? Yes, it might be a bit difficult, but I assure you it will save several hours. Thank you very much, I said, with time running out. As the sun would set in a few hours, I hurried forward into the forest, determined to reach the cemetery before it was too late. As time passed, I had to traverse thick trees and dense bushes to reach the cemetery as quickly as possible. Following the old man's instructions, the shortcut did save a lot of time, though it was challenging. As the daylight dwindled, the dense forest made everything appear even darker. I had to pull out my phone and turn on the flashlight. Despite the difficult path, thinking of my friend kept me moving swiftly. Suddenly, I saw a light at the end of the tunnel, about 100 meters away. There was a clear area of land ahead. It was as described on the map, a lonely cemetery in the middle of the forest. When I emerged from the forest, I found a vast cemetery filled with numerous grave markers. I needed to find the grave of someone named Boonsong. As I walked, I wondered why there were so many graves in the middle of the forest. But regardless, I still hadn't seen any sign of my friend. It should be here somewhere, so why haven't I found any trace of him yet? After searching for a while and scanning the grave markers, I finally came across an old grave with the name Boonsong. According to the paper, there should be treasure buried underneath this grave. However, as I got closer, I was surprised to find fresh digging marks around the grave. Could it be that Shin came here and dug up the treasure already? Realizing this, I looked around, feeling uneasy. What was I doing here alone? I took a deep breath, trying to keep my composure. Being alone in a cemetery in the middle of the forest wasn't reassuring, but despite my efforts to stay calm, as I looked up at the sky, I saw that the sun was almost down. I realized I might not make it out of the forest before dark, and wondered if there would be any trees for me to climb and hide if something evil appeared. While I stood there, unsure of what to do, a voice suddenly called out, "Hell!" I recognized that voice. It was Shin's. I turned towards the source of the voice, which sounded weak and wounded. Shin, where are you? I called out, scanning the area. I'm here, Shin's voice came again. I ran towards the sound and soon spotted movement behind a large grave marker. Shin, I said, running closer. Shin was hiding behind the grave marker. His body lay still, and he was breathing heavily, with one hand clutching a wound on his side, bleeding profusely. Shin, what happened? I asked. Shin looked up at me with weary eyes and said, I was tricked by that soldier. What soldier? My heart sank. It seemed I had arrived too late. Shin had been attacked by that soldier. But I thought the treasure was a lie. Where did the soldier go? I don't know, Shin replied, looking around anxiously. At that moment, a large man in military camouflage appeared behind us, holding a rifle. Hey, who are you? The soldier shouted, pointing the gun at us. Don't, I shouted, trying to protect us. This must be the man who hurt Shin. The soldier looked at me and said, You must be the same as that fool. But it's not much of a problem. You're as stupid as he was. Shin, lying on the ground, looked at the soldier with a vengeful expression. You're the one who stole the treasure, I asked. The soldier laughed and said, Thanks for being my test subjects. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gotten the treasure buried in the grave. The soldier showed me a cloth bag hanging from his waist. I looked at it. It must be the treasure Shin had dug up from the cemetery. So the treasure was real, but why was the soldier doing this? I stared at the soldier and asked, What are you doing this for? You knew where the treasure was hidden. Why trick us into coming here? The soldier looked confused and replied, Trick. You guys came here on your own, didn't you? I didn't write that note on the paper to deceive anyone. Wait a minute, then who wrote that note? I swallowed hard, feeling a cold sweat on my back. Shin pulled out the paper from his pocket and showed it to the soldier. This paper was written by a former soldier. Who else could it be but you? The soldier looked at the paper and said, I didn't write those rules. Do you think this is some kind of nonsense on you too? And you said you found this paper in the warehouse. How would I know you would be in the warehouse? I paused, glancing at Shin. He looked just as confused. If you didn't write the note, then who did? The soldier shrugged. Forget it. I don't care about the paper. I have the treasure now. Goodbye. Wait, I said, raising my hands. You got the treasure. Just let us go. The soldier nodded, but then said, Sorry, I can't let you go. You might report this to the police. But we won't tell anyone. I protested. Do you think I can trust you? If I let you go, there's a 50-50 chance you'll report me. But if I kill you now, no one will know I got the treasure. The soldier raised his gun. The sound of Shin's voice continued, calling out my name. If I'm not mistaken, it was Shin who was calling my name. Since I got lost in the forest, this was the first time I had heard my name being called. I opened my eyes again and saw Shin standing in front of me, bleeding. Are you alright? Shin, I asked, unable to believe my eyes. His condition seemed normal, unlike the Shin I had seen earlier. Are you alright? What are you saying? Shin looked at me with a puzzled expression. You've been lost for only 2 nights. Has your mind gone haywire from being lost? Shin's confusion only added to my own. I couldn't understand why he was speaking like that. Aren't you lost too? What are you talking about? Shin frowned, still puzzled. I was the one who was lost. I've been searching for you since last night. If it weren't for that old villager, everyone would have given up already. I looked around and saw villagers and tour guides surrounding us. It seemed these people had come to search for me. Never mind, GR, it's good you're alright. Let's go home. Everyone is waiting for you. But wait, I said, still confused. What's going on? Wasn't I lost in the forest with you last night? Why is it like this? What are you talking about? I wasn't lost. You were the one lost. I saw you taking pictures by yourself in the forest. When I called you, you wouldn't turn around. By the time I realized it, you were gone. Wait, weren't you taking pictures with me? I asked. I didn't take pictures with you at all. What's going on? Is this a side effect of being lost? I think you should go back and let the doctor check you out. Hold on a minute, I said as I pulled out my phone and opened the gallery. I was shocked to see that there were no pictures of Shin and me together. Instead, there were only selfies of myself and pictures of an empty forest. I scrolled through the photos with a worried expression. Even Shin, standing next to me, looked equally shocked. But then I reached the last photo in the gallery, a picture of an old piece of paper with writing on it.
The legendary Thai soldiers. During the Vietnam War, the commander of the North Vietnamese Army issued a leaflet to warn their soldiers about identifying different enemy forces. The instructions were as follows. If they encounter an enemy that fires at them, stops periodically, and receives artillery support, they are facing American soldiers. If they encounter an enemy that fires at them and then crawls or takes cover, they are facing South Vietnamese soldiers. If they encounter an enemy that fires at them and remains stationary, they are facing Laotian soldiers. If they encounter an enemy that fires at them without artillery or air support, does not take cover, crawl, or retreat, and continuously charges at them with some soldiers seemingly impervious to bullets, they must be cautious as they are facing Thai soldiers. There is a legend of ghost soldiers that arose at a base of the Thai Royal Tiger Army in South Vietnam. The North Vietnamese attempted to overrun this base dozens of times but failed. Consequently, they dispatched the 21st Suicide Battalion, the only battalion of the North Vietnamese Army that had never been defeated by any force, including the Americans, and South Vietnamese. This battalion was notorious for its ferocity and cruelty, known for torturing prisoners using the Russian roulette method, where one bullet is placed in a revolver and fired at random. On a clear morning, the 600 soldiers of the 21st Suicide Battalion launched a surprise attack on the Thai base, catching the 150 Thai soldiers off guard. Despite being outnumbered 5-1, the battle lasted over an hour, resulting in the North Vietnamese retreating with heavy losses. Over 100 of their soldiers were killed, and 16 severely wounded ones were unable to escape. On the Thai side, only one soldier was killed and 5 were slightly injured. This battle became widely known, and the commanders of the South Vietnamese and American forces praised the bravery of the Thai soldiers by a radio broadcast. A week later, it was rumored that the commander of the 21st Suicide Battalion committed suicide in his bunker. Meanwhile, the Thai Royal Tiger Army soldiers received 35 bravery medals for their valor. We, the later generations, salute the brave Thai soldiers who defended our homeland. The Thai soldiers during the Indochina War demonstrated their miraculous invincibility in numerous battles. One notable example, as recounted by Professor Waruni Pataksanakorn in the Sirichai newspaper from Los Angeles, USA, described the invincibility and magic of Thai amulets and talismans. According to her, the power of these artifacts, enhanced by ancient beliefs and rituals, was evident in the past and remains significant today. In the Indochina War, high-level consecration rituals conducted by 4 renowned monks were credited with aiding the Thai soldiers in achieving victory. These rituals, which lasted 12 hours and were conducted at Wat Boanawet Vihara, were said to have endowed the soldiers with supernatural protection. After the ritual, the consecrated amulets and talismans were tested for their effectiveness. It was said that the first test showed immediate results, affirming their power. These magical items and the monks' consecration were believed to have made Thai soldiers invincible in battles, leading to them being labeled as ghost soldiers. One such example occurred when the Thai army had to capture Siem Reap. Despite facing well-equipped and experienced enemy forces, the Thai soldiers were unharmed by bullets or blades, leading to the enemy fleeing in panic. This incident along with other similar stories, reinforce the belief in the power of the consecrated amulets. The four monks responsible for these powerful rituals were Luangpor Chuan Opasi, Luangpor Chong from Wat Bang Pang, Luangpor Jod from Wat Bang Krapao, Luangpor Chong from Wat Narding Nok. The Thai soldiers, who were often referred to as ghost soldiers to their seemingly supernatural invincibility, were said to have carried amulets and talismans that had been consecrated by these four revered monks. These amulets were believed to provide protection and blessings that made the soldiers immune to bullets and other forms of harm during combat. Stories about the extraordinary invulnerability of these Thai soldiers spread quickly among both their allies and enemies. One such tale involved a battle where the Thai soldiers were ambushed but emerged unscathed despite a hail of gunfire. Eyewitnesses claimed that bullets appeared to bounce off their bodies or change direction midair. The stunned enemy forces, unable to comprehend the apparent invincibility of the Thai troops, often retreated in fear. The belief in the power of these amulets was not just a morale booster, but also a psychological weapon. It instilled fear and hesitation in the enemy while bolstering the confidence and courage of the Thai soldiers. These soldiers were not only fighting a physical war, but also waging a psychological and spiritual battle, which they often seemed to win. The amulets themselves varied in form and origin. Some were small Buddha images, others were inscribed metal or clay tablets, and some were even simple pieces of cloth imbued with sacred texts and blessings. Each amulet was believed to carry a unique set of powers, ranging from protection against physical harm to enhancing bravery and ensuring safe return from battle. The rituals performed by the monks to consecrate these amulets were deeply rooted in Thai Buddhist practices and often involved intricate ceremonies, chanting, and the use of holy water and sacred oils. These rituals were believed to invoke the protective power of the Buddha and various deities, infusing the amulets with their blessings. One particularly famous ritual involved the immersion of the amulets in a sacred pond, believed to be blessed by the spirits of ancient warriors. This act was thought to transfer the strength and protection of these spirits to the soldiers who wore the amulets. Many soldiers reported feeling an overwhelming sense of peace and invincibility after receiving their consecrated amulets. The legend of the ghost soldiers became a part of Thai military folklore, passed down through generations. Veterans of the Indochina War often recounted their experiences and the miraculous protection afforded by the amulets to younger soldiers. These stories served as both inspiration and a reminder of the power of faith and tradition in the face of adversity. The legacy of the ghost soldiers and their mystical amulets continued to influence Thai military culture long after the Indochina War. New generations of soldiers still sought the blessings of monks and carried amulets into battle, maintaining the tradition and the belief in their protective power. The amulets, along with the stories of invincibility, became a symbol of the unyielding spirit and courage of the Thai military. In modern times, while the role of such amulets in providing physical protection may be viewed with skepticism, their psychological impact remains significant. They continue to serve as a source of comfort, strength, and morale for soldiers, embodying a deep connection to their cultural and spiritual heritage. The Phantom Platoon. During the Vietnam War, many stories emerged about ghostly encounters and eerie phenomena experienced by soldiers. One such story, often recounted by veterans, revolves around the mysterious disappearance and haunting of a platoon known as the Phantom Platoon. This tale, grounded in real wartime accounts, brings together the horror of combat and the supernatural. In late 1967, a platoon from the 101st Airborne Division was tasked with a reconnaissance mission deep in the Quang Tro province, a hotbed of North Vietnamese Army activity. Led by Lieutenant John Thompson, the platoon of 30 men ventured into the dense jungle, their objective clear but perilous. They were to locate and report on enemy movements and supply lines. The soldiers, battle-hardened yet cautious, moved silently through the oppressive jungle. For the first few days, the mission proceeded without incident. However, on the third night, radio contact with the platoon was abruptly lost. Attempts to re-establish communication failed, and a search mission was quickly organized. A second platoon was dispatched to find the missing soldiers. The search team, led by Captain Richard Foster, advanced into the same area, only to encounter an eerie silence. The jungle, usually alive with the sounds of wildlife, seemed unnaturally still. As the search continued, they discovered abandoned equipment and supplies, but no sign of the soldiers. Tracks led deeper into the jungle, but soon disappeared altogether. The men began to feel an unsettling presence, as if they were being watched. Some soldiers reported hearing whispers and seeing shadowy figures flitting through the trees. On the fourth night of the search, the team set up camp. During the midnight watch, Private Michael Collins reported seeing ghostly figures moving at the edge of the camp. At first, he thought it was the missing platoon. But as he approached, he saw that the figures were translucent, their features distorted and eyes hollow. The apparition of Lieutenant Thompson appeared, his face twisted in agony. He spoke in a haunting whisper, warning Collins of a nearby enemy ambush. Collins, frozen with fear, managed to alert Captain Foster. Despite skepticism, Foster decided to take precautionary measures. Moments later, they were ambushed by an NVA patrol, but thanks to the warning, they repelled the attack with minimal casualties. After the ambush, the soldiers were convinced that the missing platoon was trying to communicate from beyond the grave. The jungle seemed to close in on them, the air thick with an unspoken dread. As they pressed on, the apparitions became more frequent and more desperate, as if trying to convey an urgent message. Sergeant Thomas Blake, a pragmatic and experienced soldier, started piecing together the signs. He concluded that the ghosts were leading them to the site of their last stand. Following the ghostly apparitions, the team discovered a hidden cave. Inside, they found the remains of the missing platoon, along with evidence of a brutal firefight. In the cave, they found journals and notes left by Lieutenant Thompson, detailing their encounter with a powerful NVA unit. The platoon had fought valiantly, but were overwhelmed. The last entries were haunting, describing strange, otherworldly visions and a sense of impending doom. The soldiers gave the fallen a proper burial and set up camp nearby. That night, the apparitions appeared one last time, more peaceful than before. Lieutenant Thompson's ghost saluted Captain Foster, and then the spirits faded into the jungle, seemingly at rest. The tale of the phantom platoon spread among the troops, a chilling reminder of the horrors of war and the thin line between life and death. Captain Foster, now retired, often reflects on the mission. He believes that the spirits of those brave men still watch over the jungle, ensuring that their story is never forgotten. The shadows of Echo Ridge. Deep within the dense jungles of Vietnam lies Echo Ridge, an abandoned military outpost long forgotten by time. Established during the Vietnam War, Echo Ridge was a site of fierce battles and untold suffering. According to local legends, the camp is cursed, haunted by the spirits of those who met violent ends. These restless souls are said to roam the grounds, trapped between the realms of the living and the dead. Captain Robert Blake, a highly respected officer known for his strategic mind and unwavering courage, was tasked with leading a team to Echo Ridge. His team included Lieutenant Ava Thompson, a determined and resourceful officer with a knack for problem solving; Sergeant Liam Chen, a seasoned soldier with extensive knowledge of Vietnamese folklore; Corporal Daisy Nguyen, a young, enthusiastic medic with a deep interest in local history; Private Ian Collins, a rookie with a strong sense of duty but little experience in the field. Their mission was to assess the structural integrity of the camp and determine whether it could be used as a new base of operations. The team was warned of the camp's eerie reputation, but chose to proceed with their task. The journey to Echo Ridge was fraught with danger. Dense foliage, hidden traps, and the constant threat of enemy forces made the trek challenging. The team's guide, a local named Wang, shared chilling stories about the camp's haunted past. Echo Ridge is not just a place of war, it is a place of sorrow and unrest, Huang said, his voice tinged with fear. As they arrived at Echo Ridge in the late afternoon, a sense of foreboding settled over the team. The camp was eerily silent, the only sound being the distant cries of jungle animals. The sun cast long shadows over the desolate buildings, adding to the unsettling atmosphere. As night fell, the team set up their camp near the old command center. The jungle's nocturnal sounds seemed amplified by the darkness. They gathered around a fire, trying to shake off the uneasy feeling that had settled over them. Sergeant Chen, trying to lighten the mood, began sharing stories about the local legends. There are tales of spirits that cannot move on, he said. They linger here, bound by the pain and suffering of their deaths. Private Collins, clearly spooked, asked, "Do you really believe in these stories?" Chen shrugged. "I believe in the power of this land. It has memories, and sometimes those memories come alive." Their conversation was interrupted by a sudden chill in the air. The fire flickered, and a mournful wail echoed through the camp. Lieutenant Thompson, on guard duty, spotted a shadowy figure at the edge of the clearing. She blinked, and it was gone. The following morning, the team began their inspection of the camp. They found an old bunker partially buried by overgrowth. Inside, the air was thick with dust and decay. Old equipment and personal belongings were strewn about, evidence of the violence that had occurred there. Corporal Nu Yen discovered a journal belonging to a soldier named Jack Miller, who had served at Echo Ridge. The journal detailed the soldiers' growing fear of the supernatural occurrences in the camp. The last entry was a desperate plea for help, revealing the soldiers' belief that the spirits were becoming increasingly malevolent. As they examined the bunker, the temperature suddenly dropped. The team felt an oppressive presence and heard whispers coming from the walls. The shadows seemed to move on their own, and a figure appeared briefly, staring at them with hollow eyes before vanishing. While exploring further, they stumbled upon an old cemetery, its crosses weathered and broken. The graves were marked with simple wooden plaques, many of them illegible. Sergeant Chen identified the cemetery as the final resting place of many soldiers who had died at Echo Ridge. The team felt a profound sense of unease. Lieutenant Thompson suggested performing a ritual to honor the dead and hopefully appease the spirits. They left offerings of food and incense at the graves, but the atmosphere remained tense. As night fell, the air grew heavy, and the whispers returned, more insistent than before. The team was on edge, their nerves frayed by the constant presence of the supernatural. Desperate to bring peace to the restless spirits, the team decided to perform a more elaborate ritual. They enlisted Hong's help to conduct a traditional ceremony, hoping it would calm the spirits. The ritual involved chanting, the burning of incense, and placing offerings of fruit and flowers on the graves. The jungle seemed to hold its breath as the ceremony progressed. For a moment, the whispers ceased, and the oppressive atmosphere lifted slightly. But as they completed the ritual and prepared to leave, the ground trembled, and a chilling wind swept through the camp. The spirits were not appeased. Instead, they seemed angered, their presence growing more malevolent. On their final night at Echo Ridge, the team encountered the most intense supernatural activity yet. The shadows grew darker, and ghostly figures appeared more frequently. The whispers turned into anguished screams, echoing through the camp. Lieutenant Thompson and Sergeant Chen heard footsteps behind them as they patrolled the perimeter. When they turned around, no one was there. The sounds grew louder, and the figures became more defined, their faces twisted in pain. Private Collins and Corporal Nu Yen, left alone in the command center, felt a cold hand touch their shoulders. They turned to find an apparition of a soldier, his eyes filled with sorrow. The ghost spoke in a whisper, "Help us find peace." The team was exhausted and terrified. They knew they had to leave, but the spirits seemed determined to keep them there. As the team prepared to leave Echo Ridge, they were confronted by the full force of the camp's supernatural inhabitants. The spirits seemed to manifest their pain and anger, appearing as shadowy figures that reached out with ghostly hands. Lieutenant Thompson led the team in a frantic escape. Navigating through the dense jungle, the spirits pursued them, their cries growing louder and more desperate. The team finally reached their extraction point, but not before experiencing the full brunt of Echo Ridge's haunting. Back at their base, the team tried to make sense of their experience. They found themselves haunted by the memories of Echo Ridge, plagued by nightmares and a deep sense of unease. Captain Blake decided to document their experiences, hoping to share the truth about Echo Ridge and the spirits that dwelled there. His report detailed the supernatural encounters and the unrelenting presence of the restless souls. The story of Echo Ridge became a cautionary tale for future military personnel and paranormal investigators. The camp was left undisturbed, a haunting reminder of the violence and suffering that had occurred there. Years later, Captain Blake's account of Echo Ridge was published as a book titled The Shadows of Echo Ridge. The book received widespread attention, drawing interest from both historians and paranormal enthusiasts. The camp became a site of pilgrimage for those seeking to understand its dark history and the spirits that lingered there. The haunting of Echo Ridge continued to captivate and terrify, a testament to the enduring power of memory and the supernatural. The team's experiences became a part of the camp's legend, ensuring that the story of Echo Ridge would never be forgotten. Even after the book's publication, the haunting of Echo Ridge persisted. The jungle continued to whisper its secrets, and the spirits of the camp remained restless. Captain Blake, now retired, often reflected on his experiences and wondered about the fate of the spirits he had encountered. The legacy of Echo Ridge lived on, a chilling reminder of the thin veil between the living and the dead. The camp stood as a monument to the past, its ghosts forever bound to the echoes of their tragic end. The Silent Watchers. In the waning days of the Vietnam War, a reconnaissance unit led by Captain Mark Harris is tasked with scouting enemy positions near the Laotian border. The jungle is dense, and the air is thick with tension as the team prepares for their mission. They are aware of the dangers posed by both the North Vietnamese Army NVA and the reputed supernatural forces lurking within the jungle. The team consists of seasoned soldiers and a few new recruits. Among them is Private Alex Morgan, a fresh-faced soldier eager to prove himself. The night before their departure, the soldiers gather around a small fire, sharing stories and trying to shake off the growing sense of dread. The local villagers had warned them about wandering spirits, particularly those of soldiers who died violently in the jungle, forever trapped in the afterlife. At dawn, the unit begins their march. The jungle is a labyrinth of thick foliage and twisted vines, with barely any sunlight piercing through the canopy. As they move deeper into enemy territory, the soldiers feel an uncanny silence envelop them. The sounds of the jungle chirping insects, rustling leaves seem to fade into an eerie hush. During the first night, the soldiers set up camp in a small clearing. Each man takes a turn on watch, scanning the dark jungle for any signs of movement. Private Morgan, on his first watch, hears soft whispers drifting through the air. He turns his flashlight toward the source, but sees nothing. His heart pounds as the whispers grow louder, seeming to come from all around him. He shakes it off as nerves and focuses on his duty. The second day brings its own challenges. The unit finds signs of NVA activity, a recently abandoned camp, and footprints leading deeper into the jungle. They follow the trail cautiously. That night, the soldiers camp near a small stream. As they settle in, the whispers from the night before return, louder and more insistent. Private Morgan confides in Sergeant James Davis, the unit's no-nonsense veteran. Davis dismisses it as the jungle playing tricks on their minds. However, as they talk, they both see a faint glow in the distance. Intrigued and unnerved, they decide to investigate. They find a small clearing with an ancient, moss-covered shrine. The air is cold, and an overwhelming sense of sadness permeates the area. They quickly return to camp, their nerves frayed. On the third day, the unit encounters an NVA patrol. A fierce firefight ensues, leaving casualties on both sides. They manage to push back the enemy, but at a high cost. Exhausted and demoralized, they set up camp for the night. The whispers return, now accompanied by shadowy figures flitting between the trees. Private Morgan is on edge. As he takes his watch, he sees a figure standing at the edge of the camp. He raises his rifle and calls out, but the figure does not move. Heart pounding, he approaches cautiously, only to find nothing but empty air. Suddenly, he feels a cold hand on his shoulder. He spins around, finding himself face to face with a ghostly apparition of a soldier, eyes hollow and full of sorrow. Morgan stumbles back, firing his weapon blindly. The shots wake the camp, and the soldiers scramble to arms. The ghostly figures surround them, watching silently. Captain Harris orders the men to hold their fire, sensing that these apparitions are not here to harm them. Instead, they seem to be warning them of something. The next day, the unit presses on, but the atmosphere is tense. The soldiers speak in hushed tones, haunted by the previous night's events. They find themselves in a narrow valley, perfect for an ambush. As they advance, the ghostly whispers return, urgent and frantic. Captain Harris senses the danger and orders the unit to fall back. Just then, an NVA ambush is sprung. The unit fights fiercely, but the ghosts reappear, seeming to guide their movements. Bullets pass through the apparitions harmlessly, but the spirits lead the soldiers to safety, helping them evade the NVA forces. Exhausted and with dwindling supplies, the unit decides to head back to their base. The jungle seems less oppressive now, the shadows less menacing. The soldiers are grateful for the supernatural intervention that saved their lives, though they do not fully understand it. Private Morgan reflects on the mission as they march back. The ghosts of the jungle, once feared, have become their silent guardians. He vows to honor their memory, knowing that the jungle will always be a place of both danger and mystery. Years later, Captain Mark Harris, now retired, sits on his porch, reminiscing about his time in Vietnam. He recalls the mission that changed his perspective on life and death. The jungle, with its ghostly inhabitants, taught him that not all battles are fought with weapons, and not all enemies are flesh and blood. As he watches the sunset, he silently thanks the silent watchers of the jungle, those spirits who once walked beside him, guiding and protecting him and his men in their darkest hour. In the cold embrace of winter, Captain David Thompson led his team of soldiers on a training exercise in a remote mountainous region. The mission was simple yet challenging: navigate treacherous terrain, practice survival skills, and return in 2 days. His team included Sergeant Mark Johnson, Corporal Susan Miller, Private John Lewis, and Private Emily Davis. They were a well-trained, disciplined group, though the haunting tales of the area lurked in the back of their minds. As they set out, the snow crunched under their boots, and the cold wind bit at their faces. The forest was dense, with towering trees that blocked out most of the sunlight. As they trudged through the snow, they remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings for any signs of danger. Several hours into their trek, Corporal Miller halted suddenly. "Captain, you need to see this," she called out, pointing to the ground. The team gathered around to find an enormous footprint, far larger than any known animal in the region. The print was fresh, the edges sharp in the undisturbed snow. "Is it a bear?" Private Lewis asked, his voice tinged with unease. Captain Thompson shook his head, examining the depth and unusual shape of the print. "I don't think so," he replied, his brows furrowed in thought. They photographed the footprint, noting its size and the direction it led. By evening, they reached their first checkpoint and set up camp. The air was crisp and clear, stars twinkling in the night sky. As they prepared for the night, a sense of unease settled over them. Sergeant Johnson and Private Davis took the first watch, their breath visible in the cold air. The forest was eerily silent, the only sounds the occasional rustle of leaves and distant animal calls. Suddenly, a loud snap echoed through the trees, followed by the sound of something large moving. Johnson and Davis exchanged tense glances, their flashlights cutting through the darkness. "Probably just the wind," Davis muttered, though her voice lacked conviction. The next morning, the team resumed their journey, the unease from the previous night still lingering. As they ventured deeper into the forest, they found more of the massive footprints, each one leading them further into the unknown. The path led them to a clearing with broken trees. The ground churned up as if something huge had passed through. Captain Thompson examined the scene, his concern growing. "Something big is out here," he said quietly. The team pressed on, their senses heightened, every shadow and sound taking on new significance. As night fell, they made their second camp. This time, Thompson and Miller took the first watch. The night was colder, and the forest seemed even more menacing. Suddenly, a loud thud and the sight of a large tree swaying violently caught their attention. "Did you see that?" Miller whispered, gripping her rifle tightly. Thompson nodded, his eyes scanning the darkness. They woke the others, and the team huddled together, their flashlights creating small islands of light in the vast darkness. Without warning, a series of loud crashes surrounded them. Trees shook as if something enormous was moving through the forest. The soldiers' flashlights revealed fleeting glimpses of a massive, shadowy figure darting between the trees. "What the hell is that?" Lewis shouted, panic evident in his voice. Deciding it was too dangerous to stay, Captain Thompson ordered a retreat. They quickly packed their gear and began their descent, constantly looking over their shoulders. The crashing sounds followed them for hours until they finally reached the base camp at dawn. Back at headquarters, the soldiers reported their encounter. Skepticism was met with the physical evidence of the massive footprints they had photographed. The mission was officially recorded as an unexplained incident, and the area was marked as off-limits for future exercises. The tale of the Yeti encounter spread through the ranks, serving as a chilling reminder of the unknown lurking in the remote wilderness. While some dismissed it as mere legend, those who experienced it knew better. Something immense and terrifying roamed the forest, hidden from the eyes of mankind. During that time, I have to say that when talking about the war, I will not refer to anything inappropriate. Back then, it can be said that Kanpui was also regretful because after participating in the war for a while, it was rumored that Thai soldiers were very skilled and highly respected. They were so respected that they were nicknamed high soldiers, meaning they were extremely skilled. This was understood by foreign soldiers as well. Similarly, on the enemy's side, there was a unit referred to as beasts, almost like demons, because they were equally skilled. Let's say if we respected Thai soldiers, we wondered why they were so esteemed. There was an incident in a town called Sukhothai where Thai soldiers of the Cobra unit fought against the enemy at a ratio of about 6-1 or 5-1. Despite these odds, the Thai side lost only one soldier, while the enemy lost around 400 to 500. In battles, the soldiers had to distinguish between different units and countries to avoid friendly fire. On the enemy's side, they had a rule that if they heard shooting and then it stopped, they knew it was American soldiers. If the shooting was followed by crawling, it was South Vietnamese soldiers. If there was shooting and then complete silence, it was Laotian soldiers. But if there was shooting and continuous advance despite heavy casualties, that was Thai soldiers. In one mission, the task was to patrol, and this marked the beginning of the story. They moved in a formation called V, with the left and right wings elevated. The lead soldier was instructed to stop at a tree, but suddenly there was an explosion from the left side, and the entire wing was hit by explosions. The narrator was fortunate to be behind a large tree, which protected him from the blast. The narrator, shocked and disoriented, saw his close friend and fellow soldier already down from the explosion. He managed to run and take cover, but he was left stunned and unable to react for a while. In the chaos, he couldn't move and was overwhelmed by the situation. Side by side, using the phrase "God spilled out," the letters wouldn't survive, but they would still talk as if in their last breath. At the moment of the incident, it was tragic. and they couldn't go anywhere. Their legs were injured. Meanwhile, the air was quite cold and getting darker. No need to mention lights. There were none. Only flashes came when someone fired a shot or launched a rocket over the hill. He was sitting, leaning against a tree, exhausted and not knowing what to do. While consciousness faded in and out, he hoped that when the light flashed, he might see someone standing or sitting nearby. He was happy to have company, but when the light flashed, he saw someone sitting up, which made him hopeful. However, as the light dimmed, they vanished. The soldiers heard the sound of approaching steps and hoped it was their comrades, but deep down, they knew it was the enemy. The enemy soldiers moved slowly, one by one, stabbing downwards as if checking for survivors. They came closer and closer. He thought to himself that anyone who sat up was doomed. When a beam of light hit someone sitting, he saw the enemy stab, and the person would disappear, seemingly dissolving. He believed he was witnessing the souls of his comrades leaving their bodies. He couldn't do anything in the darkness but chant prayers in both Thai and Vietnamese, despite not knowing the Vietnamese prayers well. Growing up in Thailand, he recited Thai prayers. He imagined that if these were Thai soldiers, they would have amulets for protection. But being here, he had to accept his fate. The cold air made it hard to breathe. He felt the presence of someone approaching from behind, thinking they would slit his throat. He heard the footsteps coming closer, and as they reached the tree, he stopped breathing. The hand over his mouth, he resigned himself to his fate, expecting death, but instead of a knife, the person whispered to him in broken Vietnamese, telling him to be quiet. He was confused, thinking he was about to die, but then he was pulled up and told they would be taken away. The person who took him had a plan. They were to be taken to a pit where bodies were thrown. After an hour, they heard someone being dragged out of the pit. The enemy soldiers laughed and played with their guns, sometimes firing, sometimes just clicking the triggers. It was a deadly game of Russian roulette. One by one, they fired, and he heard the screams of those who were hit. As the soldiers came to his pit, they looked inside and spoke to each other. He couldn't understand the language, but sensed they were deciding who would be next. They pulled out a few bodies and continued their game. He was in the pit, praying and hoping he wouldn't be next. He heard footsteps again and saw a figure approach, but this time it was different. It was a man with a radio, dressed in what seemed like the enemy's uniform. He whispered to them, telling them to follow him quietly. They followed the man, who turned out to be a South Vietnamese soldier disguised in the enemy's uniform. He had a plan to lead them to safety. The group of 4 soldiers followed him through the darkness. They moved quietly, trying to avoid detection. The man with the radio, whom they started calling Lao, led them through a narrow path. Lao had been in the area long enough to know where to go. He had a radio to communicate with the planes above. Lao signaled them to stop near a tree. He climbed a tree and looked around. They waited anxiously. Then, he signaled again and they continued. They reached a riverbank, and Lao told them to wait. The rain started to pour heavily. They hid under some large leaves, trying to stay dry. Lao went to check the area. While waiting, they saw someone coming from the water. It was a woman. The American soldiers were surprised. She was beautiful, with long hair and smooth skin, even in the rain. The Thai soldier whispered to them, "Isn't she beautiful?" The American soldiers were confused. They asked Lao why he was using a woman as a guide. Lao explained she was his daughter, and she knew the area well. The American soldiers were still puzzled, but had no choice but to follow. They crossed the river and continued their journey. Lao's daughter led the way, moving gracefully even in the difficult terrain. They reached a small clearing, and Lao told them to rest. They were exhausted but relieved to have survived so far. As they rested, they heard the sound of rockets and gunfire in the distance. They knew they had to keep moving. Lao used his radio to contact the planes above, asking for a safe passage. They had to move through a heavily fortified area. Lao's daughter led them through the night. She seemed to know every step, avoiding traps and enemy patrols. Finally, they reached a safe zone where they could be picked up. The relief was overwhelming. They had made it through the night, thanks to Lao and his daughter. The American soldiers were grateful and amazed by their bravery and knowledge. As they waited for the helicopter to pick them up, they couldn't help but feel a deep respect for their guides. They had survived a night that seemed impossible, and it was all thanks to Lao and his remarkable daughter. That person said, "Do you have a radio? Let me radio for assistance." So, they asked for his name. Once he provided his name, the Thai soldier turned pale. After a while, they asked for the unit name again, and when he said it was the making unit, the Thai soldier became even more shocked and then stepped back. There was one Thai soldier wearing a necklace made of rope threaded with several human ears. The person who answered about the unit name was also the one who eventually bowed down and said, "May you rest in peace, Sergeant." After that, the group of people disappeared. Now, this part happened after everyone was confused about what had occurred. The radio connection was almost established as they were trying to reach the hill to get a signal. This was the last incident I will recount. As they tried to contact with the radio, a sudden light like a flare illuminated the dense forest. It seemed like 1,000 candles worth of light. They heard noises like people shouting and gunfire for a moment, but then it went silent. The light had cut through the dense forest in a way that normally only an armored vehicle could do. The American soldiers seemed puzzled. They asked if the Thai soldiers knew what had happened below. The Americans expressed disbelief about the situation. One soldier said, "There really is something down there," confirming the fears. They decided to wait and observe. Eventually, they found bodies that had been severely mutilated, which didn't seem to be the result of gunfire or explosions. Some of the American soldiers were holding unexploded grenades. It was as if they had been attacked by something incredibly powerful and mysterious. One of the Thai soldiers explained that they had experienced similar supernatural phenomena and had charms for protection. This incident led them to believe more in the supernatural, although they had always been skeptical before. The Thai soldiers mentioned that their training emphasized never leaving a comrade behind, and they believed this strong bond was ingrained in their spirits. This might explain why they sometimes seemed invincible. I shared this story because, recently, at the special education school I work at, the topic of monsters came up. The children asked about different monsters from around the world. When they asked about Vietnam, I didn't know what to say. After some research, I discovered that Vietnam has its own folklore and creatures. This actually happened during the war. Has anyone seen it? So I went to look up information. There are 7 market telephone numbers. It seems like it could be some kind of creature that lives in the forest. It's already there. The doctor also speculated that it could be a wild person or a big monkey. It is very big and has been seen by both Americans and villagers. I'm not sure what it's called, but people who have seen it refer to it as Batugan. If it really exists, according to the stories, then this person had the chance to see more than anyone else. When the flare lit up, only one person saw it and could describe it as a large monkey that jumped up a tree immediately. It was so big that it could climb any tree. That's why today I'm sharing this story about the war. I can tell you they weren't afraid of ghosts because all day and night. I haven't talked about this because the clip wasn't available initially. It was a sound clip with eerie sounds in the forest. Sometimes you could hear local songs. Sometimes cries like people wanting to go home. There was a voice in Vietnamese echoing in the forest, saying things like, "Mom, where are you?" It sounded like crying, which scared the 3 soldiers, Thai, Lao, and me. We heard it every night, especially last night. One soldier didn't believe in it at first, but he later heard it too. I tried to find a sound clip to show how terrifying the war sounds were. You can find clips of war sounds if you search. There's something called the wandering soul that's believed to be the ghostly echoes of the dead, used by the Americans in psychological operations to scare the enemy. The Americans used these sounds to haunt the Viet Cong hiding in underground tunnels, making them anxious. This was part of the psychological warfare, playing sounds of people wanting to go home. It's terrifying. If anyone wants to know how scary it was, you can search for the war sounds. The sound clips show how it affected the soldiers. One of the Thai soldiers wore a necklace made of human ears. It was a tactic to count the enemy's dead bodies since they couldn't count them all. The story I shared today was about a former soldier who fought in the Vietnam War, a war that happened decades ago. If you've watched documentaries, you'd know it was a brutal war. The battles took place in forests with soldiers from various units, each with their own beliefs. They brought charms and rituals for protection because just weapons weren't enough for peace of mind. The storyteller, Bird, shared how the soldiers believed in supernatural protections and used them to fight the enemy. Each soldier had their own methods and charms. Bird's grandfather was at the center of this story, with other characters involved. Each person had their own protective charms, making it hard to explain. There were strange creatures in the forest, not just in Vietnam, but in other places too. It's hard to prove their existence, but they are believed to be real. The story highlights how people's beliefs and charms protected them in war. Each character in the story had their own ways of dealing with the supernatural. The storyteller believed that these experiences were deeply etched in their memories. Elders often tell the same stories repeatedly because they made a lasting impression. Do you think it's deeply imprinted in their minds? I don't know if what happened to them is 100% true, or if it's just stories passed down. But I believe that since the grandchildren say they tell the same stories repeatedly, if they keep repeating it, it must be something deeply ingrained in their minds. If you enjoyed today's story, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to our channel, Mystical Tales, so you won't miss out on more eerie and thrilling tales in the future. Thanks for watching, and see you next time.